What's good, my people? What's good? Y'all already see the title of the video, so y'all know what time it is. Let's talk about it, man. What's next for Canelo? Since I think it's safe to assume everybody's seen the fight Saturday. Everybody's seen the fights Saturday. So I want to know what y'all think, man. I want to talk about it, man. What's next for Canelo? Is he gonna take the immediate rematch at 168? At 175 with DMITRY BIVOL? Or is he gonna take his ass back to 168 where it seemed like he belonged? MP, salute, bro. Appreciate you for sliding through. Know you seen the fight Saturday night. What's your thoughts on it, man? You think Canelo taking that rematch at 75, or you think he taking his ass back to 68 to defend them titles? Because there's smoke for him there for sure. We already know that. And with him just being newly crowned, I mean, he gonna have to do something. And if y'all heard how I heard, or if y'all was listening the way I was listening, I don't know how y'all interpreted it, but when he was asked about him fighting DMITRY BIVOL again, he sounded a little unsure. Said they needed some time to think about it, and he just didn't sound like he was too excited to jump back in the fire, man. So that leaves me with the question, man, what's next for him, man? Is he taking his ass back to 68? Because Canelo, salute, bro. Appreciate you for sliding through. But what's next for Canelo, man? Because after what we seen Saturday, it's clear that I don't think he belonged at 75. I mean, he got it off against a faded Kovalev, but he wasn't able to do the same against a younger, fresher DMITRY BIVOL. He ain't fought in BIVOL, fam. That's a lose-lose situation. Yeah, it is. I think so. You know what's funny? That brings me to my next question. Like, where is he going? Like, where is he going next? Because we know he got all the belts at 68. And I watched the Fight Hub interview where they asked DMITRY BIVOL about 68, and he said he think he can make it. And he went on to say, you know, before COVID, he definitely could make it. But he said since then, you know, maybe, you know, he'll have to see. But he said he still think he can make that weight. Sliding count, appreciate you, bro. Yeah, bro, I think it's best to go to 68. Yeah, me too. But you know what's funny? We already know with or without DMITRY BIVOL, a rematch, it's smoke for him at 68. It always been. And he got all the belts. And like I said, BIVOL said he'd take his ass down to 68. He said getting all the belts at 68 would be something good. He said he think he could do it. And reason being because he don't walk around that big. You know, he said he don't rehydrate that much. He said on fight night he probably was 180, maybe 183, something like that. So he said he's not that big. He don't walk around that big even outside of camp. So he said he think he can make 68. And I just think with the talks of it even being a rematch, could that rematch take place at 68 is a realistic question, being that BIVOL, you know, he entertained the question when asked, you know, do he think he'd be able to make it? He said, yeah, he thinks so. Certain styles just all wrong for certain fighters, like Forrest was for Mosley. I think Canelo need to stay away from BIVOL. Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. And I do think it's a style thing. And I'm gonna be honest, like I said, man, I made a video already admitting to it. I damn sure didn't pick BIVOL to win. I said he would have success. I thought he would have success. But my main issue or my main question was, will he be able to sustain it? And I thought he wouldn't be. I thought either he'd possibly get caught with something late or lose on the cards, because we already know when you get in there with Canelo, it appears that you be down 3 rounds already before the fight even starts. So in my mind, based off recent history, you know, Canelo, you know, it's hard to get a decision against him. You got to think, we watched Floyd dominate him for 12 rounds and got a majority decision. And we all know that was bullshit, but that's my point. So that led me to think that you just can't really get a decision against this dude. You see what happened to Lara as well. Like, I don't know how y'all seen that fight, but when Canelo fought him, I thought Lara outclassed him. Simply, I mean, I know some people thought Lara took his foot off the gas toward the end, but in my opinion, I still think he did enough or more than enough to win. The punch stats were ridiculous, and if I remember correctly, like I said, Canelo landed 23 shots to the head against Lara. I just don't see how you want to fight with all body shots. That's basically what they're telling us. So, it's like my point is, it's just hard to win a decision against that dude, man. And I thought, they would have, it came close. Look at the scorecards. They attempted it at least 115 to 113. No way in hell that fight was that close. It just wasn't. It wasn't. I mean, he got dominated, and he from start to finish pretty much. And I think he won 2 to 3 rounds at most. At most, if you want to be generous, 3 rounds. I don't think he even got 4. So that fight wasn't close. He got dominated, and I think he needed to take his ass to 68. Yeah, that scorecard was wild. I don't know what the hell they was thinking. I don't know what fight they was watching, because they clearly wasn't watching the fight we was watching. There ain't no way in hell 115 or 113, but that's why I just didn't pick DMITRY BIVOL. So, sometimes you're going to be wrong. And in this case, it's just something that I just don't mind being wrong about. And I'm not hating on Canelo or just rooting against him as a whole, but we just being honest, all this weight jumping and, hand picking his opponents. And I'm not going to call DMITRY BIVOL a cherry pick, but he hand picked them for sure. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I did a video, asking the question, was this a cherry pick gone wrong? And not that I was calling DMITRY BIVOL a cherry pick. I did hear a couple people calling him a Euro bum and stuff like that, or asking the question, is he a Euro bum, another Euro bum? I don't think he ever was a bum, but I think what Canelo and his team seen was a dude with 19 fights. He was inexperienced, and let's be honest, his punching power, I'm not saying he can't punch at all, but he don't have no devastating punching power. And I think the last time BIVOL had a knockout might have been 2016, 2017, something like that. I have to go back and look, but my point being is that I didn't think his power would bother Canelo as much as it did, being that, like I said, we seen Canelo fight at 75 already, and I guess at the end of the day, it was just levels. And, Kovalev was on the downside. He was faded, whereas DMITRY BIVOL was a lot more fresh. And I think they thought it was easy pickings. They could say what they want to say. We already know what it is. He had 19 fights to Canelo having 60. You know what I'm saying? And in the ring, that's BIVOL's 20th professional fight. And that was Canelo's 61st professional fight. So you do the math, you know what I mean? I think they seen that they had an advantage as far as experience and stuff like that. And being that he competed at 75, he also, he had some confidence that he could beat him. And I just think it backfired. 50 plus fight picks a fighter with 19 fights is a cherry, hell, and no power. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to say BIVOL's trash or he's a cherry for sure, but in Canelo's eyes, I know that's how they seen it. I know it. They can say whatever they want. I'm just gonna go with what I think, and I think that they thought they had one. And let's be honest, this dude really don't pick fights that he don't feel like he could win. Like, let's be real about it. He usually gonna have every advantage possible going into that fight. And I think in this case, he just didn't expect the same things some of us didn't expect. Like what I thought was telling was the fact that when they started interviewing him right after the fight, within that short interview, he mentioned BIVOL's power on 2 different occasions. Like the power is a little, kind of bothered him. He felt the power in there, and that was a little telling. That was a little shocking to me. I didn't expect that. So maybe I underestimated BIVOL's power, or or whatever the case, but it looked like his power bothered him a lot more than I expected it to. And he alluded to it in the interview. He mentioned it on 2 occasions. Canelo should have known if he fights in spurts, and BIVOL was able to shift back and forth with combinations while transitioning. It was a bad style matchup. Yeah, for sure. And like again, shout out to OTB, man. He hit the nail on the head, man. He did a breakdown. He was speaking on, he was breaking down BIVOL's jab and how active it is and how he used it, to control his opponent and set up his other shots. And I think that was pivotal in that fight. That's something that we seen that played a big factor to me. The way he was able to use his jab to offset Canelo and keep him honest. And then, Canelo didn't do himself no favors, let's be honest. He didn't do himself no favors coming in there with limited jab, plodding forward with that lazy approach that I've been saying for years. But, since I had this channel, I've definitely been saying that he got a lazy approach. He just do. He lost the pure boxing and footwork. Facts, MP. BP, salute, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. So I thought that approach, I didn't know when it was going to catch up to him, but I was saying sooner or later it's going to catch up to him. And what I mean by that is he just don't appear to try to really win rounds. He just get close. He try to cut the distance, and he just wing power shots. And it's been working until it don't. It worked until it didn't. And he just ran into somebody that wasn't going for that shit. And you know what I mean? It brings me to the next question. Like I said in this video, man, you got Tim Bradley, Donatello Bradley, as I like to call him. You got him calling Spence basic and saying Crawford gonna knock him out because he basic, right? So after we seen Spence fight just April 16th, fight Yordenis Ugas, and we seen how that fight transpired and what Spence was able to do. And then we more recently, so it's even more fresh in our mind, what Canelo just did Saturday night. And it begs the question, like, who's more basic in this situation? Who's really the basic fighter? And them Canelo fans won't like that, but it is what it is. He threw all power in shots and got that and gassed out. That's what I'm saying. And it just brings you to that question. Since Tim Bradley want to run his mouth, and that's all he's been doing since he's been retired, is running his mouth and being overly critical of boxers that he know damn well if he was still fighting, he wouldn't get in the ring with him. But he got the most to say. So, yeah, Canelo, yeah, that's it. And that's all. I said it was going to catch up to him sooner or later. That's a lazy approach. I don't care what nobody say. And I'm going to give Canelo some credit to this extent. He got more skill than what he's been showing lately. I don't care. Maybe some people might disagree. That's cool. But he got more skill than what he been showing lately, man. He had more discipline than what he been showing lately. And he almost seemed like he's to the point where he fell in love with his power. You see what I'm saying? Look at the way he released those videos, him and Oscar Valdez punching that bag, and it seemed like that's all they really do. And then you fast forward to, Saturday night, and you see his approach, and you tell me, based on the training that he's been releasing to us, you telling me he didn't fight the way he be training? That's exactly how he approached the fight. It was basic as hell. You treated DMITRY BIVOL like he was that bag that you be punching on, and that shit didn't work. You gave him a nice bruise on his arm. You bruised his arm pretty good, but that's all you did. Other than that, his face was just as clean as it was before the fucking fight. That dude he ain't even had no glove burns on his face. Like, how, fighters had a little abrasions or the little, reddening on the, on their face from the gloves making contact. He didn't even have that. So he completely beat the shit out of that dude. Where's the league at? Yeah, man. I don't know, DP, where they at? Yeah, he fell in love with his power and he got lazy. And he paid for it. He could say what he want. And like I said, to give him credit, I honestly believe he has more skill than that. I just don't know what the hell he was thinking by bringing that lazy approach in there with DMITRY BIVOL. And that's how I know you had to at least underestimate him to some degree. I don't care what you say, because you would have switched some things up. Like, you have the ability to throw a jab. Canelo can use a jab. Why wasn't he using a jab? I don't care. I didn't see it. And I just seen him plodding forward, like I said, trying to cut the ring, get close. When he's within range, he's winging shots to the body. And by like the fourth round, he was sucking for air. And you heard BIVOL. He said, yeah, he's strong. But he said, he threw at all hard punches. And then, the fight wore on, he didn't really have nothing left. And you could see it, the way DMITRY BIVOL approached the fight. You could tell he wasn't worried about Canelo power. And that's something we haven't seen in a while, where, he just wasn't able to keep DMITRY BIVOL honest to no level, to no consistent degree where it would help him in the fight. He just You know what I mean? He came in there and he had a basic ass game plan for a fighter that he probably thought was straight up and down, and it backfired. And like I said, Tim Bradley, you calling Spence basic. And to my peoples that's in here, man. So, my question to y'all is, who really basic? After what we just seen on April 16th and just Saturday night, who's the more basic fighter, Canelo or Spence? And they ain't going like that. But who more basic? Who showed more to their game? You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Spence showed a jab, you know what I mean? He cut the ring, but he did more when he got there. He didn't just wing shots and gas out, you know what I mean? He kept a consistent pace. So his gas tank is a lot better than Canelo's, in my opinion. You never seen no Spence gas by about the fourth round. That dude, definitely by midway through the fight, he was spent. And a lot of them punches he was throwing was arm punches. And obviously you see it from the damage that DMITRY BIVOL had. That's the only place he had a mark at, is on his fucking arm. And one of them at that. So that just lets you know, man, Canelo was ineffective Saturday night. Brought that lazy approach into that ring with that young, undefeated young champion, and he thought he could take advantage of a kid with just 19 fights. They're the same age, but he thought he could take advantage of somebody with 19 fights and not a crazy style, and it backfired. TB, salute, bro. Appreciate you sliding through. Not just what it was. So it's like, I just want to know what's next for him, where he go from here. I don't hate on no fighters. I just call shit how I see it. That dude was lazy, and he paid the ultimate price, and he probably got to be embarrassed. He can say what he want, but I just don't think he want that rematch, especially not at 75, because I don't see you getting no stronger out of nowhere. So, you know what I mean? Unless you got some type of unfair advantage that you probably had at some point in your career. But just to be fair, I don't see you getting any stronger. I mean, even if you do make some adjustments, I just think DMITRY BIVOL will have his number, and the fact that he was unable to hurt BIVOL was shocking, was telling, man. So you can't hurt. It's just like how I feel when people go against Canelo. If you can't hurt him, you're not really going. Who going? Floyd, that's a little, unless you Floyd, and I think Floyd was able to sting him and get his respect too, but outside of that, you just haven't seen him respect too many people's power, and he just runs through people. And like I said, it's been a lazy approach where he's not really trying to win rounds. He's just trying to land shots. You know what I mean? And once he get closer, you know what I mean? He's been successful enough to be able to land those shots and get you out of there. But like I said, at some point, he was going to have to show more than that, and it backfired. This is very fundamentally sound. It's great balance and stays in great position. Return fire on the defensive high guard. Exactly. And that's why I said, so who really basic? You know what I'm saying? My boy T, salute, bro. Salute to my bro T. Yeah, man. So that's it. Like I said, who really basic? And like I said, they won't like that if they hear me saying it, but it is what it is. You could call Spence basic after the performance he just put on. What's basic about breaking somebody down? I mean, I don't know. I guess it is basic to a certain degree, but if you're gonna say it's basic, you gotta say it's very effective. You get what I'm saying? If you want to call it the basics, because he sticks to the basics very well. And what he called basic is it's like he trying to slight him instead of saying he's very technically and fundamentally sound. He want to call it basic. You see what I'm saying? And that's how you know he's taking a little shot at him. Like it's nothing basic about the way Errol Spence fights, man. That's technical and fundamentals. And to be honest, that's something that a lot of these fighters need to, take a page out of his book. And some of these motherfuckers, maybe if Canelo would have been basic, Saturday night, his ass would have won. You know what I'm saying? But want to be honest, he truly was basic and one-dimensional as fuck. And that man got more skill than what he showed last night. So that after watching that tape, he better be, disappointed in himself, because he put up a shitty ass effort. I don't care what you say. That shit was lazy, and he lucky he got the few rounds that he did get, if that. Got fucking dominated. They could say what they want. I mean, the judges got it right, even though they got it right and wrong at the same time, because the right man won for sure. But them damn scorecards was way closer than what reality was. And it's cool, long as they ain't rob them in the ultimate worst way by making it a draw or some other shit like that. So I'm glad for BIVOL. Salute to him. And like I said, after hearing that post-fight interview, he don't sound like he too ready and too willing, too excited to get back in there with that dude, especially at 75. He said he need more time. Yeah, for some reason, this dude was speaking English all up until this ass whooping. Then he get to the post-fight presser. Now he don't know how to speak English no more. Like, I'm trying to understand that. It's all good. It's all good. I'll see you in here. Yeah, man. So he get to the post-fight presser. Now all of a sudden he need a translator again. He don't understand. I thought that was funny. He don't understand the questions now. All of a sudden he's speaking Spanish again and getting somebody to translate and interpret for him. I'm like, man, this dude, something else. He was speaking good, decent English the whole time up until the ass whooping. All of a sudden he ain't kicking it no more. He ain't trying to speak no more English, no more nothing. Guess he was salty, man. It was supposed to be his night. It was supposed to be his night, and that shit backfired. Got his ass beat. But you know, like I said, what's next for him? Is he taking his ass to 68 where he got all them belts at? You know what I'm saying? As soon as I saw him speaking Spanish, I knew he was mad. Yo, facts. I said, nah, man, this dude, man. You mean to tell me all this time you've been speaking fluid English, no translator, no nothing. You damn near wasn't even asking people to repeat the question at this point. Now all of a sudden you get there and it's like you don't know nothing no more. You don't know nothing. All right, bet. All right, he definitely mad, and he ain't kicking it with niggas. Matter of fact, translator, what he say? He start looking over at dude. I'm like, this motherfucker here. I said he mad as hell. It was supposed to be his night. Supposed to be his night. I was joking earlier the other day saying they lucky if he don't change numbers on them dudes, man. He gonna mess around and change numbers on them dudes. Reynoso gonna be done. Don't be surprised he fuck around and get a whole nother trainer. They done led him astray. They told him he could beat that young man. He getting there, he got his ass handed to him, man. I'm telling you, watch. He ain't kicking it, watch. He probably changed his number. Changing the locks to the gym. I'm telling you, man, somebody getting fired. Watch, he docking somebody paying something, man. You can't tell me Canelo ain't mad. Somebody gonna get their pay doc. I'm telling you. My honey in the super chat. Put this back to your channel. Yeah, you know I will. Appreciate you. Yeah, he was hurt. He was sick, man. It was supposed to be his night. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't your night, Saturday night, buddy. You came with that weird weak shit, and that lazy ass approach, respectfully, and you got your ass handed to you, man. Nobody got to be playing no games. Told you got in there with a young stud, and he was on your ass, the same age and everything. But and you know what? A good question. I think it's fair to ask. I think it's fair to ask, like what's next? And is Eddie Reynoso really the goodest trainer as they trying to say he is? Because what adjustments did that man make? And again, man, I'm gonna keep hammering this point home because people was having fun poking, running with that basic shit with Spence. You got people like Bradley being irresponsible and running around and confusing the people and calling a man basic when he know damn well that performance was a great one. And it's gonna be hard to top. My bro was good with you.
It's my night.
It was supposed to be my night. It should have been my night.
That boy feeling move.
That boy had other plans.
That boy feelings with her. That's why he back talking Spanish. Nigga had the glasses on, start speaking Spanish.
Yo, I said this dude.
Like you said, I ain't seen that man have a translator or ask nobody to repeat a question in months.
Yo, I'm telling you, I said, and that was surprising. It got to the point where I'm like, yo, I kept hearing him speaking. I'm like, he good now. He don't need no translator, boy. That boy got beat up. Somebody had made a joke. They said, man, you can't blame him. He was probably concussed a little bit. I don't know. His forehead he did take some lumps. That shit was looking a little lumpy. And that forehead, BIVOL was punching on that, man. And he didn't stop. And it's a salute to him for being able to sustain the kind of game plan that I just felt like Canelo would have found a way to break through at some point. And I gotta salute him. I was wrong about that. I definitely thought Canelo was either gonna get him late stoppage or get him on the cards, and I was wrong about both of them. So it's cool, but like I said, it's some shit you don't mind being wrong about, and it's one of them. And I ain't hating on him, man. It's just I think now it's time. I think this loss gonna force him to answer some questions, and he gonna have some decisions to make. And like I said, I don't know. He don't sound too excited to try to get back in there at 75 because I think it was real crazy. I ain't gonna say he can't hurt him, but he didn't hurt him at all. And that's just like that's gonna get that man so much more confidence. And then when they asked him in that interview, he did speak about he's saying, like I said, he said he could make 68. Said he thinks so. He said he don't walk around too far. You know, I mean, when he was in the ring, he said he was only like 180, 183, something like that. So he said he don't be that big. So he think he can do it. He said before COVID, definitely. You know what I mean? But he said like now put a little more weight on, basically saying eating a little bit better. So, but he said he still think, it's possible. And he thought, getting the titles down there be good. So, I had to ask shit, you know what I mean? Would he dethrone his ass? Would he go to 68 and take them belts from him again in a rematch? Because like I said, it don't seem like Canelo excited about 75. And I don't know, it just didn't look like he could hurt that dude. That shit was tough for him in there. He ain't have shit to worry about. That's the first time you've seen that in a long time with a Canelo opponent where somebody just his power is just really not a factor, and it didn't matter to him. Like, and I just thought that was crazy. I thought that was nuts. I'm like, man, dang, you can't hurt this dude. What else you gonna do? And it's like the jab was missing, and like I say, all you did was literally punch this man on his arms and land a few uppercuts here or there, or a few shots here or there. But I think he landed like 84 punches total or something to like 140 something, some shit like that. And he got beat handily and convincingly. And I don't know if he's staying I don't think he's staying at 75 for sure. And I think his next fight is gonna be at 68. And I don't think it's gonna be with no old ass Triple G. And my question is just, I don't know what y'all think the chances of him fighting that dude at 68 and taking them belts from him. Because I think either weight class, I think he might have his number. He still got that lazy approach, and I think he fell in love with his power. He stopped using his jab, and he stopped using the skills that he actually do have. You know what I'm saying? The only shit that he mainly was using Saturday night was his upper body movement and head movement, because BIVOL gave him credit for that. He said he knew he was good defensively, but he said he was better than he thought. He said his upper body movement and head movement, he said the shit was good, better than he thought.
That mean he ran well. I mean he.
Mm-hmm.
That boy got his ass beat. He'll get his ass beat at 68 too.
Mm-hmm. He take his
then
ass.
Hopefully he fight Charlo Benavidez, and that be the end of him.
Yeah. And then that's why I say I think this loss gonna force it's gonna do two things. It's either gonna force him to move even more cautious or more suspect, or he gonna have to take another challenge. You know what I'm saying? Or I think he gonna get called out. I don't know, maybe at this point, because I thought what was telling too was the booing that was going on. And they damn sure wasn't booing BIVOL. I didn't get the feel that that's who they was booing. I felt like they was booing his ass. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they might be getting tired of your shit too. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, nigga, you fought this dude. Nobody was asking you to fight this dude respectfully, and you went and fought him anyway. So it's like, all right. I mean, now you got to take what come with that. And you took a loss and some booze to go with that loss. So it's like, now what you do from here? Because I was joking before, but like I said, this shit gonna force him to do two things. He either gonna move funny, or he gonna fight somebody that we want to see him fight. Because he can't fight John Ryder like I was joking like he might do. And I hope he really don't do no shit like that. But he gonna have to fight somebody, I think, now. Because you just fought BIVOL. It's like, what you gonna do now? Go backwards? Canelo, you 61 fights in. You don't need no tune up. You don't need no tune up. Get your ass right back in the fire.
He jumping over BIVOL, he lose again. His career suicide.
Yeah, and I just don't see him. I definitely, if they do rematch, I just don't see it at 75. Cause and then on top of that, BIVOL already saying like for that to happen, they already got to renegotiate. Basically, like, all right, he was willing to take the the whatever it is because he's like it was the opportunity, but he was like, nah, like he beat you and he still got his belt. He like, nah, you gotta treat me a little different now. And we already know Canelo like all as many advantages as possible, all around the board. So it's like, would he have some more say so again at 68, being that he hold all them belts? So would it be smart for him to even attempt that fight to get him somewhere where he should be more comfortable in weight? Maybe for the people that's using that as the excuse. And that's why his coach was saying he ain't trying to hear that because Beaver is not a big dude. And Beaver was saying he weighed maybe 180 to 183 on fight night against Canelo. So we know shit. Canelo was weighing more than that when he was competing at 154. And that's a fact. There was people saying he was walking around 190 something, almost 200. So that weight shit is out. But like I said, if he just for what it's worth, do he just want to give himself a better chance, and do he feel more comfortable attempting to fight that man at 68? Because I don't think that much is going to change as far as how the fight play out. I don't think so. I just think think he got the size and the skill set and the dimensions to just beat that dude. And I don't like, you know what I'm saying? If Canelo take more risks, I could see him getting clipped more and possibly stopped if dude go to his body more, because he was going to his body, but sparingly. He wasn't doing it how he was supposed to be doing. Like Crush was saying, man, he was yelling it when it was happening. If he would have went to that dude body more, it's a real good chance he could have got a stoppage, because this is the first time in a long time we seen Canelo kind of what's the word you want to say, buzzed a couple times.
Nah,
He was hurt something a couple times in that fight at least. Like it's sometimes you can really look at the fight and say, yeah, he getting clipped up, like, and he looked like that. Like I said, that power looked like it was bothering him, and that's exactly what he mentioned twice. And I was paying attention. That's why I keep saying that. I heard him mention power 2 different occasions in that little interview after the fight. I'm like, the one where you still in the ring. I'm like, yeah, you mentioning that dude. He could punch, huh? Punch a little bit better than you thought. You probably seen. I'm telling you, seen him 11 knockouts. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude ain't punching like that. You know what I'm saying? And he got 19 fights. I got one. And he a champion, so he gonna make it so you can't complain. You know what I'm saying? He gonna say you're undefeated champion. So it's like, good. Well, get in there with him, and you got in there with him, and you showed nothing. Crush was good, bro.
Not much, man. I'm chilling.
We know we had that. It was only right to at least speak on this one more time, and then let it the rest. But like I said, man, is it 68? Is that rematch possible? And like I said in the title, who really basic after what we just seen April 16th and then last Saturday? Who really the basic fight? Tim Bradley, who really showed how basic they are by coming in there with a limited ass game plan, and he got a little more skill than what he showed, but he wanted to fall in love with his power, and it finally backfired on him.
That nigga got comfortable. He lost the boxing skills he did have. He lost them because he ain't been using them. If you got hops as a basketball player and you stop playing basketball, you start working out, you lose your hops. He lost his ability. You know what I mean? Boxing ain't as easy as riding a bike. You can't just pick this shit up. You know what I mean? You gotta do its repetition. And he didn't basically forgot how to throw a jab. You know what I mean? The man don't box. He couldn't even do what he did to Triple G in this fight, which was rely on his boxing ability, because his gas tank failed to him to where he couldn't even use his legs to box. He couldn't even pump a jab. He could barely throw his hands at the end of this round, y'all. Like, it's like he ain't been doing nothing. I think he been faking all these workouts, to be real with you. I know what the man look like. And his arms got tired, bro. He just didn't want to throw no more punches. He couldn't throw no more punches. Legs couldn't move. He was throwing all arm punches. Legs couldn't move. He could barely stand up, bro. That means you ain't been working out. You dog tired. Ain't no way you box every day. You work out every day and you be dog tired like that in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Before the goddamn ninth round,
It is hard.
it ain't like you a big dude. You a small dude. You ain't no heavyweight. You a small dude.
Mm-hmm.
Getting tired in the fifth round,
Mm-hmm.
the fourth round. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You was unprepared for that fight. I think you thought you was getting there with a man that was gonna lay down.
Yep. That you was gonna be able to break his will with them, with that inexperience and with your experience. You was gonna be able to. I really think that's what he was banking on, his experience over this dude and his power. And he overestimated his power because of that confidence, that false confidence, as I like to call it, that he got from that Kovalev when fighting a dude on a quick turnaround and pretty much at the end of his career, just not the same dude no more. So and the fight that he just fought before that, when he would have got knocked out in that if Yard didn't shoot his, shoot his load. You know what I mean? He fucking blew his gas tank, and to me, he was more tired than he was hurt. That was a classic example of that. He looked like he's just too tired to make it, and Kovalev was able to knock him out because of that. But he got that false confidence when he knocked Kovalev out. Probably thought, hey, I could go in here. This dude got less fights. He ain't got the experience. He's a champion. They ain't going to be able to complain about this fight. That's why I say, is it a trade pick going wrong? Because it's not me or us that's calling BIVOL a cherry. We respected his fight game, but it's in their eyes, I'm pretty sure they seen food, or what they thought was food. And I just think they got surprised. And they could quit all that Eddie Reynoso, great trainer bullshit, man. And man, they make not one adjustment. For 12 rounds. How the fuck are you the face of boxing and you ain't make an adjustment for 12 rounds, man? Kill that shit. Kill it, yo. Ain't no fucking way, bro. 12 rounds straight. You ain't doing what adjustment you made. You ain't make an adjustment. You fought the same way every round. It's like BIVOL damn near wanted to laugh at you. He's in there having a good time jabbing you. You like, oh, this dude want to throw power punches, and then after a certain amount of rounds, he ain't even strong no more. Oh, I bet. I got him.
I knew something was off with him when he came out that first round. He was throwing out them wild ass hooks.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, why you throwing these wild ass? You not finna hit him with this shit. You tell he was just trying to scare him. I'm like, bro, you trying to intimidate this big ass dude? This big ass dude not scared of you.
Yeah, and it ain't working, bro. He ain't even worried about your power. That shit was getting crazy for him. And you know what? It's funny because when I was watching, I started watching. I'm inches away from the screen. I ain't say nothing until about the 5th round, yo. I ain't want to say nothing. But once that 5th round was over, I said, man, I don't know what people seeing already early, but there ain't no way. I see this dude getting beat up right now. I see it, and I see it clear. I ain't want to say nothing until I seen a certain amount of rounds, until I felt for sure. I'm like, the tone of this fight, this dude losing. He ain't making no adjustment. He keep going out there trying to do the same shit, and it's not working. He getting beat up. And I enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, I did. Y'all out here calling big fish basic, but you can't make an adjustment for 12 rounds against a fighter that some of your fan base was calling a Euro bum and shit like that. And that's why I tell you all the time, man, when you knock the fighter that the opponent, the fighter you support, when you knock his opponent and you discredit him, you really saying even less about the fighter you rocking with. It's just simply put, because if that's a bum, then you can't brag about the win when he beat him. And then when he lose, it's twice as bad because you didn't give that man the proper credit going in. Now, y'all King Nello, as y'all was calling him God Nello, I was saying some weird shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Grown ass men calling this dude God Nello? And then go out there and get beat by BIVOL. You know what I'm saying? DMITRY. Go out there and get beat by a dude named DMITRY. You know what I'm saying? God Nello. Never heard no shit like that in my life. Talk about these dudes be real life man fans. Yeah, I had to put that up there because he didn't call my boy basic.
Canelo, Spence.
What y'all think about Montana Love?
Oh man, He laid
to
an egg.
slow. You need to slow down. Like no, you need to.
No, I
Slow
wasn't letting him off the hook. We got to be honest. Can't act like he had no fight.
He
He
laid
need
an
to
egg.
cool it now, like no addition. That's what he need to do. He moving too soon. He gonna go right back to music, bro.
Dang. And you know it's funny? Salute to everybody that watched my video. That shit hit a K too. The Montana Love video. So appreciate that whoever tuned in and watched that joint. Bruce, salute Bruce.
He like Chris. He need to slow down. He need to get in better shape. His body looks soft. The last fight, you know what I mean? He looked real. Like he looks soft. We need to move up. So I think he need to fight at 147 or something. It's something ain't right with him.
Montana.
Yeah.
Because he look a little like big, right? Like
he looks soft, like not soft like him.
I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And it's like you got the physique, but it's something missing there. It's like I don't know if you making the weight the best way is what I'm thinking, because you hit it spot on. He was 140 exactly. So it's like, I know you didn't. You could probably try to say you did that on purpose, but you get what I'm saying? When dudes really be in shape, it'd be like that 1.5 or 2 pound range under some shit like that, and you know they in shape. He just made it type shit, like spot on. And I'm like, with him having that issue in some of these fights, like where he missing weights, and then that last one, what was it, like almost 4 pounds over? That's bogus, yo. You can't be almost 4 pounds over, dude. That's crazy. You can't do no shit like that, yo. And then you come in, and when he got knocked down, to me, it just seemed like you're seeing a different fighter. And I don't want to knock him too soon, but I just gotta call out. I see it. You look like you was bothered a lot by that power. I don't know what it was, or that knockdown just shook him up. It looked like he was being extra cautious. I seen him still in there trying to go for it in spots, because he had to do that. You gotta fight back, but he didn't look confident. He looked more so like, timid in there. And that's what I seen, especially since the knockdown. Like, cause didn't he knock dude down too? I think they both got knockdowns, but he got knocked down second, I believe. I could have swore that's what it was. And he just ain't look too good after that knockdown. Looked like it shook him up more than it should have. Certain fighters, they get hit, get dropped, and they start fighting harder. He fought more safe and cautious. Like, when I felt like he probably could have did more. You know what I'm saying? Some people calling him trash. They writing him off already. I ain't gonna do that, but he gotta tighten up for sure, because he got an L coming, because you're in the right division and you got smoke there at 140. So, and I forget what name it was attached. Yeah, like a Teofimo Focus would have probably beat you. You know what I mean? That night, on the night. So they was attaching his name to him like a Zepeda, one of them dudes, Ramirez, any of them dudes. Like, he gonna have a tough time if he don't tighten up. Because I see the skill set, but I'm telling you, man, ever since they said that, more recently about Earl knowing the secret that people don't want to fight, I just can't help to think that every time I watch a fight now, I'm kind of looking for that aspect. And what I'm starting to see is when certain dudes get touched, I get it. Like, you ain't trying to get, you try to get knocked out, but you can't just automatically go into like survival mode almost. It's like it's not full on survival mode because you still fighting back, but it's like it's real timid now. Your approach, it ain't with confidence no more. You could just see it. You could see the performance, it just changed. It's like, all right, he got hit. Now he a little, a little iffy. He not sure himself. Some of the punches he throwing is like, you throwing hoping to land instead of throwing knowing you gonna land. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it get different.
Yo. Huh? Oh, shit. What?
So that's what I seen with Montana Love, man. I still rock with him. I ain't gonna.
Montana got to get his shit out of the way, right, man. He half stepped.
Yeah, something going on, because it's something that's lacking, and we ain't knocking him. It's just something we see. It's something that ain't all the way where it could be at, and we ain't asking too much of you. Like, you know what I mean? you want to be what we think you know what I mean. We know what you're trying to be, and you got the potential to get there if you mentally locked in. And I need to know, like, are you doing too much outside of the ring? You get what I'm saying? Because he got other shit going on. And, you know, I know how that is. You know, he got his hands at other shit, salon and shit like that. I believe he got some shit going on. So, you know, I understand that to a certain degree, but I think something missing in his training or something like that. It gotta be. And I think he gotta tighten that up. And you know what I mean? Especially if you want to stay undefeated and keep winning, because he escaped. You got some people crying robbery. I don't know if I want to say that, but I just know that performance was a little iffy. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't his best for sure. So
I think he lost that jump.
Yeah, think so?
Yeah, I think he lost that jump.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I trust your eye. If you seen something in him, you feel like he took that L. Yeah. Because I hear some people saying that they like, man, he's just showing us.
If he had did the guy the way the guy did him, I most definitely would have said that they robbed Montana Love.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
But I don't think it was a robbery though. But
you've seen the case for the other guy, basically, too. That's fair. And that's what I'm saying. Those level of guys, I'm not knocking these dudes, but let's just call it what it is. You know, you got some dudes that his name is bigger than their talent, and then you got some dudes who talent actually match their name. And you got some dudes at 35 who talent actually match the size of their name, if you get what I'm saying. So it's like you think about competing up against those dudes. You get what I'm saying? That's where you aiming to go, like with the top. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you got to tighten up if you think you're gonna compete with those dudes at that level. And I remember somebody had brought that up about the Tank shit in the sparring. They like, man, I don't know, that was just sparring. And I'm like, man, yeah, people always say that, but I don't know. It's just the way the sparring look. Like it looked like if he put the heat on you, you ain't gonna be able to deal with it. I just seen a dude drop you that ain't like a known puncher like Tank is, and it's like, yo, if he shake you and you just decide you want to be safe, you're getting put to sleep. I can put my money on it I don't have. I always say shit like that. I'll be 1,000,000% sure you get cracked and dropped. And now you want to go into part-time like survival mode, just throw punches here and there to kind of keep him away and try to show him I'm fighting, but I ain't as confident no more, where you could clearly see somebody confidence shaking. You fool, man. That's just as good as blood in the water and it's Tank the Shark, bro. Like you fighting like that. And I always use him as the example because, you know, I'm glad Montana Love didn't do it as of recently. He don't seem to be one of those clout chasing dudes, but you know, a lot of people use Tank name, so he is the bar to some degree at 35. And you know, or Dev another one. But if you want to compete against those dudes at that level, you definitely can't afford to be being shaky against these lesser dudes. That's all. And it's not just the name, it's just like it is what it is. Like I don't think Tank would have struggled with a dude like him. I don't think so personally. So it's like or Dev wouldn't have struggled with a dude like him. G5, my bro, salute, man. Appreciate you for sliding through.
I think he back.
You cut out, bro. And salute to Ashley's Corner for dropping that news. She said they looking for Tank to fight Michelle Rivera next after Roly or sometime next year.
All right, give me a second. All right, okay. Give me a second.
Salute to Ashley's Corner for dropping that one.
All right, give me a second.
Watch her video. She Tank. What y'all think about that? Tank fighting Michelle Rivera next year.
That's a good fight.
AKA Ali.
Shit, I gotta go back.
Little Ali. Yeah, I think so too.
That must mean he gonna stay over there with PBC then.
Something, right? Got to, if they talking about fights already for him, like
they probably gonna do them like they doing Asian Broner and Boots and Floyd, how they did Floyd. Broner and Boots.
Well, I say whatever makes Tank happy, makes the most sense, and keeps the peace between all of them. I'm in support of that, whatever that may
Even
be.
if he leave TMT, he still can work with Al Heyman.
Exactly, and it shouldn't be no issues. That man should just be able. You get what I'm saying? It shouldn't be nobody trying to, you know what I mean, hate on him and none of that corny shit. Just let that man do what that man do. You know what I'm saying? Let him rock out, do what he gonna do, man. I wouldn't mind that fight. I mean, it's a good fight because dude got some real skill. Michelle Rivera could fight. So
Yeah,
he'll make that an interesting fight. But I'm just not picking against Tank. I don't give a fuck.
it'll be a boxing match.
That dude definitely gonna bring it, and I know he is.
Tank could probably knock him out though, but if he can't, though, it's gonna be good. It's gonna get good.
Yes, sir. Because that dude he's gonna have a height, reach advantage. He got some speed, and he got some pop on his punches as well. So he'll be able to make Tank respect him from a boxing standpoint, I believe. But that big question always remains: what happened when Tank cracked you? Because he got that shit that they was looking for in Wakanda, that vibranium. That's what Tank got in his gloves. It's just natural. It's legal though. He got legal bombs in his gloves. I always say nobody that weigh 130 something anything pounds should be punching people that hard. Like that shit almost ain't even fair. People can say what they want. Say what you want. Say what you will. If you can avoid that power, then avoid it. But if you can't, good fucking luck. Everything Tank been through in his, what is Tank, 27, 28? One of them 27. Everything he been through in them 27 years, he put into them punches when he be punching dudes in their face. I'm telling you. And it'd be no different. That's why I just can't wait to May 28th. But sooner than that, we got our boy Mel, man, which I did. Did you do a prediction video, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, earlier.
Yeah, I could have swore I watched it.
Yeah. I got Mel UD and
UD,
decisive UD, decisive UD.
I was
UD.
I had checked Kano. Salute to Kano. I checked his joint out too, and he was saying he think if I'm not mistaken, he said Castano was in a groove. He caught a groove that night, and had a hell of a performance. And he said that if I'm not misquoting him, he think it's gonna be hard for him to get to that level again. And I could agree with that because I was saying something similar to that. Like sometimes you just have a great performance, and it's like it's damn near perfect. But then even what your version of damn near perfect is still not enough to beat that dude. And then when we look at the other guy's performance, it was way less than perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he himself kind of mentioned he felt like Charlo was about 70% of himself. He said he just don't feel like he was able to offer, 100% of himself that night for whatever reason. And he in a rematch, he could see that, shit being different. And I believe he had picked Charlo late TKO, 11th round TKO, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm like, yeah. I could see him stopping him late because he said not with Castano not laying down though. He ain't gonna lay down, and of course he ain't. But I could see it because it's like the main adjustments I think for Charlo is just keeping your back off the ropes. You know what I'm saying, not letting that man or not allowing yourself, not giving that to him. Just don't be there. You know what I'm saying? Because when the fight is in the center of the ring or anywhere other than with your back against the ropes. It seemed like it was your fight, so that was like a tale of two halves, two different. You know what I mean? It's like when Castano had most of his success, he was having Charlo against the ropes or putting him on the back foot, either back against the ropes or having him on the back foot. You know what I'm saying? And a couple times, Charlo was able to fight up out of that, but I just think in a rematch he want to limit even being on the ropes, if at all, and he definitely don't want to allow Castano to back him up. He needed to be the boss in the ring, as like Derek James was telling him. you back him up. Don't let him back you up. I mean, and keep your back off the rope, shit like that. And I think if he would have listened to Derrick James, if he had applied exactly what Derrick James was telling him when he was telling him to make the adjustments, I think it would have even been a need for a rematch. You know what I'm saying? He possibly would either won decisively or won clean enough, or possibly got a stoppage. Because we seen since he got with Derrick James, his confidence, man, is just different. You know what I'm saying? His confidence and his power is different, and rightfully so. He's been able to hurt and knock out most people under Derrick James. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like I've been speaking on it lately, it ain't false confidence though. You know what I'm saying? It's confidence based off the results he getting in the ring. So it ain't like he ain't knocking people out and he keep talking about how he do it. You know what I'm saying? He actually do be getting some highlight reel type knockouts. So I can see I'm definitely rolling with Charlo in a rematch for sure. I could say it both ways, honestly. I don't know what I'm gonna pick yet. I think I'm gonna do a prediction video too, so I don't even know which way I'm gonna go. But I definitely could see it. A unanimous decision, like you saying, him making it more decisive, just making them little simple adjustments. Or like Kano said, I would factor in the fact that he was able to hurt him a few times in the first fight. I think if he able to have more success early on and limit, the spots, some of the spots where Castaño had success in the first fight, if you're able to limit some of those spots in the rematch, I could see him having enough success to pull off a late stoppage, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He's just gonna have to start early and his game plan and approach gonna have to be consistent because we all know Castaño ain't gonna lay down. He like to throw punches.
And I think he gonna get in a little trouble this time trying to walk through Jermell shit. I think Jermell will be able to land his shit a little better after being in there with him once. After already been in there with him, he go back to shoot his shit off a little better, I think, in this fight. Yeah. I don't think he go necessarily stop Castaño, but I think he go back to touch him rather easy.
Yeah. And again, like, see, I could agree with that. But see, the thing is, for me, why I said a potential stoppage, because for me, if he able to do exactly that, that's what I think he gonna need to do, like to get the stoppage. You get what I'm saying? It's gonna have to be a performance where you touching him early and often enough, like how you was just saying. He gonna have to be doing that for him to even have a chance of getting a knockout. But I could see why you know what I mean, you picking it to go the distance, because dude tough as hell. He tough. I'm saying, and he gonna fight back. And if Charlo stop him, he definitely gonna have to earn it. But if he get a stoppage, I think that's mad impressive, man. And I think it's safe to say that dude do way better in rematches, because he's to this point he only had the one, I believe. So it's like, let's wait to see what this rematch hold to say what he do in rematches. But if he's able to get a stoppage, I think it'd be safe to say, just start saying if Jermell Charlo got a rematch, he gonna fuck you up. Because he knocked out Harrison in they rematch. And I know Castaño ain't Harrison, but I'm just saying, if that's a sign that he's just gonna be one of those guys that perform even better in the rematch. And that's to Kano point. See, I could see that too, because that's what I was looking at it like. He had a real good performance that first fight, a real good one, and it's like we know how hard it is to repeat that. I don't want to count him out because he did it once, so I ain't saying like it's impossible for him to do it again, but it's gonna be tough for him to repeat a performance like that, if not better. And you got to think, just being technical, like even that performance is only enough to get him a draw, and he fought like probably the best fight of his life. You know what I'm saying? And the biggest fight of his life. So it's like, if you don't repeat at least that, and Jermell coming there any better than what he did, which I just expect him to, because I expect him to learn from that and make some adjustments like a real champion. I see it being the rematch being tougher for Castaño than Charlo, because basically what I'm saying is I think that was the best version of Castaño. I think so. And we know from the looks of it, at least from the outside looking in, that wasn't the best version of Charlo. I think it's fair to say that. But if he come out and have similar performance, then I guess we're gonna have to say the first one was what it was then. But like I said, I just expect him to do better. And Derrick James is a hell of a trainer, so gotta throw that in there. They're gonna find it. They're gonna find a game plan to get the job done. My bad, chime over here. Rolling this blunt up. But yeah, man. Like I said, I had to come kick it with y'all real quick. Like I said, I know everybody's seen the fight, so we know the judges got it right to a certain degree. Right man won. Just want to see where Canelo go from here.
Yeah.
Because like I said, he got them belts, so I know he's gonna want to defend them, and I don't see him wanting to. I just don't see him wanting to risk another loss at 75, like at this point, because I think it's only gonna get tougher from here. You know what I'm saying?
Now, if they gonna fight again, it's most definitely gonna be a 168. Canelo said after the fight he want to go to 68. BIVOL said he want to go to 68.
Mm-hmm. So I just don't see no reason why. You get what I'm saying? Why it can't happen. You know what I'm saying? He gonna have to do something, and I think it only makes sense. Like we gonna see exactly where he at, because he took a rough one, man. He got his ass beat up. He got beat up handily, and this was the first fight in a long time. Like I said, I just didn't see him able to affect the dude with his power. You know what I mean? Like, of course, he had something to, you know what I mean? He respected it to some degree, BIVOL did, but you just seen a moment in the fight where it's like, all right, this dude, well, he's not being overly defensive. Like, he just doing enough. Like, you get what I'm saying? And it's not Canelo's power is not causing him to throw less punches, is what I'm saying. His game plan was executed, I think, to a T, exactly the way he kind of seen it. And you know what I'm saying? He damn near had a perfect fight, almost. You know what I'm saying? In ways like he never was in any danger. He never really got hit with anything that's too crazy. And then when he did, he like took it and just kept going. It didn't slow him down, didn't shake him, didn't rattle him. No point in the fight. Like, how many Canelo opponents can you say made it out the fight that clean? Lara did a hell of a job against him. And he landed less headshots on Lara than he did BIVOL. And look at the damage he still was able to do to Lara by cutting him once he split his guard with the uppercut. I seen him have that same moment against BIVOL. And at that moment, I don't know what round that was, but I know y'all remember it because Canelo hit him with a flush uppercut. He kind of split his guard. I believe it was a right uppercut, clean. Man, I was look at BIVOL and I'm like, yo, this dude, he ain't even shaking by, like, it didn't even, like, I was like, all right, that, like, it was nothing. It was just like regular shit. And I'm like, even when he hit Lara, you seen Lara get on his bike for a quick second because he split his eye too. He had cut him. He got on his bike for a quick second before he got back to it. But BIVOL was just like nothing for him. And I'm like, yo, usually it's the person not being able to hurt Canelo and him being able to close the gap at some point and get you out of there, how he did Caleb Plant, Billy Joe. He just wasn't able to do that with a bigger dude than BIVOL. And I guess how people said, that was a true 75-pounder, but so was Kovalev. But like I said, I guess it's just he was faded and BIVOL was not. And he took that fast turnaround and he did himself no favors doing that. He got demolished. So let me guess, T, you want to get in the ring with Canelo 2.5? Shoot.
You one of the main dudes I'm talking about, dog.
He got to pay us more than that, baby girl. T, she said you want to get in the ring. Canelo 2.5. Hell no, triple that. Yeah, triple that.
Canelo. Matter of fact, 2.5. Yeah, I do.
Get paid.
Yeah, I do it.
Mm-hmm. And in the contract, we get to jump him on some WWE shit out of nowhere. We get to just run out the crowd, me, Crush, D3, all the fellas. We get to just do that.
If we jump his ass, we can double up.
We get the WWE his ass since he jumping all type of weight classes and shit. We get to just, you know what I'm saying, put hands. Nah, respect to that dude. Like I said, I think this loss, yo, realistically, it's gonna make him go one or two ways. I don't think it's in between for him. I think you're gonna play it extra safe now out of fear of losing again, not of the opponent, not fear of the opponent, just not wanting to lose again, or you really gonna say, you know what? Like how his approach was against Golovkin, that first fight was safe. The second one was like, yo, I'm coming right at you. If his approach to the game is like that, I can respect it. I just hope that's what it do. That's why I'm really glad that he lost, because I felt like it had put some other pressure on him. And I didn't even speak on that part, but I feel like it's gonna make him do one or two things. You're either gonna play it extra safe and try to go fight a John Ryder type dude or Macabos. Nah. I don't even think you're gonna play with your weight again like that. I think he's taking his ass back to 68. But like I said, I think it's gonna force him to either play it extra safe, and I think people might really be tired of his shit. You get what I'm saying? Like the lack of buzz for this fight and shit like that. You gotta think the talk really is to win. It ain't about no numbers or none of that. That's if you think on any other fight, when it's Spence, one of the biggest talks, they want to try to outshine the performance by trying to say the numbers is low. In this case, it's different people involved there. You don't hear the numbers get brought up at all. It's about the results and then the excuses after the results. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't think that's a coincidence that it's like that. You know what I mean? They ain't trying to take nothing from this performance. They just saying he dared to be great. And they almost saying that, and it's pissing me off a little bit, because I could get that and to a certain degree, but y'all making it seem like he never fought at 75. I don't give a fuck if he did it one time. He did it already. I don't care. He be running around playing with his weight and all that type of shit. Nah, I don't care. He did it already. Don't try that dare to be great shit. Then y'all now all of a sudden, I ain't know the masses felt like BIVOL was their best at 75. I swear I didn't. I know they felt like he had a belt and he was good, but I ain't feel like that's what people were saying would better be at there. I felt like that was the safer choice, because he got that devastating power and he could box with it. And he's just like a mauler. So it's like now, of course, you would think one of the narratives is that BIVOL, he went and fought the most skilled guy at 75, the best. You know what I'm saying? Is y'all want to say that because it's like it didn't work in your favor, so that would make him look less bad if he went and actually fought somebody that could fight. 3 rounds, yeah. Canelo and them body shots is something else. So you've been paying attention. If you bringing up catch weights a little bit, that's good. You starting to pay attention. And what the catch weight is, huh? Not to say that Andre has the same style as BIVOL, but I think he could definitely take something from the game plan with his attributes. Definitely. And I seen who was that? Charlo tweet. He said it was supposed to be him in there and shit like that. And then I seen Andre tweet some things or post some stuff on his IG story. So they definitely was glued in. They definitely seen what happened. And this fight right here, the outcome, and like you said, you ain't saying they got the same style. Me neither, but I think this outcome just kind of, make our point how we've been saying there's just certain styles that he's staying away from. He's not scared of any fighter. I just don't think that he fought Floyd. Like I don't think you're scared of nobody, but I think you get to this level being scared. But I think when it comes to those dudes, he just rather avoid the styles altogether, and he putting the business before, I guess, to a sense, before the entertainment aspect. Like, you know what I mean? That all that legacy and shit like that go last when it comes to those dudes. Like, and he find other reasons not to have to fight them. And like I said, I think it's real crazy that Andre is going to be competing in his 3rd division where Canelo was at, and then them two never had a fight. That's something right there that should be called out. If not nobody else, this man been in 3 divisions where you was at. He's doing all this weight jumping. He been in 3 of them bitches where you at. Respectfully, and you're not going to get this dude a shot, and he's still undefeated. Let's say they get the Zach Parker, he get him out the way. That's not a realistic fight. Why is it not? This man been in 3 divisions with you and ain't lost yet. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what the fuck he be doing. And it's like, all right, you got the BIVOL. That still wasn't what we asked for. So just because you lost don't mean you get to pick a bullshit fight in your next fight. Don't mean you get to do that. It don't mean you get to do that. Ain't nobody tell you to go fucking with that man up there. And wasn't nobody asking you to go fuck with that dude, that Russian dude like that. Nobody asked you to bother that man. He was up there doing his thing at 75. You should have left his ass alone. Fought somebody we wanted to see you fight. But nah, you want to try to dupe the fans and make it seem like it's about legacy and talking about you daring to be great, like you never fought at 75 before. You know what I'm saying? And you lost. And again, regardless of the result, we didn't fucking ask for that. Yeah, it was funny that you lost. Yeah, because you know what you was doing. So now that don't mean you get to pick a bullshit fighter in your next fight. You already seen a lack of buzz around this fucking fight. So the last thing you need to do is go take another bullshit fight. And I ain't saying this was a bullshit fight, but what I am saying is I'm speaking for us, I think, safely when I say we didn't ask you to go fight him. We wasn't thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? Dare to be great, my ass. The fans do what the fans, that's daring to be great. Fight them dudes around your division. That's just as much greatness as going up there and losing to him. What the fuck? They in your division. And they undefeated young champions. Just don't understand this dude. I don't understand how he think. And I don't get it. But again, man, he gonna have to do something. Cause that like I said, this law is gonna force him to do two things: either play it extra safe and be business minded and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be an asshole and fight the safe fights until I retire, or I'm just gonna fight the people, the fighters that the people want to see me fight, and that's just win, lose, or draw. And I hope that's what his approach is. I hope he just like, you know what, I already lost twice, fuck it. I just hope that's what he do, and he's, you know what I mean. And nah, he don't gotta fight Spence. He ain't gotta fight Spence in no catch weight, but you could fight the dudes that's in your division. There's more than enough smoke for you there. That's just that's my take on Canelo. So hopefully his next move is with a fighter we want to actually see him in there with. You know, and I ain't knocking I ain't knocking BIVOL. He gave us a hell of a performance. He dominated that man. You know what I mean? It's, even though that's only the second loss technically on the record, you know, Floyd still beat him the best in my opinion, and then right after that is BIVOL. So that's it for him. And like I said, man, that if you ain't learned nothing else from that performance, and you sat there and watched it, a dominant performance in fucking Errol Spence, and then you see how Canelo approached his fight, you can never tell me Spence is more basic than Canelo. So if there's anybody that you calling basic, it should be the dude that motherfuckers is allowing to be called the face of boxing. Meanwhile, handpicking opponents with significantly less experience than him, and then fighters that people are not asking to see you fight. And then having shit to say, and people come to your rescue when we just asking you to fight somebody that you got a 50-50 chance of beating at the worst. So it's like, miss me with that shit. And when they make excuses for why this dude not fighting people, I don't understand it. Because you can't have it both your way. You can't be the face and don't want to do the shit that somebody. What was Floyd doing? At least he was fighting champions. When he was picking the opponents, they was champions. I'm saying, look at the time that he fought a Maidana, because I see people that say, well, he fought Maidana twice. I even hear people say Maidana was a bum. So it was like, but you gotta look at when he fought him. When he was coming off one of the biggest wins of his career. He wasn't undefeated, but under him, it was since him and Robert Garcia was together. I think he ain't lost the fight till he ran into Floyd, and then he retired after that second. But my point is, when he was the face, he moved accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Whether you want to say he picked his opponents or not, he at least picked matches that was credible. And he wasn't weight jumping and fighting the weakest motherfucker possible at times. And going on the whole, I mean, they complain about him fighting the Latino fighters, but I think a lot of that was more for money. Like he did call himself Money May. I think a lot of that is, you know what I mean? Early on, it was more legacy defining type shit. I think later on, certain fighters is more, for business than legacy, to be fair. But they still was credible opponents. Unlike what Cinnamon Clitoris doing. You know what I'm saying? So that shit they doing ain't the same. Salute to him, but not quitting, getting his ass beat. Hopefully we see him at 68. Like I said, if they rematch, that's cool. Hopefully it's at 68. And I think he'll be able to dethrone his ass and take his belts. That shit gonna hurt even worse. That shit gonna hurt even worse if he rematch him. Like I said, I don't see him doing it at 75. And if any of us watch these fights, like I said, you know who was basic and who wasn't. But shit, I don't want to keep y'all in here too long, man. Y'all fellas, y'all got anything to add, or y'all want to say something before I close out?
Oh man, not much, man. I tell you one thing, I ain't in the best of moods today, but other than that, I'm waiting for this motherfucking weekend to see what's
Mm-hmm.
gonna happen. You gonna see what's gonna happen with Mel and Castano. I wish him the best. I think the outcome of the fight should be a little different. Mel go in there, stay calm, be cool, listen to his fucking trainer. Should work out better for him. Um, I'm 50-50 far as if you're gonna get a knockout or not. Still depends on how Castano come. Maybe Mel switch up, maybe a little too effective for Castano. Maybe Castano could come with something different, or maybe he can't do no more than what he did in the first fight, and that might be the case. And this when it comes to show how your what your corner is working with too. You know how to come with something else other than the last thing that you was pretty much successful with. Most likely you might not be able to do that the second time around. So that's the interesting thing for me. Is he gonna come in with the same approach? Because I know like I said, Mel will be a little more focused. And Mr. Trainer of the Year, who I call Derek James, you know, he done cooked up a nice little recipe. So Mel just got to be that kid that listen. And we'll see what Castano come with. To be honest with you, I don't think they're gonna have a different plan. I could be wrong, but I wish him Mel the best. So as far as a victory, I'm pretty sure I give him an 85-15% chance of winning. Far as a TKO or a knockout, I'm gonna go 50-50 with that. As far as Boots and Custio Clayton, I expect Boots to come out on top. People, I am not coming down on Clayton. I don't have a problem with him, but I'm just that confidence in Javon Ennis that he gonna put his thing down. Once again, it's not taking nothing away from Clayton. You know, maybe he'll be able to last, or maybe he might wind up on his ass back. Either way, I'm rooting for that victory. Either way, for Boots, no matter if the man Clayton is still standing or if he gonna be on his ass back. I'm bullshitting, y'all. I want him on his ass back. um, Other than that, man, that's it. And I guess the roasting the peanut gallery gang / the juice crew is the sweet as they say, you know, in the media, you know, far as the news. I guess it's sweet for this motherfucker all week, which he well deserved. This is what you get when you falsify someone as being the face of boxing. Now they have became the face of boxing, and not in a way that his fans and admirers and fanboys will want him to be vision as the face of boxing. So since y'all been putting out that false narrative, there you go. He's the face of boxing with his face right in between the ass cheek of a mule. So there it is. So he's the jackass face of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Loaded meat eater #1. He's the Big Daddy King of the Juice Crew. You see what I'm saying? Motherfucking goddamn Coogee Rap got his ass beat last week. Master Ace and the rest of them motherfuckers, you know, they been going. So, you know, it's trimming down. The juice house is burning down. The sad thing about it, when you set that bitch on fire, you can't get no aroma from it and get a nice little buzz off it. All that goddamn lean gonna go to motherfucking waste. It ain't working no more. So these guys better get at it, get natural, get the fuck out of the way. Because when you got guys out here that's doing it the natural way, and a lot of guys are aware that people are cheating and stuff like that, it's a gladiator sport. They're gonna try to kill your ass, which they should, because the bitch ass shouldn't be cheating if you don't have confidence in yourself. So that's all I got to say, man. Shit.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. For those who still in here, if y'all ain't subscribed, man, subscribe to my brother Yoda Wise Crush. Hey, T, you still there? You got close it out. You got something left on it? No, I ain't gonna keep y'all too long.
Nah, man, I'm shit. Man, I say this been a long time coming, man. He been trying to, you know, set up his fights, you know, give himself the best chance to win instead of, you know, necessarily fighting the best guys. This time he was getting to a point where it was getting hard for him to avoid good people. So he had to take, you know, who he thought was, you know, the worst out of, you know, good people. He just ran into somebody shit who was good. I think he really thought this guy was gonna lay down for him. He didn't lay down. He ain't lay down for him at all. Like he wasn't overwhelmed by because he was fighting Canelo. And I think when Canelo saw that he couldn't overwhelm this dude, it was a wrap. You know what I mean? 15-13 is a joke too. I think that's a joke for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah, we got beat handily, convincingly. The right man won. The judges got it right and wrong at the same time. The right man won, but the scorecard is 115, 113, way too close. That man lost at least 9 or 10 rounds. In my book, I'll give him 3 just to be fair. You know what I mean? 9-3 is very a convincing loss. I don't think he taking his ass back into the rematch at 75 based on how uncertain they sounded at the end of the fight. Because from the ring to the back room where they sit down and had a post fight presser, they tunes changed drastically from there to there. So he went from sounding sure in the ring to uncertain. I just had to go with that. DMITRY was good, bro. I just had to go with that. What I heard him speak on last, and then like I said, I think BIVOL did. He said he could make it. He said he think he could make 168 on that Fight Hub interview. So he said becoming undisputed would be good, and he didn't walk around that big. He's not that big. So he was 180 to 183 on fight night. So you think he can make 168? I think that'd be cool for them to rematch at 68 to at least give Canelo a chance to be more comfortable there. You know what I mean? Where his people won't be able to use the weight excuse for him for the percentage of people that's doing that. Because, everybody's not doing it, but you got some that are. I don't think it's realistic, but, I think at least he should consider that. You know what I'm saying? At least trying it. If he going to rematch that dude at all, do it where you might be more comfortable in. And just call it what it is. But I think either way, he get his ass beat. I think BIVOL just got the kind of style that's going to cause him problems. And I think with him being complacent and lazy in these last few fights and relying too heavily on his power, it just backfired. And I think BIVOL was somebody that they thought would have been easier than what it was. And I just think that backfired as well. They say what they want, but I think they seen inexperience and they went for it, and it just went wrong for them. And then, like I said, that last question, man, for being basic, who the more basic fighter after y'all seen the performances from April 16th and then last Saturday? You asked me, Canelo's a hell of a lot more basic than Errol Spence with that one-dimensional ass approach he took into the ring with 61 fights in, fighting like he don't know no better, like a young kid shooting his load in 4 rounds. DMITRY was good, bro.
Hey, just do. Did you see the interview that Eddie Hearn did with Boxer Scene?
With who?
Yeah.
Did you see the interview that Eddie Hearn did with Boxer Scene?
Nah, I don't think so.
All right, so basically Eddie Hearn said the Triple G fight is off the table for Canelo. So that contract was contingent if he get past BIVOL. So even though he didn't get past BIVOL, that is off the table. But Canelo signed a 3-fight deal with Eddie Hearn. And so Eddie Hearn saying he don't believe Canelo is going to go past the 3-fight deal with him. So they saying they don't know. Canelo might go back to get the fight with PBC, because those are only other big name fighters that's out there. They're all with PBC. He might go back with PBC. So maybe if they do the rematch, he might get the Triple G if he beats BIVOL in the rematch. That might be the 3rd fight.
Yeah,
that'll be the 3rd fight.
That's definitely interesting, man. Yeah, like I said, I just want to see what he's going to do, because I think this loss, if it's one, I said his loss going to do 2 things. It's either going to force him to be cautious and pick a bullshit fight like a John Ryder or some bullshit. I was hearing him throw his name around, or it's gonna force him to, to just, what I mean, get on his shit and actually give us a fight that we actually want to see. And if he's still thinking about a rematch, like I said in that post fight, and is in that room, he ain't sound too for sure. He started using a translator again. This dude said, "Fuck speaking English, man." What he started using somebody to translate for. I'm like, damn, he doesn't sound like he too sure. So maybe him taking his ass to 68, where he got all the belts, he'd be more comfortable. But I think BIVOL will beat him there too. Slide counter, you said, what's the thoughts on Ennis and Clayton this Saturday? See somebody giving Clayton a good chance. I think people be trying to do that just to be fair, and and there ain't nothing wrong with that. But lately I just been kind of bold about predictions, man. I don't think Boots gonna lose a round. I don't, and he probably gonna knock that dude out in 6 to 8 rounds, depending on what kind of chin this guy got. I haven't seen much of him. Went back and seen some highlights. I never seen Clayton fight live, but the most recent fight that's in my memory, just going back and looking at, is that Lipinets fight. And although I don't like to do triangle theories, I think sometimes they do apply. I think this is one of them cases where you could just kind of look at how they both did against him. One had a draw and one just annihilated him. So it's like in that sense, I just see Boots being able to have his way with that dude. Most he can do is be competitive, but like I said, I'm gonna just be bold and say he's not gonna win a round. Some people say he's gonna upset Boots. I've seen a lot of that. I don't think that dude gonna win a round. I don't.
What I will say is, although I don't put Clayton on the same level as Boots, I will say this will be one of Boots' first real tests, and the first real test for Clayton as well. Because although Clayton is not on the same skill level as Boots, Clayton is still a decent fighter. He's a decent fighter. And he has boxing ability. And he's also he got a little bit of power with him here.
You cut out, D3. Yeah, but I'm with you. Yeah, he got some skill, and I think when I want to be clear, when I say he ain't gonna win a round, I don't mean I think it's because he's shitty. I just think that highway Boots, and I think he on one right now. You back? You got cut out for a second.
Yeah, so this is gonna be Jerron's first real test. Like I said, I don't expect Jerron to lose, but I do expect it to be a harder fight than what most people think it's going to be.
That's why I said I think dude could be competitive. But I just think Boots on a mission right now, and it's not because I think dude's shit or trash. I just think that highly of Boots. I just think he on one right now. He on a mission, and he gonna try to make a statement out of this dude for sure. Especially with it being a eliminator, right? Ain't it an IBF title eliminator or it's supposed to be? So, I think because after that, he trying to make a statement. He trying to make it, so there's no doubt that he don't get his title shot very soon. And I just think he gonna beat this dude up. But like you said, I think with dude can box, so he gonna compete. He ain't gonna lay down, I don't think. But I don't think it's gonna matter what he do. I think Boots gonna hurt that dude and bad. And depending on his chin, it's just gonna depend how long the fight go.
Yeah, that's what I said. I expect Jerron to win, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as everybody thinks it's going to be.
Yeah, that's why I said I wanted to be like, elaborate a little bit. Not saying dude ain't going to compete, but just in the 3-minute, sessions, I just don't see him winning none of them rounds. Boots, to start fast, you know what I mean?
He definitely will put up a bigger task than anybody he faced in the past.
For sure. It should, you know what I mean? Shouldn't be no 1-round stoppage type shit. But if he do,
it's gonna be, yeah. If he gets him out in 1 round, then I say Boots is ready for the next level. But I don't see that. Happening.
Yeah, I say if he win without losing a round, like how I'm thinking, and it's dominant and clean, like it don't, it don't look like he trying to overcompensate or go outside himself, which I don't think he will. You know what I mean? I think if he dominate him the way I see it, I think he ready because he damn near got 30 fights. It's like, what more do we need? Just let him fight at this point. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, with that business being tied up there, I get it because you know I definitely would want to. I want to see what I want to see before you know him getting the title shot. No disrespect to him, but you know that's that undisputed right there.
Have you watched tape on Clayton?
Yeah, I went back and watched some of Clayton. I went back and watched a little bit. He could fight. He could fight.
That's what I say. He can fight. That's what I said. It's gonna be Jerron Booth in his first real test. Because all those other guys that Jerron fought, Clayton can beat those guys as well. So it's not like the guys that Jerron fought, one of those guys can beat Clayton. No, Clayton can beat all those guys that Jerron beat. So that's why I said
that's a way. Yeah, that's fair to look at it like that. Yeah, it's fair. But good though. You get what I'm saying? It's good if he get tested. Good, because I think that's a good thing. I'm pretty sure we in agreement. I don't think he's gonna fold if he tested, but it's something we won't mind seeing. We want to see it. Fuck that. I don't mind if you could test him. But I think he on a mission, and he gonna fuck something up. But dude, like I said, dude ain't coming to lay down. So he's clear. He's gonna fight.
I know it doesn't matter, but he also beat Bud in the amateurs as well.
Did he?
Yep.
Clayton.
That tells you what his boxing skills are like.
Poison has a great hand-eye coordination.
He Bud in the amateurs as well.
Slow motion. Yeah, I agree. Somebody else said that about Boots too, and I call that just being like a step into ahead. You really do. But yeah, like you know, that's why I like talking to other people because it's like it's not that you disagreeing, but you just going a little bit further. You like, yo, this dude could fight a little bit. It's cool because it's like we let people know we ain't totally disregarding, you know, Clayton's skill. I just think that highly of Boots. I really think he on a mission, man, and he just a lot to deal with.
Like I said, I believe Jerron is going to beat him. But I won't be surprised if Jerron gets touched up a couple of times.
Oh, you saying like touched up?
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if Jerron gets touched up a couple of times in this fight because Clayton he's not a bum. He's not a bum. Although his name is not big like that, it's because he's not getting the exposure. But he's not a bum. I wouldn't be surprised if Jerron gets touched up a couple of times in this fight.
Shit, it wouldn't be a bad thing because, you know, ain't nothing wrong with seeing somebody get tested because that's what you want to see so we could really know what we got in them. You know what I'm saying? And I just hope dude is actually able to do that too. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just you want to make sure. Like, I already feel confident, but Gabu's dominated. I'm sure he's not under me. Yeah, nah. And he worked too hard. So he going to definitely cross his T's and dot his I's. But I like the fact that the dude is that he's fighting is from what I think based on some of the stuff his team saying. I'm thinking, you know, he's gonna come to fight. So that's when we're gonna get a good one. But I think this gonna be a statement win for Boots. I think he definitely trying to, you know, make a case that he ready for the next level.
Y'all gotta remember, he was ranked high in the WBO, and they moved him out of the ranking. He didn't have no losses or nothing. He didn't lose a fight or nothing. And they moved him out of the WBO ranking. So he's going to come in there with something to prove as well.
Yeah. Because, you know, his team was saying, like, you know, I heard somebody say he ducked him a couple times. I'm like, you know, I don't believe that, but it's cool to, you know, for bulletin board material, I guess. But you probably don't want to give no Boots no extra motivation.
I think he was ranked like number 2 or number 3 in the WBO, and they put what's the boy name? Virgil Ortiz in his spot and moved him completely out of the ranking.
I wonder what they do with Virgil, being that he ain't had that fight and they don't know when he coming back. I don't think he got no date, no news on him, not no update anyway.
Yeah, they haven't. We haven't heard about Virgil since the whole pullout. Since he pulled out, and they said what was the reason why he pulled out? You haven't heard any news about it since then.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which fight is more bullshit? The you talking about Canelo fight? Or you talking about, do you see the thumbnail? You think I'm talking about Spence fighting Canelo? I got them up there because I was asking about them who more basic, you know, because Donatello Bradley was, you know, slighting Spence instead of saying, educating the people, saying what y'all seen was, you know, what being fundamentally and technically sound, having a great jab and working behind your jab. You get what I'm saying? It's a much different way he could have went about that. And then if you wanted to go into saying, but even with that being said, you don't think Crawford, he gonna beat Crawford, that's enough. He could have said that, but instead, you know, he got up there and was irresponsible to call that man basic. And I don't think they be looking at it like that because they be too busy pushing agendas that they don't realize they be confusing the people. I mean, for some of the people that don't know, you know what I mean, what they watch, you gonna tell them that's what basic look like. Then Canelo gonna go out there, throw power punches for 12 rounds and get beat up. But you don't hear him saying, "Oh, Canelo was basic." You don't hear, but he did. I think say BIVOL. I think he might have leaned towards BIVOL. I think something he might have actually, you know, or you know, gave BIVOL a shot. Not if he didn't flat out pick him, but still, fuck him. You can't be slighting. You can't slight a person after a 17-month layoff. You know what I'm saying? We already know the history with Spence, but for him to say that, that's disrespectful, slighting him. I mean, it's not. It was fundamentally and technically sound. It was educated pressure, and it was effective. And he landed 50% of his power punches. So I don't know what the fuck Ninja Turtle Bradley was talking about. He killed me with his critiques, man. Him and Bunny Rabbit Sean, man. Them dudes be pissing me off, man. You like, what's good? What is it with these dudes?
I got a video coming out later today, probably tomorrow morning. Probably gonna be tomorrow morning. But it's Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. Katie Taylor wanna have her fight at Croke Park in Ireland. Wanna have the rematch in Croke Park in Ireland. She said that would be. She said the only thing that can top what they did at Madison Square Garden is having it at Croke Park, because Croke Park seats 80,000. And she believes that it would be they will pack the house. She believes they will pack the house.
Yeah, who is Israel? Yeah, I feel you. Almost 30 fights. Yeah, but you know what? I don't. You know why I don't blame that on Boots as much? Because we know what it is with him. And I forget what training camp it was and what fighter he was preparing for at the time when his pop spoke about how many people turned him down. Yeah, it was like almost unreal. You would have thought he was exaggerating. I could have swore it was double-digit opponents. I don't want to say like 20 and nothing like that, but I know it was double-digit. I got to go back and find that interview, but he definitely said it. And he said it like, and when it come to them, he like, dudes just be turning them down. But the thing I like about Bozy Ennis is it seemed like he patient, he understand the game, he in touch with reality. Like he kind of get it. So he don't let it, like, because they asked him, is it frustrating or do it bother you? He like, nah, he kind of get it. Like far as certain dudes not fight, especially the top dudes wanting to get in there right now, because he like is high risk, low reward. He has no belt for him. Now, I mean, you get what I'm saying? It's just like, and he bring a lot to the table in terms of like, if the chances of him beating you was high. So it's like his pop said he understand that, and he said, shit, he probably would do the same thing if he was in their position. He said he'd probably be doing the same shit, so he get it. But at the same time, I think him and Boot,
I wouldn't say he didn't have a step-up fight.
Yeah, you said what?
I wouldn't say he didn't have a step-up fight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he didn't have a step-up fight, because the Lipinus fight was a step-up fight.
Yeah.
Even though we don't consider Lipinus a top contender like that, but Lipinus is a name. He is a name, and he's been in there. He's been in there with a lot of big name fighters.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I wouldn't say he didn't have a step fight. He just ain't had the big name fights.
And I think he made that step up fight look so easy. It's almost like they're not looking like step ups when they're supposed to be, because he has some dudes that was supposed to test him, but he just on some shit right now. And I really believe that's just what it is right now. Sometimes, you know, you see that in young fighters when they coming up, they just look like one of them special ones. They just on their shit. He's never coming in there lacking. He never coming in there underestimating the opponent. He gonna always be in shape. Like that dude he just he the epitome of hard work, man. Like he gonna fuck some shit up, man. Dude gonna fight back, but best believe he gonna fuck him up. That dude gonna have the toughest fight of his life. And I just love it. But like I said, I don't blame them because I know they are patient. That's what I respect about them. They know it's only so much, like it's only so much not fighting them that people can do. You get what I'm saying? As long as he keep beating ass, which I think he will, is like I said, it's gonna leave him with no other choice. You know what I'm saying? And especially if it come to him fighting, certain motherfuckers, everybody is not gonna duck him. Now that's something I do know, but when this shit means something, it's gonna be somebody willing to fight the dude, man. It always looked like this at first. Somebody gonna give him an opportunity, yo. It's like somebody had to give Spence the opportunity. See how devastating he was looking, just dominant, beating the absolute shit out of people, and seen Keith Thurman trying to avoid. But you see what happened when he finally got his opportunity. He made somebody pay, and he had a competitive fight, but he made Kell Brook pay for that, for all that extra shit. And I think it's gonna be the same way for Boots. I don't expect him to fight Spence or nothing like that, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ain't fight Crawford. That's okay, but whoever he do fight and however that shit play itself out, he gonna fuck something up, or he gonna give somebody the toughest fight of their career. I just think like that about him, but he gonna get there. That's a good fight. I like
even
that.
Though we don't look at it like that, but I believe, this Clayton fight is a step-up fight.
Yeah.
Now, we don't. A lot of us don't look at it as a step-up fight because a lot of people don't know who Clayton is. But Clayton, like I said, he's a gamer. He's going to come in. He's undefeated just as well. So both of them got something to lose. Both of them going to have their first loss. Whoever loses, they're going to have their first loss. And like I said, a lot of people that don't look at it as a step-up fight, and they think. A lot of people thinking that Boots is just going to walk through Clayton. I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Yeah, me.
I don't think it's going to be. Easy. Now, it might be. It might be. I just don't think.
I swear. I'm confident he won't lose a round. Like I'm gonna just be bold and say that. Like I don't think dude think he's gonna compete, and if his chin is good, then he's gonna give us some good rounds as he's competing. Because like I said, he's skilled from a little bit of tape. I never seen him fight live. I went back, I seen that Lippiats, and then you go watch his little highlights that they got on him. He definitely can fight. He come to fight.
Yeah, I know.
He's not slow. He got some boxing.
I never watched him. Yeah, I never watched him fight live, but I went back and watched his fight.
Yeah,
I didn't watch no highlights.
Yeah. Watch the little highlights.
I didn't watch no highlights. I watched the actual fight. And like I said, the man can box. The man can box. He don't do a whole lot of moving around the ring or nothing like that, but he can box. He got a nice jab. He got a nice body punch, and he got a nice right hook. He can box. He can box, but like I said, all I'm gonna say is don't expect Boots to just walk through him. Now, if he does, then that's more praises for Boots. But I don't expect him to walk through this match.
Shit.
I really don't. I think it's gonna be
that's fair.
I think it's gonna be an eye opener for a lot of people.
That's fair. I just think I think Boots gonna destroy this dude. I think he gonna make a statement out of him. And like I said, dude, while it lasts, I think dude gonna be competitive because he can fight and he's gonna fight. I feel like dude is on he you know what I mean? He on a mission right now. And I don't like dude gonna compete, but I think he gonna handle him. And that's him and Stanionis. Stanionis is a tough dude, so that'll be a good fight too. That'll be a good fight for him.
Now,
it was talking about Spence fighting him.
What would you say? What would you say if Boots get beat?
Shit, I say I was fucking wrong like a motherfucker, and I have to say Boots wasn't as good as what I thought he was. I have to say that, yo.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I would say you underestimated Clayton.
Yeah, maybe. Some of that too. That's fair too. But I would say like reason I went that angle because I'm vouching so heavily for him. So I say maybe in my mind, what I'm thinking, how good he is, maybe he wasn't as good as what I thought. But not saying he's not good. But maybe I thought too much of him, and maybe I underestimated dude. And you know what I mean? At the same time, but I really think I think he just so locked in, and the fact that his mental is his mental and physical. You get what I'm trying to say? That shit just is on the same accord. He's just on a mission, man. He got the perfect mentality, the right team around him, the right people. He locked in, yo. If I ever seen somebody young and locked in, he one of them ones. Like it's good to see it. That's why I think so highly of that dude. Stay in the gym. Then when he not working, he helping other people work. He lived there. Now Clayton, you know, of course I ain't seen as much of him, but they say Danny won't even spar. They say Danny wouldn't even spar.
I gotta disagree with what who Israel said. He said everyone Spence had fought had a name. And not everybody that he fought had a name.
Yeah, not everybody.
Not everybody that he fought.
He had to make his. You know what I mean?
It wasn't until after he fought Kell Brook. Yeah. Everybody started having an. I mean, actually, yeah, after he fought Kell Brook.
I think that was like a coming out party. Like, you know what I mean? That was like his statement when he went over there. That was his biggest win, and that put him on. But he had some like lead up fights that was probably win.
He fought Lamont Peterson after Kell Brook. He fought Lamont Peterson after Kell Brook.
That was before.
It was after.
It was before.
It was before. Yeah, it was before.
He fought Lamont before.
Yeah, it was before. It was before because he stopped Lamont. He stopped Lamont in the corner. The corner stopped it. Yeah, it was before. So yeah, up until Lamont Peterson, everybody had a name. Before then,
shit, you know what? He fought Lamont. He fought Lamont one fight after Kell Brook. I thought it was before too, yeah.
Okay, that's why I thought it was. I thought it was after. That's why I'm saying after Kell Brook, because I thought that Lamont Peterson was
crazy.
After.
When I look at Spence's record, like I could really tell you the names of the fights that I seen. Like that's how crazy it is. I could tell you at what point I started watching this dude. Like that, and I always go to that fight that they talk about when dude buzzed them or whatever. They make too much of a big deal out of that.
Right after Kell Brook. Right when he got to Kell Brook, that's when everybody started having a name. But that matchup with Danny and Boots, that's a bad matchup for Danny. Danny would get beat the fuck up.
That might be the first time he gets stopped.
Did y'all not see what Earl Spence just did to Danny?
It'd be worse.
Boots is more athletic than Earl Spence.
Yeah,
he's more athletic, so he's going to do a lot more than. He's going to do a lot more than what Earl Spence did. Earl Spence just beat Danny up. Boots is going to hit Danny with different shots that he's not going to see. And yeah, that might be the first time he gets stopped. That might be the first time he gets stopped.
He's going to keep it real. Boots don't beat this dude. Yeah, this dude is overrated. He should stop, bro. Nah, I think he should. I mean, the thing is, he should stop him is different because it's like, he undefeated. You've never seen him even lose yet. So to say he should stop him, but for me, I think the win should be dominant. Whether it's a knockout or not, I think the win should be convincing and dominant. If Boots, you know what I'm saying, want to make the statement he want to make.
I think he will stop Danny.
Yeah.
Earl Spence said he could have. Earl Spence said he could have stopped Danny. But he was only 70% back. He wasn't all the way back. If it was the Earl Spence that we saw against Ugas that fought Danny, he would have stopped Danny that night.
Yeah. And then you gotta think that's a young, fresh, hungry. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't no injury, not coming off. That would have been 100% of Boots beating on Danny. He probably more than likely would have stopped him, yo. He just don't throw enough punches. Boots would be picking him off bad, yo. I could see it. And his best shot would be his timing. Because Danny, I always respected his timing. Because he'd catch you in between his shot like a motherfucker. Facts. And it is a great arsenal. Yeah, he just locked in. That's all. I just think that highly of him. I think he's gonna go on and do some special shit, man. I could be wrong. I just don't mind being wrong. Yo, that's the thing with me. I don't mind. Like it's all good. Shit, I was just wrong about Canelo and BIVOL. I thought Canelo was gonna win. I keep saying that. I'm gonna keep saying it for people.
I told y'all all last week. I said don't be surprised if BIVOL win. Y'all kept saying, nah, he gonna stop him.
Yo, I was adamant. I kept saying he gonna have success like Canelo other opponents, but he won't be able to sustain it. And because of that, he either gonna get knocked out late or not win on the cards. That was my exact, and I was wrong about all that shit. And I'm cool with it.
I don't know why. I don't know why I had that feeling, but I just kept saying, I'm like, I got a feeling he might fuck around and beat Canelo.
Israel about to come up. You wanna kick it? What's good, bro?
I just had that.
What's up, my brothers?
What's going on? What you got on it?
Man, I just wanted to make sure I clarify everything I'm typing.
Go ahead, talk on.
Because I'm like, y'all disagree with everything I say. No, what I was saying is my point about. Okay, my point about like when I said Spence had names, what I meant was like these guys were like. They were guys who were contenders and they lost their step up fight to the champions, like Van Heerden and Phil Greco and Sammy Vargas and Leonard Bundu and like these. What I mean by names, like these guys was like guys that had fought the guys he was trying to get. You feel me?
I get you.
Like to me, that's like a step up. So that's like for instance. Anybody that lost to Spence, Boots needs to be going for them guys.
I get what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say he need to be getting them guys, and I don't blame Boots.
Yeah.
I blame the people that's handling him because I remember hearing in the interviews they was like, "Oh yeah, we just wanted to stay busy and we didn't care who we fought and this and that." But now you got a long laundry list of fast food workers on your resume, and it just don't look good. Now he himself passed the skills test, the eye test. Yeah, but his resume is shit, bro.
I mean, see, I get you. I hear you. For me, it's like one thing that a common theme with Boots that I hear, and you know, still you can hold his handlers accountable to some degree, but when you got that many people avoiding that dude, like I gotta go find that clip. And I know it's not like he said every single time, but I'm assuming that's kind of the energy with this dude. And that I think you can't blame that fully on the opponent selection, but I think that's a big factor into who he actually getting to step in there with him. Like you ever hear him, like he be thanking these opponents for signing on that dotted line. Like this dude really be having trouble getting smoked, yo. And outside of those top tier dudes, like, you know, somebody that's, even if they ain't got that much to loot, they just don't be wanting to wear that ass whooping. Like he even have issues in training camp getting sparring and shit. Like he's forced to spar bigger dude. Like I always listen to his father because he seemed like a real honest dude. And that's something that I kind of factor in. I get what you're saying. You just want to see him get like more quality opposition as he's moving along. Like I think in a perfect world it would be like that, but I think a big issue is him being that dangerous and people just not wanting it. Like you get what I'm saying? And like I said, his pop said it, like to some degree he understand it because it's low reward, you know what I mean? It's low reward, high risk. You know what I mean? It's like you can't make these dudes get in there, but I'm 100% with you. Like I would like to see him in there with certain people along the way. But I think if those dudes, I mean, given an opportunity,
but here's my problem with that.
They really don't be wanting that boot smoke. That's what it seemed like, and I believe it's.
Here's my problem with that, bro. Well, if we accept that,
yeah,
what we're saying is, you know what I'm saying? We're saying, I know, but what we're saying is, a cab driver got more balls than these boxers that's been in the game.
Unfortunately, in some cases, yes, bro.
Case in point. This is one thing I always said. He should have fought Khan a long time ago. So you mean to tell me Khan would be more willing to get in the ring and get his head knocked off by Bud than Boots?
Yeah.
I mean, Khan is just a name, right?
But you got to look at the payday as well, because with you getting in there with a name, you getting paid more than getting in there with Boots.
Yeah.
True that.
And that's where it gives his father his point credit. Like he understands is low reward, high risk, and he like to some degree get it because if he was in a position, especially speaking on the champions, he probably do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But I get you. Like, it's no wrong answer. You're not wrong about nothing you saying. That's you as a fan. You know, you wanting to see the best possible opponents for him. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
We want to see that too. But I really believe these dudes don't be want to get in there, yo. They on some diva shit. Like, I'm not fighting him. He don't got a belt. Or then they say they want a certain amount of money. It'd be stupid shit. Like, and you be having trouble getting fights. And it's like, hopefully, that's why I think his mentality is like, you know what? It's cool. Long as I keep winning, because I'm going, you know what I'm saying? He going to keep getting better. And it's like, I don't see him being stagnated. I don't think that's going to go on too much longer, because he about to hit that 30 fight mark. The man got 28 fights, man. He almost 30 in. Somebody going to give him an opportunity. I think he's going to be ready. But I get you. You would have rather seen certain names on the way. But it'd be interesting to see if Keith Thurman would get in there with him. I would love to see it. I'd love to see it.
You also got to remember as well, too, though, he don't have a promotional company.
He would be with Cameron Duncan or some shit like that, I think, right?
Yeah, he's independent. So he doesn't have he got a deal with Showtime, but he's not under PBC. So he's independent. So, and that plays a part of him getting those big fights as well, because you don't have nobody pushing those big fights for you because you're independent. So everything he's doing is on his own. He's doing it. It's just him and his team. They making all of the fights. They don't have a promotional company.
It's just like I'm looking at like, okay, so he get this guy out of there. Then what's next?
I mean, he's the number one contender.
Mm-hmm.
He's number one.
Okay.
So it's only a matter of time before the WBC called him as a mandatory. He's number one.
Oh, he said, you would give Conor Bennett 50-50.
It would be up to it would be either up to Earl or Bud, whoever wins this fight. When they have this fight, it will be either up to them to take him as a voluntary, or it will be up to up to the WBC to name him as a mandatory.
I'm already knowing once Earl beat Bud, he's moving up.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that. So then he would be fighting for a vacant belt. Then he would be fighting somebody that wants that vacant WBC belt. Mm-hmm. So either the number 2, the number 3, or if Bud stays around and Bud wants the WBC belt, then he will be fighting Bud for the WBC belt. So it all depends on who wants that WBC belt.
Bud gonna retire.
Actually, I believe what's going to happen is Earl's going to win this fight. He's going to move up, and Boots will be fighting Keith Thurman for the vacant WBC. Keith Thurman, I believe Keith Thurman is number. I think they got Keith Thurman as number 2 in the WBC because of that fight that he had with Barrio.
That's kind of where my thoughts at with Boots. I think. Like, because he doing everything a fighter could be doing, you know. He putting the work in, showing up, beating your ass. He giving you the knockouts. If you don't belong in there with him, he don't play with his food. He getting you out of there. I think it's just going to shake itself out. You get what I'm saying? There's only so much more that can happen before somebody got to fight him. And I if it's going to get like that, shit, I have no problems calling that out. I don't give a fuck who do or don't see a video. I definitely call it out. It's only so many more places to go. That dude done passed every test you needed him to pass. Like, you know what I mean? Getting there, I feel like he ready for whoever. Just this Clayton fight should be telling. I mean, if depending on how he beat this dude, should tell people exactly where he at. And like I said, they ain't gonna have no choice. And just like he said, he be so patient and nonchalant. Like, yo, either fight or vacate, cause I'm coming. Like, and I ain't stopping. Yeah. So somebody will get their ass beat. I think Boots has stopped Conor Benn. That's why Conor Benn won't dare mention Boots' name. I love it. I love to say, I'm gonna make that bold statement. He won't dare mention Boots' name. He just won't do it. And I think
that's what I'm saying. So it's like, who is he gonna fight? Yeah. Who is he going? Who's gonna be like the next generation of 147? You know what I mean? That's gonna fight each other.
Yeah,
like Sean and Danny.
Yeah,
like Sean, Danny, and
hopefully, like with fights like what Devin Haney is doing. If that don't at least inspire or motivate you, like, you get what I'm saying? It should have some type of influence on the way you move from here on out. Like that. That's not to just be look like, oh, well, he just did what he had to do. Nah. He set the fucking bar if you paying attention. took a bullshit, shitty ass contract. He agreed. He was a man of his word in every way, shape, and form. And then he showing you that he daring to be great. The fight that he said he wanted to make, he did everything I feel like in his power to make it, and as a result, he got it. Now, I'm not saying everybody's supposed to take shit money, but we do at least know there are ways to get these fights made, man. And then when them two dudes is, even though it seemed like Kambosos pretty much got forced in the corner, that should at least motivate people to go for the absolute best fight they could possibly make for the people, especially if that's how you talking. You speaking like it's for the people. All right, well, move accordingly. And like I said, hopefully, you know, like he ain't the only one that took less money. You know, Shakur took less money too to get the fight he wanted to make. So I just hope more fighters like kind of see what they did and it kind of at least influence dudes to move different and, you know what I mean, to actually challenge themselves instead of being cool with like what you saying with the bullshit fights. And I don't think it's like Boots like, all right, give me this bum, but he like I said, one thing that's clear with him, he like, yo, I'm coming. As long as I keep putting his work in, I know these opponents ain't the best, but they're the best that I can get at the time. And as long as I keep showing you that these dudes don't belong in there with me, when it's my time, you know what I mean, to get in there, I'm going to get in there and show out. I think he is. I don't think it's going to be a case where it's like you weren't tested enough, so then you got in there with somebody that tested you and you fold. I just don't think that's the case with him. I think it's just a matter of time before he put hands on somebody, and it's just a matter of time. I really think he's gonna fuck something up. That dude,
yeah, I do too.
And he don't care about the money. Like he's scared. His mentality is scary. Like put the work in, beat you up, rest, go right back to putting the work in. Like he ain't crying about the money. He ain't no attention seeker. Like he fully locked in, and his mental is. That's why. That's aside from what I see physically. That's why I feel so strongly about him. He's mentally locked in. He got the right mentality. He ain't getting frustrated, and he fight. He mean in there. He coming to fuck you up. And like I said, it's obvious he was taught not to play with his food as a kid, man, because he getting there and he fucking shit up. I'm telling you, and I just can't wait to see it. So like I said, I think Clayton should be a good fight, nonetheless. It should be a test, like D3 said, but I just think it's going to be a test that, you know, Boots going to pass with flying colors. That's what I think. Boxing skills, I don't think he's ducking smoke. You know what? It's not that he's ducking it, but he ain't necessarily chasing it. And what his energy for me, how I analyze Conor Ben, because I try to listen very well, and what I be hearing, he got a certain energy for fighters that's either on the downside, ain't been active, or, you know, over the hill, whatever the case may be. But then when he kind of confronted or kind of asked a question that will kind of allude to, do you want to fight the other champions or the top tier dudes? Then he starts saying, then he throw it on his team. But when it's like Americano, money to get him in the ring, like it's like you got a certain energy, like you even entertain it, like the right kind of money would get you in there. Like he'd be willing to fight Americano, like, but I just don't get that energy with those other dudes. And I want to really see him challenge himself. Like he knocked out Van Heerden in a round, bro. Like I don't need to see no more of that. I just need to see you in there, because the first thing he keeps saying after all his fights is he not being tested properly. These dudes don't be test for him. So my thing is, if they ain't testing you properly, then get in there with somebody that's gonna test you, man. And you know what I mean? I think his team could be at the point where they got to be careful being too careful. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to just put him in there with people that he just able to blast out with ease, and he kind of build a false confidence. And I'm not saying, you know, some people would say the same thing could be said for Boots, but I just think his level's there, and you could kind of see the pedigree. It's just a little bit different. You know what I mean? Boots ain't start off struggling, and then you get what I'm saying? He just continued. He started out good, and he just continued to get better. Conor Ben started out shitty and has gotten considerably better. And I've seen the progression. That's why I respect him. But I think it might be a reason he maybe not calling for these dudes, because I would love to hear somebody call out Boots and actually mean it. And if I'm not mistaken, Clayton was the guy. He was saying, yeah, you know, I had somebody write in my comments that Boots ducked him 3 or 4 times. So whatever. You know what I mean? We gonna see it now. So respect those burger flippers. He's stupid. Like to see Ben versus Avanesian. Yeah, they keep saying I want to say I heard a time or 2 or 3 that he be kind of avoiding this guy, this Avanesian kid. Like he, I think they say he had an opportunity to fight him and he didn't take it or something like that. Don't quote me on it, but I was hearing that Ben versus Bud. Bud beat the hell out of Conor, man. I ain't even gonna hold you. He beat him up. Canelo and Wilder's excuses. They got beat down, look like amateurs. I think, for me, I think Wilder took his last loss like a man. Respectfully, he lost. The better man.
Man, come on, man.
I mean, but in my mind,
like they was fighting bombs or something, man. Like they fighting champions, they fighting the best. Like somebody gotta lose. Like what's wrong?
You get what I'm saying? Like that's the most respectable loss if I ever heard one. I'm sorry, even though he got knocked out, it's just things that led up to him fighting him. Fuck anything how the fights played out. I'm just talking about the simple fact that he didn't have to fight him one time, let alone 3. And he fought him the one time and it was a draw. And you usually see people run from the smoke when they done just been in the most competitive fight of their career. Nah, that man wanted to go right back in there, got knocked out, and wanted to go right back in there and did so, lost again.
Tell you what, you take your ass in there against Tyson Fury and see how you look. You tell me what an amateur look like going up against a fucking all-time heavyweight, man.
Of what standards? Like, I understand what he did at 40 because unlike most people, I don't know how long you watch Crawford, but I know I've been watching him since he had hair. I mean, that brush cut that a lot of people see, he didn't always have. That nigga had them little dreads or whatever he had in his head, beating the shit out of people with the little beginners trunks when they first start their career. Like I really remember that shit. One of his fights specifically where he caught a knockout. He had one of them outside arenas, not one of them dudes out early in his career. But Crawford is a hell of a fighter. You're gonna get me to dissing on him. That's he gave me a lot of exciting years. Just the one time in his entire career that I'm picking against him, not rooting against him, but picking against him. I just think Spence got some things that Crawford ain't necessarily had to deal with. You know what I'm saying? You make a person that throw 40-some punches around, throw 80, 90, and they never had to do it in their career. I mean, whether he's able to do it or not is the question, but he's going to have to answer some questions, I think, that night. Both of them are, respectfully. They're going to both have to draw up game plans and execute them. And when it comes to that shit, man, you just seen one dude is more stubborn when it comes to his game plan. He going to do what he know he need to do. He ain't going to just change it because you punch him in his face real good. You see, he got hit with a clean-ass 2-piece when that mouthpiece came out. Did you see him deviate from the game plan any bit? Not one bit. He actually smiled after that, said, all right, that's what's happening, bet. And to be honest with you, that was the worst thing that Ugas could have did. I bet you in hindsight, he looking back now, he wish he ain't even hit it with that 2-piece because you done pissed that boy off. Pissed that country boy off. He came in that fight, that shape of his life, punch it on you like that. Nico Ali will be called you stupid, Nico Ali. What weight class is Nico? I think he's at 68,
68, 168.
And that's crazy. He up there with them. He got some people. Nico coming. I mean, he got one thing that seemed like he got is raw power. I get it, the level of opposition, but it seemed like
he don't play Demi, man. No man when he talk about it.
No, I know he funny as hell. He got a decent little punch though, for what it's worth. He got a decent little I better put some spit in. Wow, don't really have skills, only power. Listen, how do you make it to the Olympics without skills, Tony? And he got a bronze medal. He ain't just make it. And he picked up boxing late as hell. You gotta factor. You can't treat Wilder like the typical kid that started when it was 5-6 years old, or you know what I'm saying, shit like that. You gotta really, with him, to be fair and to give a fair assessment, you gotta know how he started. You really gotta know his backstory, because I think only then you're gonna give a fair assessment. You can't just look at his pro career and say, oh, you know what, he only had power. You gotta go a little bit farther, see when he started, see what he had to work with, see what he was able to accomplish. Like, think about what you're saying, no skill, but only lost to one person in his entire career. That don't sound crazy to you? He gave you how many knockouts straight? Some shit that you only seen somebody do on fight night. I can't stress that enough. In our time, though, I don't know how old you are, Tony, but I'm assuming, like, you know, what Wilder did, you ain't seen too many people do that, period. Like, all that with no skill, and it took what people are considering the most skill heavyweight right now to beat him. And it's some shit that factor in, if you want to be honest. So, telling y'all, Nico Ali, he's stupid, yo. Okay, I could just hear him saying it too. Canelo won't be able to beat BIVOL until he figures out to stop the jab straight up. He needs to grow some cojones and fight the best in his class. Yeah, that's why it backfired. But yeah, you know, that one thing about Wilder, man, it's like I look at the things that factor in, and you see how late he started, and just think about how late he started and the amount of success you're able to have and win a bronze medal when you know all they do is rob our people anyway. And then what people say to that, when I say that, they try to say, well, he was just knocking everybody out. No, the fuck he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't knocking everybody out. It's the Olympics. This ain't the pros. He ain't start doing that shit till he became a pro, knocking everybody out. And that's the thing. That's another thing. He wasn't even doing that, how some people just got in their mind he was doing. But he got to the pros. They found out what he had, and he was just a wrecking ball. And he still gave Fury hell. I bet you won't see Fury have a fight that tough again in his career for however many times he fight, or if he ever fight again. I bet you at the end of the day, Tyson Fury will most be known for beating who? His biggest win is for beating who? The guy with no skill. Just think about that for a second. All them other dudes, the Joshuas, Usyk, you got all these other dudes, but think about it. Who would be the biggest win? He could beat AJ tomorrow, and his biggest win is still going to be Wilder. I can guarantee you that. He a different breed, man. He's still for more than boxing. That's why the people, I think, rally behind him. They could just see that with him.
If Wilder ain't have no skills, why come Anthony Joshua ducked the shit out of him?
Mm-hmm.
I just $50 million cash.
I just think that people say that because they usually hear people say it, or I think that's the programming when you constantly like hear the commentators or what people call like old media. If you really using your own eyes, you just not. That's not a fair assessment. You can't say that. He has no skill.
Trust me, that 1-2 is hella skill.
You get what I'm saying? Putting that's a skill to be able to sleep people the way he was doing.
He be setting that shit up too, man. It ain't like you just go out there.
Okay, stupid, yeah. Wilder will always be losing to the cards or just landing one punch. You don't think that's skill? I forgot who broke it down because I don't like to steal people assessments, and who broke that fucking shit down, man. Damn, it was one of the fellas where they was breaking down that moment that, you know, he sat there and lost every round in that second fight, and not on purpose, but he lost every round. And what did they say? Did he manipulate his guard for that couple seconds and boom, just got that shot? You don't think that's skill? You're not seeing the right thing, man. That's not easy to do. He shut that man lights out in the fight where he was losing every round, where you normally see people either panic or unravel. He kept his cool and said, yo, at one point I'm going to hit him and I'm going to get him out of there. It's more skill required to do that than you think. Trying to tell you, because how many fighters have we seen have power over the years but couldn't land it, or try too hard to land the power and end up getting knocked out themselves, or just losing the fight, or just having a bad performance? Wilder, I mean, he gave us a lot of knockouts, man, before he even gave us a loss with that no skill. Like, get what I'm trying to say? That shit is that, man. Skill. I always go to that Stavern fight because I believe that was the fight that was his first fight that went the distance, and you got to see he got forced to have to fight. Like, I believe he showed some discipline in that fight. I ain't gonna say he ain't the most technically sound and skilled, nah, but he got skill, man. And I think toward the last handful of fights or so, he truly fell in love with his power. So he abandoned some of the shit that he was using earlier in the career. You get what I'm saying? He started, you know, overcompensating for that right hand and shit like that. And he even said it, but it's obvious to see if you really watch him, you can see what he was doing. Because to me, he used his jab more earlier in the career. And he kind of, you know what I mean? He'd throw that long motherfucker out there and he'll set you up, get you drunk, and get you out of there. All reminds of Welter Randall Belly, the way he set up that right hand. Great leverage and timing. Yeah, that's a skill, bro. It might not seem like it, but it's damn sure Mike Tyson or Wilder, who the better boxer. Tyson is more technically sound and fundamentally sound, but you just ain't seen power like that, like ever, really. For me, and I grew up on Tyson. That was the first fighter that I remember rooting for. I was born in '86, so the first fighter I watched was Mike Tyson. For me, I've seen my peoples ordering the pay-per-views, and I noticed early how he was one of the only fighters I ever seen fight where people used to really be scared of before they get in there. That shit was crazy. The fear factor was wild. They used to know shit. They used to be scared. Or did Wilder really fight though? A bunch of bumps. See that again is like, who is he supposed to fight? Like the better question is, who didn't he fight and why? Fuck who he fought. Who didn't he fight and why? Who was he supposed to fight instead of those bums for me personally, since I started this channel 5 months ago, I tried my damn best not to call nobody a bum. That's just me personally. Anybody else, you can do it if you want, but I try my best not to do that. But I just think the better question is, who didn't he fight and why? And why didn't he? That's the better question, because he fought the scariest man in the division. That once he beat him up, people tried to say he wasn't really a boogeyman, but somehow, some way, even after getting knocked out twice by Wilder, they still don't want to fight him. And Ortiz, he fought the dude not once but twice. He didn't even have to fight him at all. You see what I'm saying? He fought the most skilled heavyweight, that they were saying the most skilled heavyweight, which was Fury. He fought that man 3 times. He didn't even have to fight him once. Then when he fought him the one time and had to draw, he could have said, damn, I can't really fuck with that dude. And he could have went the other way and kept his belt. Nah, that man went right back into the fire. I got a different kind of respect for Wilder. He's different, yo. That's a different kind of
real
dude.
talk.
How many people like he fight Ortiz again? I remember my initial thoughts was, what the fuck is he thinking? For a second, I ain't gonna lie. I said, man, you don't leave that boy alone. But then I just came back down to earth, man. You did it once, you'll do it again. Obviously, I just respect him different. He could have been not fought him, like, you know what I mean? And then, like, again, to fight Fury and, for him to go tooth and nail like that, even though I thought he won that first one, whatever, we won't get into it. But to go tooth and nail and still say, yo, I'm going to fight him, and then lose the second time and say, I still want to fight him, and went through hell and high water to make sure he got that third fight, win, lose, or draw. No fucking tune up, no one, I don't want, I'm going right back in there. That's different. You can have nothing but respect and say the better man won. Now, I mean, I always said Fury was the better boxer, but Wilder was the better fighter. If Wilder was going to beat Fury, he was going to beat him fighting, not boxing, if that makes sense. He wasn't going to go in there and outbox Fury. He was going to have to fight him and beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? Getting his shit and knock him out. He never was going to outbox him. That just wasn't going to happen. Because he won boots. Who that? Spence going to break that eye. Okay, crazy. Stupid, yo. You guys remember Nassim? Yeah. Prince Nassim was the man until I just never understood why he took that. Why he ain't fight no more after that one loss though. I never understood that. But yeah, he had like crazy power for somebody of his size. Like it was unorthodox. He was, you know what I mean? He was different. He was cool. He was a damn fucking a monster. But man, he only lost the one time. And lost that fight because of the same, not because the dude was faster that time, and that motherfucker had his number. He could all that little tricky shit, that shit wasn't working on. I think it was Barrera that beat him. That shit wasn't working. He was nice, athletic as hell. I just don't understand why he only lost. He didn't fight no more after that one loss, but he definitely was nice.
All right, just do. I'm gonna hop off, man.
You already know, man.
Peace and light, man. Jump on anytime, bro.
You already know, bro.
100.
All right. Man, ego was shot after that loss to Barrera. Yeah, I think so too. But it's like, damn, like one loss, bro. Shit, look how many people he embarrassed. You get what I'm saying? Look how much ass whooping you dished out in embarrassment. You get what I'm saying? How many egos you fucked up? He used to embarrass people, play with them. Man, that dude was a motherfucker, man. He was a showman for real. And he just was funny with it. Like, the shit he talked, it just didn't seem malicious. It was funny. You get what I'm saying? He was like a fun dude. He'd dance around, play. He was playful. His energy was different. It was easy to like the dude, but then easy for people to hate him because they ain't understand him. But I felt like he was good for the sport, man. I just wish he would have fought after the one loss. Ghost, my bro, was good with you, man. Spence about to end bug career. Spence is the better boxer than Canelo. He has more skills. Canelo wound up beating him by the arm and making him not use it. Yeah, Spence, I did ask that question earlier. Who's the more basic fighter, Canelo or Spence? After what you seen April 16th and just last Saturday, you already know who was more basic. Canelo made 0 adjustments. He threw all power punches, didn't really use his jab. and got beat up for 12 rounds. Like I said, did I mention no adjustments? Just want to make sure I mention that. Because he's supposed to be the face of boxing, and people calling him King Nello and God Nello and stupid shit like that. And I do Boots should fight Nico Walsh. But he already be beating up them damn light heavyweights. He fuck around and put something on Nico Ali while man lost because of himself. Yeah, I mean, at some point, the same shit that worked for him worked until it didn't. That's what I've been saying lately. Like, you got certain shit about certain fighters that just work until they don't no more. You know what I'm saying? And that's just all that was. Like, somebody just had his number and it was all good. He wasn't going for none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? He was just on his ass. He was on his ass. Damn it, man, was good, my brother.
Damn it, fighter has no name. God damn it. Nico calling out Buzz, man. He calling out Boots too, man.
Oh shit, who that?
Nico, he said he wants to see John Boots' ass, man.
Oh, he did?
No.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Boots gonna beat his ass. Boots will fuck Nico up right there. Nah. Spence, the basic fighter, who's clearly basic fighter, has 100 more skills than Canelo. On the inside, don't make me facts, Ghost. That's why I was asking. I knew you was gonna come with it, but they understood where I was going with that. Who really the basic fighter? Because Bradley was discrediting Spence. Instead of educating the people, like I was saying earlier, instead of educating the people, he wanted to fight him. He could have educated the people and said, what y'all seen was what the success a fighter can have when he's fundamentally and technically sound. Now, although he was very good on the night, I still don't think that's enough to beat Crawford. I ain't saying he got to use my words, but he could have used something along those lines to make it respectful instead of just dissing Spence. And it's like you turn people off and you're not being realistic. And that's why I picked that picture with Bradley, even though it's a Bud Day and that's 420, he a Bud Dick Rider. So I thought that picture was fitting with the little hat that say Bud Day, because he's a Dick Rider for real for Bud. He might as well. He probably on the payroll. Oh, what you say? Do you think boxing should change the Vegas commission? Who doesn't work? I think what I honestly think with boxing, if they can get like retired boxers or something like that, maybe even trainers instead of these random ass dudes that don't know what they scoring clearly. They get other ex-athletes or something like that to start judging the fights. I think that's what they should do. You know what I'm saying? Because these dudes that they got judging, I don't give a fuck how many fights they judge, unless they're the ones that ain't responsible for them bogus ass scorecards. Then, get rid of the ones, you know what I mean? Because whoever was responsible, 115, 113 last Saturday, that's a joke. That's the type of shit we don't need. Because all it takes is for the other judges to see it a little bit worse than you, and potentially the wrong man is going to win that fight. You get what I'm saying? So I think they should use ex-athletes potentially, or, retired boxers if possible. Give certain people a way to still be around the sport. You know what I'm saying? Manuel Stewart saying in between fights we gain all kinds of weight, not being disciplined in training. Yeah, fights we gain all kinds of weight. Yeah, that was Spence was doing that. Tank was doing that a little bit. They was having what they call fat camps. And respect to both of them dudes for cleaning up their act and like fixing that shit before they lost. You know what I'm saying? They both did. Not being disciplined and shit. That's a big part of being able to compete in boxing, discipline. That's another thing about Spence that I feel like gives him advantages over fighters. He's more disciplined than what you think. In the ring, not just in terms of training camp. People hear discipline, they think you only discipline in training camp and how you go about training. No, he's disciplined in the ring, his approach, how he goes about his attack. It's very disciplined, it's patient, it's calculated, it's smart, it's educated. It's very fucking effective. Very effective and hard to stop. It's the basic fighter who also demolish, destroy, break Terrence Bud Crawford in his career and retire him. I'm the more I see shit, the more I'm starting to think I favor Spence even more. It's to the point where I ain't even saying I'm leaning to him. I'm just flat out picking Spence for the reasons that I mentioned, man. He's gonna be a tough motherfucker to deal with. If you can lower his punch output, you got a better chance. If you can't, good fucking luck. Because I'm not even gonna get into no power. Whatever, he got power too. That's what people don't be forget. It's like they forget to mention that. They act like while Terrence Crawford fighting, Spence gonna have no arms and 2 fists of his own to swing. Like, that should be blowing me. Like he's just gonna stand there and just let him punch him. All right. Good luck with that. You're gonna jab that man eye out of commission. I'm telling you.
Telling y'all, man.
Fighter was
Bud ain't got enough power to hurt Spence, man.
Tim and Bernie at the same time in the same ring. Do it all under 12. yeah, man. It'd be too personal with Spence. I don't see Canelo win one round, to be honest. And I rewatched the fight because everyone I watched the fight were crying over Canelo losing. Yeah, Canelo at best, he won 3 rounds at best, and that's probably debatable. You get what I'm saying? What about Tank versus Rolly? Tank on Smoke Rolly. I got Tank winning by decapitation.
Yeah.
Via attempted murder. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Jimbo. Salute, bro. Appreciate you for stopping too. Tony K, appreciate you too for sliding through. Spence is a good fighter, but we've been hiding out. Same division his whole career and kills himself to make the weight. Spence moves up and tests himself. We'll see how great he really is. I feel you, but I don't agree that he's killing himself to make the weight. I don't think he's hiding there. I just feel like if you just follow Spence and you always heard how he spoke when he's been able to speak that shit, he's always had a plan. And I think his plans got somewhat derailed, you know what I mean, a time or two. You know what I mean? You already got to fight your way to get there. You got to think you had the champions not really wanting to fight you when it was time to fight you. You get what I'm saying? Then you had, when you start winning the belts, you had a couple mishaps and some unfortunate situations that led to some layoffs and, you know what I mean, some unfortunate time out the ring. So I think his plan has always been the same. I think his moves dictate that he's a man of his word, and I just don't see him as like him killing himself and shit like that. But at the same time, he's gotten older, and I think that's why he's saying, like, you know, he had a couple fights left at 47. I think he was on a mission, and respectfully, why I don't knock him for staying at 47. Like I said, he had a plan, and look how fucking close he is to completing it. He one fight away. You gotta respect. I can see if he was in there and he was still bullshitting, like not even just no flight to Crawford. Let's say he got there, he beat Kell Brook, he got that belt, and he just was content with that belt, and then taking mediocre fights for big paydays. Then I would have a problem with it. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, I think his plans got somewhat derailed with the unforeseen situations that happened with the accident and the torn retina, as y'all already know. I think he would have achieved this goal a little bit faster or considerably faster, in my honest opinion, had it not been for those situations. So I don't really fault a man for coming up with a plan and sticking to it and then doing everything in his power to get it done. And you got to think what he's done at 47 is impressive. I don't really, like I said, I don't really judge him about not jumping because he's on a mission. And like I said, he took 3 belts off 3 champions. He got 1 left, and him becoming undisputed by far be one of the most impressive things I've seen in this era of boxing. It's because of how he did it. And given the circumstances, you got to factor in layoffs and car accident, who able to come back and just look as good and be as dominant as what he's been. You get what I'm saying? So you kind of got to give Spence the benefit of the doubt to some degree, or then again, you really don't. I mean, if you want to say he killing himself, and I get what you're saying. You're going to see some greatness, I believe, if he move up to 54. But I think I respect a man that could lay out a plan and really go for that shit and go get it. And I really think that's what he did. And I think his reign is going to be way, even to say if he would have lose to Crawford, that wouldn't be as impressive as Spence beating him. And it's not because I favor Spence, it's because that would have been the 4th champion he took the belt off. He would have become undisputed, beating all the champions that held the current belts at the time. You get what I'm saying? And you got to tip your hat to a man like that stick to the game plan. He doing everything he said he going to do. Meanwhile, it's not even a competition. Meanwhile, you just have some fighters in boxing that don't do what they say they're going to do. Spence is not one of those dudes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but see, pound for pound, that bullshit is subjective. You know why? Because they got Monster Inoue over Spence on the pound for pound rankings. That enough should tell you that pound for pound is bullshit. That's subjective, and that's somebody's opinion. You, Tony, yourself could come up with your own pound for pound list, and who the fuck would tell you that you're wrong? Based off what? This is what I'm saying. They pound for pound list is a bunch of people that probably don't even watch the sport as hard as we do and study the sport as hard as we do, but they got their own opinion, which is why they could come up with weird shit like having Monster Inoue over Errol Spence, a fucking current unified champion that's one fight away from being undisputed. You see what I'm saying? So pound for pound don't really mean shit. And if you heard Spence, one of his number one goals was to be the undisputed welterweight champion. And like I say, he one fight away from that. I believe when his career is all said and done, he'll be looked at as one of the best fighters of his time. And that's more than enough for him. Like, fuck these dudes and they pound for pound list. They full of shit, yo. You got anybody that got Canelo on the pound for pound list, respectfully, you already in the wrong with somebody like me because he tested positive. Anybody that's a steroid or PED user cannot make any pound for pound list. You get what I'm saying? You don't got no fucking Monster Inoue.
They be on that list at all, man.
Over Errol Spence. You see what I'm saying? That's weird shit. That's what they do. And Tank is a dog. You know what I'm saying? Tank is a dog. Spence hasn't been high in the same career. Yeah, he literally fights at 54. Yeah, some people don't know he fought at 54 before already, Ghost. And one of his fights was at 156. And I believe that'd be listed more as like middleweight because it's almost there. So you gotta think. Spence a dog, man.
That press conference
on point. I ain't seen that shit since Winky Wright. Facts, cuz yeah, yo, his defense was real tight. Damn, it's crazy you said that. Yeah, that's what that reminded me of. What you said, Kay? My bad.
At that press conference, Tank said that Rolly was retarded strong.
Yeah. Too bad that shit ain't gonna help him. Yeah, BIVOL, cuz BIVOL. Yeah, they crazy. BIVOL, that did. Now that you say that did remind me of Winky Wright with that tight high guard. Like, I don't know if you seen the interview. It's an interview where BIVOL showed his arm. I think it was his left arm that Canelo kept punching. Shit was bruised, like from his shoulder down a little bit, bruised up pretty good. He's punching the shit out of his arms. He dedicated himself to the craft and wanted to become undisputed at a weight. But let's not act like we never seen him outside of 47 now. We have, and he stopped niggas when he did that. Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact, Ghost. That's what I know, but I'm trying to tell you, that's why it's good to have these boxing conversations, because it's like, as long as you have people that's willing to learn and understand, like, that's what we here for. Whether you know it or not, dude, Spence fought at 54 before. You know what I'm saying? He definitely did. He had more than one fight there too. He ain't just had one fight. He had more than one fight. And like I said, when you got somebody that's dedicating themselves, they got a plan. He set a plan, and he's one fight away from doing so. Now, again, it probably took him a couple years or maybe a few years longer than what he wanted, because when he was right there knocking at the door, you had people like Keith Thurman playing games. You see what I'm saying? And then you see how everything transpired.
The whole time, what the fuck Bud was doing over there.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, because somebody had said Crawford pound for pound. I'm like, y'all say that, but this is the same dude. And this is no slight to him. This is just the facts. He got there. The very first fight, he won that belt. And his very first fight, he's been there for years. He haven't once chased any other belt. Do y'all understand that? When y'all call him pound for pound, nah, he was the man at 140. With the limited opposition that was down there, that's not his fault. But all that pound for pound shit, like, he's not over Spence, in my honest opinion. I don't give a fuck what he did at 140. I just don't care. Spence just fought better people than him. You could line it up. You could see that, especially if you just want to say from the time Bud came to 47 to right now, it's not even close. It really ain't. If you being real, it's not. I think Spence is a very skillful fighter, but he needs to test skills against the best of other weight classes. Oh, again, you missing a point. Why would he do that just to appease some people when he set a goal and he's one fight away? You get what I'm saying? And then you got to think. Just think about what I'm saying. Just follow me for a minute. When he got there, he had somebody like Keith Thurman playing around. Keith Thurman even as so much admitted that he kind of avoided Errol Spence. You see what I'm saying? So you got to think that kind of played itself out the way it did. You know, it took time for him to get there, because you had people, when they had the opportunity to give him an opportunity, they didn't do it. So he basically fought his way into the opportunity. He beat up Kell Brook, and he's been beating up champions since then. And like, the moves that he's making is showing you that he's a man of his word. Like, he not only is he fighting to become undisputed, he's beating the current champions and not fighting for no vacant titles. He beating, that's your belt. I'm going to go and beat you, and it's my belt. So he went over there in Sheffield. He beat Kell Brook, broke his eye socket, took his IBF strap. He beat Sean Porter in the fat camp. took his fucking strap, WBC strap. And then he beat the dog shit out of Ugas, took his WBA strap. Crawford is next. You get what I'm saying? Then, like I said, you got to factor in the car accident, that long ass layoff from that, the torn retina, the 17 months off from that. You factor in all that time, yo. That's a few years where he probably could have accomplished this goal sooner, assuming like everything, you know, he would have been healthy and he would have been able to get the other champions in there in a timely manner. You got to think what you're asking him to do. He was on his way to do it, but he just had something else that he was hell bent on doing, and I respect him that he stayed dedicated and focused. And now look, he put himself in position, one fight away. It's no better, and it's not like he washed up or out his physical prime. You get what I'm saying? Him and Crawford gonna get it on, and I honestly think he's gonna beat him. And what is he gonna do next? He said he's going up to 54. You see what I'm saying? So you're gonna get to see him test himself up there. He's gonna get there. He's gonna get there. Trust me, he's gonna get there, and I think he's gonna do well because
put money on Bud.
He's a hell of a fighter.
See me, y'all, to put your money on Bud.
He can fight at random weights. Be good at them too. Be the best at 47 before moving up and becoming the best at 54. What would you rather? And that's what I'm saying. The mission is almost complete, Tony. That's all I'm asking. Like, just open your mind a little bit more and just factor those things in. At worst, just factor in the fact that when he got there, basically knocking at the door, you had the other champions not really willing to give that man an opportunity. So, you know, it's other fights that he took until he had somebody like Kell Brook that finally said, you know what, I'm gonna give him the opportunity. And he took his belt, took Porter's belt, took Ugas' belt. He on his way to Crawford. You just gotta respect that. Then after that, going right up to 54 to continue to challenge yourself. You're gonna see the best out of Spence. I honestly believe, because I think, you know, with the situations that happened, it forced him to put some things in perspective. So he gonna do the things he need to do to, you know what I mean? He gonna get the most out of his career because I believe he understands what's in front of him. You know what I'm saying? GGG Obo, do you think he could do some damage to Canelo? Very appreciate you for stopping through because of his jab. You know what? He gonna always be able to be effective with his jab, Triple G, because that's just one of his best weapons. But my biggest issue for him is he's constantly getting older. You get what I'm saying? And I think he got hurt. He got hurt in that last fight to the body. And I'm not saying you can't get hurt, but I'm just like, Canelo do go to the body very well. And Triple G he looked like he slowed down. He looked like he aging right in front of us. He still got that power, but he looked like he aging. And I think the best time for him to have fought Canelo again would have been like immediately, like on some, some fucking grudge match type, you know what I mean? I can't even think of the word right now. The trilogy. Yeah, he should have just went ahead and did that and got it out the way. You know what I'm saying? But I think now that fight is more dangerous for him. He got older. But like you saying, he do have a good jab, and Canelo approach lately has been very lazy. That's why he lost to BIVOL. That coming and plotting forward, not really using your jab, only using it here or there, and then just throwing big winging body shots and shots to the head hunting, like that was very basic, and it just wasn't an intelligent or smart game plan from him. That was stupid. Right. Yeah. BIVOL was on point. His defense was on point. GGG beat Canelo in both of his fights, but Vegas loves Canelo for some reason. Well, right there, Tony, for me, in the first fight, I felt like Triple G won. And why I say that, because that's the first time you've seen Canelo move that much in any fight. And I felt like because he did all of that moving, it was two things. He was worried about Triple G power to some degree. And if you're moving that much, that means what? You're not throwing punches. So he simply just didn't throw enough because he was way too defensive in that fight, and Triple G brought the fight to him. And I believe he was able to, I believe he outlanded. I don't know what the punch stats was, but he might have outlanded him in that fight as well. But I'm not for sure. But I definitely think Triple G won the first one. The second one was like the opposite. He took the fight to Triple G, and he had Triple G gassed early. And I think the fight was mad close and competitive still. But I think Canelo pulled that one out. If anything, he won the second one, but not the first one to me. They should have split. And Lara beat Canelo, in my opinion, too. Trust me, I watched the spot, went amateur on 16, but I had to be quiet because of the torn nerve in my neck. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, that's what's up, Tony. Like GGG beat him already, but boxing is corruption. Facts. I mean, you just seen it with BIVOL and Canelo. Did 115 and 113. They tried. It just was so clean. You know what I mean? It would have took too much for them to do that, for them to rob them. And I think that shit would have been a real bad look on boxing. Not that they care, but I do think to a certain level with certain things they just won't do at certain times for whatever reason. So he really like
Adderall fight was fucking a robbery.
Yeah, that shit was stupid as hell.
God,
you know what I'm saying?
Josh
That shit
Taylor
was
got his
ridiculous.
ass whipped, boy.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, they hide mad excuses. They salty. They pride and joy. He lost. You know what I'm saying? They was calling him King Nello, God Nello, all that weird shit like that. So yeah, they mad. They definitely mad. And they got plenty of excuses. I never thought Canelo was pound for pound. He only had handpicked fights. This time it didn't go well. Exactly. And the thing is, he's not handpicking the toughest opposition or the people that the masses want to see him fight. He's taking all fights are dangerous. Let me say that, but he's taking the safest of the dangerous fights. You get what I'm trying to say? He's trying to catch people with way less experience.
They're trying to tell me that Canelo fought, he beat Billy Joe Saunders, man. He was 2-time world champion. I said, but who the fuck he fought? Who he got them belts from?
You know what? That even my biggest issue with that fight and with who Billy Joe Saunders was. But I feel you, K. Yeah, I hear you. That's exactly. But my biggest issue with that is when did he fight Billy Joe Saunders? He fought him after he had a fight where he looked like shit.
He fought Yildirim.
That's what he did. That's what he do. Billy Joe Saunders had a fight where he was overweight. He looked like shit. He fought a man. That was the fat Billy Joe. Remember the nigga that blew his face all up, got all big and shit? That dude. That's the dude Canelo fought. He didn't fight him. He didn't fight the Billy Joe Saunders that beat the hell out of David Lemieux. He didn't fight that dude. He didn't fight that one. So I'm sorry. Like, all fighters age differently, and you really be seeing it. You can't tell me. You look at from David Lemieux on back, you know what I'm saying, and then you look at the fights since him, and this that's two different dudes, man. The way he was performing in the fights, he just aged and he looked shitty, and I believe it was the weight and the lack of discipline. Canelo is a smart guy in that regard. He know how to catch people that ain't on top of their game, and that's not his fault. But we could see the play, and some people will call you out on it. You trying to catch people when they're slipping, and again, it's not his fault they're not taking care of their business. You sign a contract, but at the same time, when you continuously put yourself in position to have all of the advantages, people are going to start to see a pattern, and like we see it. He likes to fight people either after they lost or they had a shitty performance.
He get them to sign the damn fights and contracts, and he wouldn't let them know that they even got the contract until the last minute.
Exactly.
They didn't have no time to do
Errol
shit.
would have killed Thurman. Yeah, I think this Errol Spence would have stopped this version and Keith Thurman. That Errol Spence that was in the ring with Ugas would have stopped the Keith Thurman that was in the ring with Barrios for sure. Crawford is good, but he's not proven yet to be better than Spence. You can't let them tell it. The Crawford fans, they think he way better than Spence. They think he's gonna knock Spence out when they fight. And like I said, I wrote in the title. You got Timothy Bradley calling Spence basic. So you get what I'm saying? And then we see Canelo Saturday night fight 12 rounds. We got to see him fight for 36 minutes, and he made zero adjustments. That's the epitome of basic. That's the epitome of basic.
Come over to substitutes over there, bro.
But the thing is with Crawford, I wouldn't say that he's not proven, but I get where you're going. He's proven at 40. You get what I'm saying? He's proven in the boxing world, like he's a threat. Like Crawford's a real dog. He's a real dog. He is, but I just think the run at 47 is just he ain't challenged himself the way Spence challenged himself. You get what I'm saying? And I think as a result of that, it's a chance that when he go up against Spence, and I'm saying when because I believe it's going to happen, he going to have to answer some questions that he never had to answer, yo. And I think like he can't afford to get clipped. And I always hammer this point in, but he can't afford to get clipped, abandon his game plan and say, you know what, I'm going to just fight you. You're not going to press Spence out like that. If you bring the fight to him, that's exactly what he's going to be looking for. He's going to beat your ass. See what I'm saying? So Crawford, he's proven at 40, and he's proven in boxing to be a high skill. You know what I mean? He's a hell of a fighter, yo. But I just think when he run up into Spence, the buck gonna stop right there. I just think Spence beat him. He's gonna beat him. Pacquiao was the only fighter that fought all of the best fighters. I remember Mayweather was Duggan, Barrera, Morales back in the 90s. Hey, yo, Tony, you not serious, right? Realistically, yo, do you think Marco Antonio Barrera will beat Floyd, yo? Do you think Eric Morales will beat Floyd? Somebody that Danny Garcia destroyed, even though I know he was on the downside of his career. I get it, but just it still happened. Floyd was like in a situation where the way I look at what he did, even those fighters would tell you he didn't duck them. You get what I'm trying to say to you? Like if somebody got them dudes on for an interview right now, you ask them, yo, did Floyd Mayweather ever duck you? They would tell you no. Because I remember people said Floyd ducked Paul Williams. Paul Williams did an interview. He said Floyd never ducked him. It takes more than people wanting to see you fight to say you duck somebody. You get what I'm trying to say? Like that's just I don't think that's the proper term for duck. You get what I'm saying? It's like with Bud and Spence, with the situation they in, where it's only one fight left for either of them to become undisputed. If they were to take any other fight, like say, you know, we come to find out that Earl all of a sudden went to go take another fight and didn't have to. Like they ain't mandated or something. He just chose not to fight Bud. I would have a problem with that. You get what I'm saying? Because he told us the whole time, he's like, yo, Crawford is next. Going straight to him. You get what I'm trying to say? And the same thing goes for Crawford. That to me would be a duck. You get what I'm saying? Or you at least got to had a fight like brought to your attention. It got to be more than just certain fans calling for certain fights. Because respectfully, Barrera and Morales had nothing for Floyd. Yo, he would have completely dogged them dudes. And the earlier, the worse. Because the Pretty Boy Floyd, they would have neither won Pretty Boy or Money Made. He would have dogged Barrera and Morales like that. He'd have beat the hell out them dudes, yo. I really think that. GGG and Canelo fought anywhere other than Vegas, GGG would still be undefeated. Now, it's possible. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Tony Mayweather was the champion at 130 with Corrales, Freitas, Johnston, and Catch. I remember Freddie was all in the weight class. Morales and Barrera was at 118, 122, 126 back then, bro. Good shit, Slide. Good shit, bro.
Well, wait. Hold on. Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead, OG. You got it.
to my man Tony, kid. Dude, what year was you born? What year was you born? Because all that you typing, ain't none of them dudes never called him out. And he got me and Freddie out of there in 2 rounds, my guy. What are you talking about? Afraid of
Facts, bro.
Called him out, Casamayo, none of them dudes. The only dude he fought on that low list right there was motherfucker goddamn man Freddie. What are you talking about? Y'all keep talking about people are ducks and y'all don't have no facts. And y'all be coming on here talking that shit. And y'all fucking with people who do this, bro. We've been doing this before you two, my man.
Don't forget Canelo got busted twice. Yeah, that's why he not on no pound for pound list. If it was any other fighter in his career, it would have been straight up. Yeah. Money, that's all about money with Canelo. Appreciate you, G5. You know, we just trying to do we trying to get a boxing community there just do. Me and the OG Crush up here, man.
Bro, like y'all gotta keep coming up, stop coming up here with that nonsense.
The like button, the best boxing. I appreciate that, Tony. Appreciate that, bro.
Y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
Yeah. Up here, Tony, one thing I could tell you, like anybody that like boxing, that watch it, feel free to spread the word. Over here, we really try to call it down. We don't try, we call it down the middle. We don't try, we do. I mean, the race baiting and stuff like that's those conversations are like counterproductive, and like that, I think that's one way to stagnate your growth in the channel. And what do I know? I only been doing it 5 months, but I try not to have conversations that's counterproductive for the boxing community. Like ever since I started this live, we had 247. I think like everything been productive and shit like that. So it's like you would never have to worry about me doing that race baiting shit. But I do call shit how I see it. So if I see fit, I call it out. But I'm not going to make that like a talking point of my channel, like the race shit. Nah, it exists in boxing. It's real. Like just think about it. Whenever you got 2 fighters in there from whatever countries, they don't even call dudes by their name. They be like the Mexican, the Russian. You see what I'm saying? So that should tell you something right there. But just to touch on that just a little bit. So when people say it ain't racism in boxing, there you go right there. You know that's bullshit. But yeah, I like to have productive conversation. Like what I do over here, I'm just due, so I give fighters they just do. Sometimes you might not feel like I'm doing that because we call the bullshit out, and a lot of these fans, when you call out their favorite fighter for doing bullshit, they got a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? But over here, it doesn't matter like what the race and nationality is. If you moving funny, if you're not moving like a champion and you're supposed to be one, if you quote unquote the face of boxing and you're not moving like it, we just gonna call you out on it. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Took Crawford 12 rounds to KO dude with one leg and got hurt by Gamboa. People don't understand that, bro. They don't understand he got hurt by a 35-pounder. You can't change your chin. Your chin is your chin, bro. Think Crawford gonna get bullied by Spence? He might. He might. He just might, bro. He might. Word. Spence might really bully him, yo. They never called Floyd out. That's a fact. 1985. I'm not saying Mayweather would have lost against the fighters, but it is the fights made back. The best versus the best. Pac-Man was his best and he fought him. Now, listen, man. I mean, we all entitled to our opinion, so I like the fact that the engagement, yo. I'm all about the engagement too. So we definitely could chop it up. Yeah, I know you're not saying that beat him, but my thing is, with Mayweather, when you're that good, it's just impossible to fight everybody. That's the best way I can explain it with him. And I noticed there are people that slip through the cracks for one reason or another, that I think the safe bet sometimes when you just want to find something to critique, and I'm not saying you, but people do it. People do it all the time. They like, he didn't fight this one. I heard he ducked Paul Williams. Oh, he didn't fight this one. You got some people that say he ducked Pac-Man for years, but they're not going to factor in that Pac-Man wouldn't agree to the simple Olympic-style drug testing that he initially agreed to, he eventually agreed to when they fought. So what is that telling you? That is, if that's not a red flag, yo, my one thing over here, I'm going to always be transparent and real, yo. And I'm telling you, I'm not hoping for a bad situation so I can demonstrate that to y'all. But what I'm saying is, it can be my favorite fighter, bro. If he moving foul or he do some weird shit, I'm on his ass. I ain't rocking with him no more. You know what I'm saying? If it's some shit like, if it's that bad, you know what I'm saying? But with Floyd, man, you just, like I said, you got people that he just ain't had he couldn't fight. He couldn't fight everybody. So you get what I'm saying? So people idea, you get what I'm saying? When he don't fight these people, they're like, he ducked him. He ducked him. Nah, man, these dudes never even want to smoke with him. You know what I'm saying? He fought more world champions than I think anybody could think of. What was it, like 20-something, 23, something like that? Yeah. That's why I think when you look at that, I just don't understand why people like why they so overly critical of Floyd resume. Look how many champions, ex-champions, and look how many of his fights were championship fights and shit like that. His career just different. That ain't regular. He made it look regular. That's how bad it was. He made that shit look regular, like the norm. That's the norm for him. You ain't never seen nobody do that shit we did. He was a champion since he became a champion. Think about how crazy that is. And think about how old he was when he became champion to when he retired. That's ridiculous. The fact that he didn't fight some of these dudes is like so big. Manny would have took that Olympic style drug testing all them years ago. We would have got that fight. Yo, I'm trying to tell you. And Pac-Man wasn't the best dude he fought. Like, I never thought that. And I always thought the fight would play out similar to that. The only difference I think would have been if they'd have had it sooner when they was younger, more in their physical primes, you would have seen more offense on both sides. But ultimately, you would have seen pedigree. And you would have seen how silly Floyd would. It probably would have been worse in ways because Floyd would have had more. He would have been more offensive minded. And I don't give a fuck how many punches Manny think he throw. You just not a better fighter than that dude. And he was just too smart. That's what I believe. Thoughts on Manny Pac? Manny Pac a legend, but being real, I don't like how people blame Floyd for the fight not happening and not the guy that didn't agree to take the drug testing that he initially took when they actually did fight. That's a red flag. He told people he was scared of needles. He literally, a dude with tattoos told the boxing world he was scared of needles. This is why he wasn't, or it was going to make him weak. He had several excuses, but the real Pac-Man fans, you would never hear them keep it real with themselves and say, yo, that's a red flag. He didn't want to take the same type of drug testing that everybody would have had to take. You get what I'm trying to say? It was an even playing field. That's a red flag right there. That's a red flag. Then when he finally did agree to his terms and he got in the ring, look how average he looked. You got to ask yourself some questions. I know a lot of people say that was age, right? So what was it against him and Keith Thurman? What was that? When Manny fought Keith Thurman, what was that? Undefeated Keith Thurman. I don't care about the layoffs. Undefeated, strong champion still. And Keith Thurman, what was that? He wasn't old for Keith Thurman, but he was old for Floyd. You see how that worked? Or you see how that don't work? You see when people use that, it just don't work. You can't use it. You know what I'm saying? He all of a sudden he found the youth for Keith Thurman, but he was old against Floyd, and he fought Keith Thurman years later. You see what I'm saying? Should be crazy when you think of that. That's how you know people be trying to discredit one fighter or another when they do that. Top 5 boxers all time. Yo, it's so many boxers, Tony. My best that for me, that list would be different because there's so many other fighters that I just didn't get a chance to like physically watch. I just know of them. I seen they work. I went back and watched the old fights and shit like that. So I don't know. I had to come up with one, to be honest with that one, Tony. I wouldn't just want to say anything just to say it. I had to sit there and think to give you a respectable answer, because there's some dogs. Like, you gotta think I grew up on I see you put 85 in here. I'm an 86 baby, so I grew up on Tyson. So it's like from there, you know what I mean, and all that shit in between. So from here, I grew up just being young, watching people order his pay-per-views, watching him beat ass. So mine's my shit for what I'm physically seeing. Mine's would start there. So it's like it's a list I could give you of boxers that I've seen, and then it's like overall for me to really do an all-time list. The shit that might make me want to have to do some homework and research, bro, to give a realistic, because I just don't want to. It's easy. I know somebody else would have probably I could have threw out 5 boxers easy, but I don't want to do it like that. I'll give a real one. So I never really came up with a list. I think that's a realistic answer. I just never made a list of top 5. I'm a Mayweather fan. I think it's top 5. Now that I could attest to that. I've seen so many of his fights, and like I said, if they didn't change it, he the only fighter that got all 50 of his fights on YouTube. They had every last one of them, and that's how I was able to go see any fight that I didn't see. I was able to go back and see it. And that's how I understand, like, people say he didn't have no punching power, no knockout power. Early in his career, they was calling Floyd a power puncher. Make no mistake about it, flat out, they was calling that kid a power puncher. It's for the people that don't know that. And that's why I say it don't hurt to do your research. I done heard announcers, people that have been around the sport way longer than me, make mistakes in a fight. Like when he fought Maidana, he had that cut by his eye, and it was like, oh, this is the first time he been cut. Wrong. It's not the first time he been cut. He got cut way earlier in his career, but it wasn't. I'm not sure. I don't think it was by a punch, but it was a cut. It was something slight, but it didn't affect him. It was around by his eye, something. It was real little. It was light. He got cut before. Sometimes I catch announcers fucking up. You know what I'm saying? Because I actually go back and watch this shit. The fact that I don't know it all is always going to make me better. I know that, I understand it, and I'm cool with it. That's why I don't have no problems going back to research some shit, or refresh my memory on some shit. Like, it's just nothing to do that. Like, it'd be work to people, but it's fun to me. So it's like, it's cool. Because the more I know, the better I feel about having these conversations with the people. People don't want to talk to somebody that's just not in tune with the sport, man. And I like this shit too much. I love this shit too much not to be in tune. I don't know everything, but we could always chop it up and have a good discussion, man. Always. Mayweather was wanted by everybody, so it seemed like he was ducking, but that's so many options to see. Now that's a valid viewpoint, yo. That's where I'm at with it. When you got options like that, you are the man. You forced to face some of both. You forced to deal with the people that's calling you out that probably shouldn't even be mentioning your name. You get what I'm saying? You might have some people mentioning your name that it might be credible. Then you got to deal with the fact that people names you mentioning that got belts or whatever or more status than you don't want to fight you. So when you Floyd, that's like the gift and the curse. You curse with all that. You got to deal with motherfuckers, like I said, that shouldn't probably be speaking your name, talking about they want to fight. You got motherfuckers that probably are credible that's saying they might want to fight. And then the ones that should really want to fight, the other belt holders, other established guys, they don't want no smoke. So it's like, you know what I mean? Floyd did his fucking thing with the way he did his career, man. Getting himself out of a contract and shit that wasn't worth it for him. Being the B-side, the Oscar De La Hoya, and betting on himself, understanding that after I beat this dude, I am the man, ain't no more nothing. I'm the man. The way he did his career, man, is just it's amazing to me. Tyson, my all-time favorite boxer. For me, like him and Wilder is like, you know, my all-time heavyweights because that's who I grew up. That's who I got to watch. I got to watch a lot of Tyson knocking people out and shit like that. And for me, him and Wilder is my favorite two heavyweights. I don't really care about, you know, I ain't saying they the best two. I'm just saying those are two of my favorites. A lot of people say Ali, but I bullshit you not. You will be surprised at how many people will say Ali, but they ain't never watched none of his fights other than a fucking highlight or two. I'm telling you, I haven't seen enough of him to say that. I understood what he stood for. I ain't no fool. I went back and watched some fights. I watched more than a handful of Ali fights, but I still don't feel like I've seen enough of him to kind of throw him like on. You get what I'm saying? For me, from my eye, I didn't see it, so I will be going off of what other people are saying, basically. So that's why I think it's realistic. When somebody asks me about my top favorite, I gotta go. I think that's how it go. You know what I'm saying? For me, it make more sense. Like I could bring up those other dudes, but only after doing some research, you know, because there's so many fighters I don't know about. But to be fair with that question, I think it's only realistic for the individual to go off the fighters that they've seen and put that in perspective. Like, you know what I mean? Based off what I've seen, these are the best to me, in my opinion. I always heard about Sugar Ray Robinson. Went back and seen little highlights of him. I haven't watched mad of his fights, but I already know what time it was with him. I seen the record was ridiculous. I hear he was one of the best ever. You got some people looking at him as the best. But for me, see what I'm saying? For me, it's just like I be fair and real with myself and with the people. I haven't seen enough yet. If I'm basing it off of what the masses, what I hear when a name is brought up, yeah, I know that. You get what I'm trying to say? You know who the greatest by how people speak of him when they speak on him. I never hear nobody say nothing too much negative about Sugar Ray Robinson. The same thing with Muhammad Ali for the people that really respect him. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I know what fighters that people say are the best ever, but when people ask me, like my all-time, I have to sit down and give you a little rundown of where I started. That's why I gave you a timeline. Like I started with Mike Tyson. I know it was tons of niggas before him. I get it. That's just where I started, respectfully. I will never forget that. They're too young and they ordering pay-per-view fights and everybody having parties and gathering, watching Tyson beat people ass. Sugar Ray Leonard, yeah. I went back. I did my homework enough for Sugar Ray Leonard to feel like I could speak more on him, but that dude was a talent, man. It was a special fighter, yo. It was a real special, and he was fucking smart. He had the physical gifts as well as mental. He had the mental makeup. That's what I think made him a complete fighter. And that's what won him some of them fights, not just physical and not just mental, a combination of both. And he had a ton of fucking heart. My five all time: Tyson, Ali, Sugar Ray, Hagler, Mayweather. Yeah, I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that at all. That's a hell of a list. Give me 2 seconds, fellas. My bad. That was my son. I had to trim his ass. Ali was going 15 rounds. Yeah, now that shit they was doing back in the day was different, bro. 15 rounds. Some of these dudes have died nowadays, because a lot of these fighters don't even be having a gas tank for 10 or 12 rounds, let alone 15. And we have 15 round fights nowadays, it'd be a lot more losses. Like a lot of different people would have lost already getting their gas tanks tested. I think Ali would be the prime Tyson. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's like, but people, like when you say you think somebody would beat Ali, people treat that almost like it's like there's no way you can have any other opinion other than Ali beating somebody. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like they pass their opinion off as fact when to be honest, it's just all opinionated because they're fantasy type fights. Ali and Tyson would never fight. And to be honest, shit, even if they could fight and it didn't happen, it would more than likely be because of Tyson and not Ali. And I ain't saying Tyson would duck him. It's just the respect it seemed like he had for Ali. It was different. Like, I forgot who was that crush that he beat up for Ali. Was it Spence? What was it? It was somebody. It was somebody he beat up. Remember in Holmes. Okay, yeah, he told him to get him for him. There you go. See, that's why. See, man, I knew it, but I ain't had the right name on top. That's why I like having other people that been around the sport longer than I have. Is good. That's why I said I think it's a new wave of how stuff get done. I don't think you gotta be dolo. I can if I need to be, but I don't. I like other perspectives, other people. Give the people somebody else to listen to too. But some other people that know some boxing too, man.
Yeah.
Lomachenko is one fighter I enjoy watching. Now his footwork or something. Yeah. He got some crazy. He got some. That's just something. He's an athlete. I believe. I believe Lomachenko is really an athlete. I don't think boxing is the only thing he could have did. To be honest, like I don't mind Lomachenko. The biggest issue I have with him is that they force feed him down our throat. Like they force him to be a great. When they start comparing him to Ali and saying he'd beat a pretty boy Floyd, stupid shit like that. Lomachenko is overrated. His biggest fight he had, he lost. That's fair. Some people say that. James, appreciate you for sliding through. If BIVOL and Canelo are the same size, do you think BIVOL wins? Yeah, I still do. I still think BIVOL will win. Cause the shit that to me it wasn't. I don't think the size bothered Canelo. I don't think it was the size as much as it was the strategy and the game plan and what Canelo lacked. The shit that where he's deficient at. It showed up big time in that fight because he got in there with somebody that was able to come in there with a game plan and implement it consistently and not fold. And I thought I picked Canelo to beat him. Thinking he was going to maybe catch him late TKO or they was going to rob BIVOL on the card. So I was definitely wrong. But I think Canelo's biggest problem with that fight was strategy. I think since he been playing around with his weight, and you got to think he fought at 75 before. Remember, he knocked Kovalev out. And I know Kovalev and BIVOL as that, two different points in their careers. But you get my point. He at least tested the waters up there at 75. So I don't think it was the weight as much as it was the approach and the strategy and game plan he had because I gotta say this, with the fact that he got zero instruction in the corner. I don't care what nobody say. Eddie Reynoso, whoever was over there, they ain't get that man no instruction. He made zero adjustments and got beat up. He really did. Frazier and Tyson would have been a crazy fantasy fight. Hell yeah, because of their styles. Hell yeah. Man, that'd have been like two dogs. That's a good-ass fantasy fight. I don't necessarily mind those, because it's relevant. I mean, it's a good conversation. This is something to think about. BIVOL would beat Canelo at 68 also if you can't stop the jab. Yeah, I think, and that's why I asked the question, is that what's next for Canelo? Is he going to take his ass back to 68 and defend his belts? Because BIVOL did a Fight Hub interview where he said he think he can make 68. So I think if they do a rematch, I feel like Canelo will be more comfortable at 68. I don't think, based on what he was saying in that post-fight presser, I don't think he too willing to get back in there or too excited about getting back in there with BIVOL at 75. I don't think he want that. Canelo looked bigger than BIVOL. He just looked taller. Yeah, and I like even with BIVOL, he was like, he don't really think he was too much bigger than Canelo because he said he's not that big. And you know what? I'm willing to bet Canelo weighed more than BIVOL on fight night. I'm willing to bet Canelo weighed more. I'm willing to bet because BIVOL said it himself. He said, that's why he was mentioning something like they was like, yo, you think you can make 68? Like, he's like, yeah. Like, he said he like his weight in on the fight night was like 180, 183 or something, he said. Like, he didn't even rehydrate that much. You see what I'm saying? Whereas Canelo, we know he been known to rehydrate what? Damn near 20 pounds. Like, what did he rehydrate against Floyd? He had Floyd by like what? 17 pounds coming into that fight? Something wild like that?
Something crazy. So he the one that rehydrate. I just think when he fought an old faded Kovalev, it was some things that factored in. And he was still losing that fight until the knockout to me. But it looked like Kovalev was pulling his punches. And if he wasn't pulling his punches, then he clearly was still fatigued from the last fight and the turnaround was too quick. That's why Canelo accepted it. And I believe that knockout
might have gave him some false confidence going in, thinking he could jump back up there to 75 and do the same thing with a guy like BIVOL. And you think he only had 19 fights at the time. You know what I'm saying? That was his 20th fight in there with Canelo, and Canelo's 61 fights he got. So I think he thought he was going to be able to take advantage of the inexperience. And I think from what he looked at, like, BIVOL's not a known puncher. So I didn't think his power would bother Canelo the way it did, but it did. And he was on his ass. Fans blame Canelo's loss to vegan diet. Yeah, people crazy. Yeah, they just say anything. Fake. They be saying anything, man, because they full of shit. I mean, it's hard for them to swallow. Now it just lets you know why he didn't want to fight certain people. It's not that he's scared of them. He just didn't want to lose to certain individuals. And I still believe that's the case. But the thing about losing, man, is it forces you to answer some questions. And I'm pretty sure all fighters got to ask themselves some questions after they lose. And with him being a quote-unquote face of boxing, he got two choices. He can either take safe fights from here and keep giving the fans fights they didn't ask for, expecting people to pay for them, and then expect for the buzz to be even less and less each time out until you give somebody what they want. Or is he going to say, you know what, I lost twice now, fought Mayweather, fought BIVOL, I lost, you know what, I'm going to fight who the fans want to see me fight. Or is that going to, you know what I mean, make them turn up a little bit and say, you know what, I got to go harder, I'm fighting everybody. Is he going to create a monster, or is it going to have him like on some shit like, you know what, I'm going to fight John Ryder next? They will make new excuses. Yeah, Canelo was lazy, man. His approach was lazy. He used no jab. He followed BIVOL around at times. He tried to cut the ring at other times. He threw decent shots here or there, but it was just not enough. Nowhere near. He couldn't put together no consistent attack. BIVOL said he was at 183 fight night. Facts, James. Appreciate you for sliding through. Yeah, said 180 to 183, something like that. And then he said his walk around weight like 188 or some shit like that. So yeah, we all about right. Yeah, he said about 180 to 183 in that Fight Hub interview. And then he said he could make 68. Well, he thinks so. He said before COVID, definitely. He said since COVID, he patted his stomach a little bit, said, he been eating a little bit more, but he said he still think he can make it. Canelo never fought the best at the time. He moves weight classes to avoid the best fighters, and I really think he will beat Charlo and Benavidez, but he's scared to fight him. That's fair to think he'd beat him. Like, you won't get no argument out of me because I respect the pains. That's respectable. I think at the worst, Canelo in any fight that he's going to be in, it's kind of how I feel about Tank. Any weight class Tank compete in, and anybody he's stepping there with, at worst, he's going to be in a 50-50 fight. Same goes for Canelo. It's not like we want to see this dude fight these dudes because we want everybody to beat him and knock him out, but we just want to see the fights of the people that actually want to fight him. And I think Canelo needs to understand that the fans are getting tired of you fighting who you want to fight as opposed to fighting who the fans want to see you fight and the fighters that actually want to fight you. See what I'm saying? Charlo, you can honestly say whether you think he's going to win or not. Do he look like he want that fight? Absolutely. Andre will be competing in his third weight class at 168. They was at 154 together, 160 together. Now he's going to be at 68. That man beat Zach Parker. He stay undefeated. You telling me you don't get this man an opportunity and it's going to be his third weight class he was in with you? That's just not a good look to me. That's you clearly avoiding a certain style. And I don't think he's scared of him. I just think business-wise, like Andre Ward said, after you lose, that bag ain't the same. They don't care. He don't care who you are. So although he's still gonna get paid because he's Canelo and he's still a big name and all that, but maybe that's what he was scared of, to lose them paydays. I think he was scared to, fuck up that money. Devin versus Kambosos. I got Devin outclassing Kambosos convincingly. And depending on his mentality, he might put a hurting on him. And I'm going to say that because I think a lot of people sleeping on Dev power. I ain't going to sit here and say he hit hard as hell. But I think he hit harder than when people give him credit. And you don't really see people walking through him. You get what I'm trying to say? Now, you done seen him take shots. You done seen people take shots from him. You seen it. But I'm just talking about walking through. Like, it got to be something that's able to keep these fighters honest. You get what I'm saying? And it got to be some sting or something going on, something behind them punches to a certain degree that's keeping people honest. I mean, I don't think being in Australia really gonna matter like as much as what people are saying. I just think it's a considerable gap in skill level. You know what I'm saying? Dev, a gym rat. I don't know, man. He young, he long, he dedicated, he's got speed. He go to the body well too. He throws some good body shots. Devin Haney could throw some good body shots when he want. I could see him hurting Kambosos to the body too. I really could. I definitely could. Canelo get knocked out so bad. I hate it. He think he's bad for the sport. I think it's bad for the sport of boxing. I mean, for me, it's smoke and mirrors with Canelo. I respected the challenge, the Mayweather challenge. I respected that. I respected a few fights after that. I respected the Lara fight, even though I felt like you lost. I mean, the Daniel Jacobs fight was respectable, but that's after he lost to Triple G. Like, he fight people either after losses or bad performances. I'm telling you, that's just what it is. Like, so partially it's smart, but then as a fan, when you see it, you like, all right, fuck all that. Yo, fight somebody that's, you know what I mean, on the same level, if possible. And it is possible. You got too many people he could be fighting and he's just not. And when we call him out on it, they make it seem like you hate it. You're not a hater. You just want to see him fight somebody that actually want to fight him. And I think we'd get a different result. Matter of fact, you did. We just seen it Saturday. He fight somebody that wanted to fight back, and look what you got. And the boxing commission start implementing strict rules about weight classes. Fighters going up and down weight class too risky these days. I don't think so, because I think the thought process behind that is if you can make the weight when you step on the scale, then you can compete at that weight class. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like how people feel like there's no such thing as a weight bully, because if you can make the weight, then you can compete at the weight. You get what I'm saying? So I think with that, as long as when you step on the scale, you weigh the contracted weight you find. I don't think they ever tell people, where to compete at, because everybody body grow differently, and sometimes I've seen fighters start out bigger, go down smaller, start smaller, go back up. You know what I mean? I've seen fighters lobbying and doing something, in between until they find a weight that's the more comfortable for them, or whatever's more lucrative, whatever's path. I think a lot of fighters be in between weight classes, so to speak. Like, you'll see him 146 maybe, and then you might see a fighter at 140. So they be fighting at 47 and 40, or you know what I mean? Just mixing it up. I think sometimes it depends on the fighters and the opportunities that present themselves is why we see certain fighters jumping up in weight, or kind of being in between weight classes, so to speak. You know what I mean? I think that's why you see that. It's a matter of opportunities that they're getting or not getting. With Canelo, he just choosing to, I guess in a way he is challenging himself, because anytime you just keep, jumping up and down the way, you are challenging yourself. But we call the play how we see it. You're not fighting the most dangerous people that you can fight. And it's tricky because, all right, Caleb Plant, that's an undefeated champion, right? It's hard to call him a cherry pick. It's hard to complain. But what we could look and say is Caleb Plant don't got the power to hurt you. He only had 21 fights going into the fight. You gotta get what I'm saying? At some point, you could kind of think that inexperience could play a factor. But it's hard. When you pick an undefeated opponent with a belt, on top of that, undefeated champion, it's hard to say he cherry-picked, if you get what I'm trying to say. But my thing is, there are more dangerous fights than that guy. So it's like, when we say that, don't tell us we hating on you for telling the truth. Or at least what we feel is our opinion. Our opinion, in my honest opinion, there were tougher fights to be made than Caleb Plant. Let's just be real. And I like Caleb Plant and was rooting for him. So, no 168 rematch. After that, BIVOL was the A-side and shit. Focus on Joe Smith Jr. This better be a. Nah, I get you. Vegas Mark. Salute to you. Appreciate you for sliding through. The reason I say 68 because they asked BIVOL about it, and he was like, yeah, I think I can make it. Like, and my thing is, I explored that being a possibility over 175, because when they asked Canelo about it initially, right after the fight, he looked like he was on board. Like, yeah, this doesn't end like this. Of course, because your adrenaline's still pumping. You just lost. You like, yeah, man, hell no, I'm getting right back in there. But then at the post-fight presser, when it was in the back room, he sounded unsure. He even stopped speaking English. He started using the translator again. The dude was like, and BIVOL already said, like, he'd take a rematch, but they're gonna have to renegotiate, because he accepted the terms because he wanted the opportunity to fight. But he was like, being that he won, he deserved to be treated like a champion now, so he wouldn't accept the same terms. And with Canelo looking like that, maybe he's cool with people making a weight excuse for him, and he's gonna jump back down. Maybe he jumped back down and defend his belts at 68. But why I said 68? Because BIVOL said he could make it. He said he think he can, and you know, he said he's not that big. He don't walk around that big, so it's a possibility. And I thought, being that they speaking on rematch, maybe Canelo will feel more comfortable there, even though he already fought at 75 before he fought BIVOL when he fought Kovalev. You know, maybe he'll feel more comfortable back at 68. And that's a weight, like with BIVOL saying he don't rehydrate and he's not that big, you know, outside of camp. Hey, if he can make the weight without killing himself, yeah, go ahead and take his belts. Because think about how that'll hurt bad. You just beat him at 75, kept your belt, and then you went down to 68, chased him down there, and took them belts up off his shoulders from around his waist. He'd be sick, man. He'd be sick. He'd be fucking sick, man. He'd be sick. I think it will go 12 rounds, and Haney will win it because he fights on defense more. Yeah, it's very possible that it goes 12 rounds, but I say for me, if Haney won a stoppage, you're not gonna get it head hunting. You're not gonna get it head hunting. You gotta go to take the air out of the tire, beat that body up, the head to be right where you needed to be later on in the fight. But I just want to see him start out stabbing him to the body and breaking his body down. Just break him down. Try to hurt him when you hit him. Try to hurt that dude. That's what I just want to see. I want to see Devin Haney have some nasty intent behind his punches, man. Like he really want to hurt this dude. Changing weight classes is cool. We're fighting the best at the other weight class. Canelo's been fighting the best at different weight classes. That's the problem. And you know, just to kind of give Canelo some breathing room, I could see if when you jumped up to that weight class, you were taking certain fights so you could properly acclimate to the weight class before you fight the most dangerous guy there. But we see what you're doing. You're handpicking who you feel like you got the most advantages of out of all the. You know what I mean? You're fighting the safest of the dangerous fights. I was saying that earlier. If that makes any sense, it's the safest of what's available. They all dangerous. You can't play boxing. It's always going to be dangerous. It's always a risk. Something can happen. But at the end of the day, him and his team are sitting there scouting a division, and they're trying to pick what they feel like is the least challenging. In my honest opinion, I feel like they're not going to never tell you that, but I feel like they're trying to pick the guy who they feel like not necessarily is weak, because Canelo, as a boxer, he probably has more respect than other boxers, and they probably think that way. But he's picking the guy he probably had the most advantages over. Whoever they think he has the most advantages over, the best chance of beating, that's who he's fighting. And it just so happens some of these guys are undefeated. You know, some were belt holders, some were actually champions. DMITRY BIVOL fought like a real champion. You know what I'm saying? You got other guys you can't say the same for, but you know, I think that's really what it is with him, man. Like he's picking, you know what I mean, the fighter that he feel like he can, you know what I mean, he had the most upside against, the most advantages over. There's a rematch. It better stay at 75. Canelo ain't the boss for once. Now you're right, but the only reason I said anything about 68 because they asked him that, and you know people are trying to throw the weight excuse in there, and then you got Canelo seeming like he ain't too sure about 75, so you know maybe he'll feel comfortable there, and I think BIVOL beat him there too, honestly. You know what I'm saying? I think he beat him there, and he take his best because that's gonna hurt, man. And I don't think it's the size that matter. I think it's strategy and what he had in front of him, and I think that lazy approach like that is weak as hell. Like, you know what I mean? You can't come in there and not use your jab, and you got 61 fight. That was his 61st fight. You was fighting like a young guy trying to prove himself, almost coming in there throwing, you know what I mean, you swinging for the fences every punch. Even BIVOL said you strong, but you know early. Then he's like, you throw every punch hard, and you wasn't really as strong down the fight. You know what I mean? Throughout the course of the fight, you shot your load in that first quarter of the fight. Terry was good, bro. So sick what I've been hearing on YouTube. Just I got you, bro. It's cool, yeah. Bet. BIVOL take his belts from him, so he might be a better job. It won't take for the belts. If it's not for the belts. Yeah, Canelo, yeah, hopefully I'll just say 68 because I just don't believe, like I said, he want to get back in there at 75. And I just noticed not saying he couldn't hurt. He couldn't. I'm not going to say he doesn't have the power to hurt, but with him defending himself the way he was in that fight, he was unable to hurt him, yo. He just couldn't hurt BIVOL. I seen him hit him with that flush uppercut, the same type of uppercut that split Lara guard and cut his eye, and BIVOL just walked right through. He just took it and just kept boxing. Bivol wants the 168 belts, so maybe. So who knows? But he should fight the winner of Better Be It versus Joe Smith Jr. Yeah. But I'm just again like so y'all understand where the question is coming from because they asked him about the 68 and we know who got the belts and he mentioned Undisputed and how that would be cool too. So I just it proposed the question like should he go his ass down there? You know what I'm saying? And should the rematch happen at 68 rather than 75? But regardless of where it happens, I think he loses either way. Like he don't beat those guys. He's not gonna beat them. I mean, he's not gonna beat Bivol, in my opinion. That lazy approach is not gonna win. That's not gonna work for him. GGG is not fighting Ward. Put a dent in his legacy for me. There's no notable name. GGG win record. He has the size and power to move up. He was never willing to leave his comfort zone. Yeah, but at the same time, like when you had great fighters like a Marvin Hagler and he stayed at middleweight, I don't really have a problem with you staying there. But it's like as a fan, like if you're gonna fight who you want to fight or not fight the absolute best in the division, that's the problem. Because think about it. You probably wouldn't feel that way if he was fighting the absolute best, you know what I'm saying, in the division, but he's not. Outside of Canelo and maybe some decent names, like he just don't have the fights. Like he just don't have them, yo. And I don't think he really gonna challenge himself outside of wanting to fight Canelo. I don't see that dude. He'll never fight Charlo or he not gonna do it. Terry was good, bro. Canelo looked like a red punching bag Saturday night. Yeah, for sure he did. He definitely did. Bivol was on his ass. Yeah, every match is dangerous. People thought Teofimo was picking an easy fight, and I think they underestimated Kambosos, but he had too much personal shit going on, and he mentally was not in his right mind to take any fight. And it's like his people should have known that, and they shouldn't have put him in there like that. Now I'm just sitting there having time to think. They shouldn't have put him in there. That man was in the press conferences spilling all his personal business. That should have let you know where his mind was at. Respectfully, he only human, a young ass kid. So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though. When you can pull up on me, call me all kinds of nigga, and do all this other stuff in front of Devin Haney, like, come on now.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's all cool, but I'm just being realistic. Like, that's the other side of it. But when you're not mentally, how important the mental aspect of boxing is, and if you're not in your right mind to get in there, you just did yourself a disservice. Like I mean, I wouldn't have been necessarily against him pulling out, just knowing he was that much removed from reality. He just wasn't where he needed to be. But I get you. You want to talk like that? Nah, get your ass beat. Don't get me wrong. I wanted him to lose because he was acting like a diva.
Now here's my thing. If him and his daddy and that whole my bad.
Nah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You good?
No. Respect it. No, I respect the chat. Go ahead and read them, and then we'll dive.
Great, Adam. Yeah. I thought I just to keep it real with y'all because y'all the people. I can't lie to the family, man. Like I thought Canelo would knock him out late, possibly, or I just think I thought Bivol would be able to have success how Canelo opponents are able to have, but I didn't think he'd be able to sustain it. I was wrong about both of them things, and like I said, it's just certain stuff you ain't mad to be wrong about. I don't know what language that is, but appreciate you, bro, for sliding through. Mayo, appreciate you for sliding through. In fact, he was walking through his punching. I wish he could have been on the pod today. Canelo was outmatched from the beginning. He only won like 3 rounds, if that. Yeah, definitely. He definitely only won like 3 rounds, in my opinion. Go ahead. What you were saying, Terry? Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Oh no, you're good. Like I said, I was in the chat for a while. Like I said, everybody leaving comments, of course. I respect them too. I've been there. But no. What I was doing was, I've been around like ever since that loss that happened on Saturday, dude. Like it has been either a war zone or it has been like a sympathy echo chamber everywhere you go. Like with all these, this is no longer about the sport of boxing. It is not even about the sport of boxing. This is literally fanboyism. And literally having its onus on one person and seeing that one person lose. Now, completely, like, if you look at all the boxing shows now, everybody's talking about this Canelo loss, and it's not even they're not even willing to give DMITRY BIVOL his respect. It's literally to the point of they see this as such of a loss that literally, like, Canelo was like a family member. And now it's like, what can he do?
Did he overstep his boundaries? It doesn't matter about anybody in his past. Everybody in his past was weak as fuck. Like now, all of a sudden, it's so disgusting now on these streets. Like, is this literally what we just turned to, knowing we got undisputed next week with Castano Charlo? Like literally, we're gonna forget undisputed, and people are gonna have this hard on for Canelo losing. No, my bad. I think we still got big homie might have dropped off real quick. There he is. There he is.
Yo.
Yeah.
My bad, yo.
But right now,
my laptop had died.
Oh no, you're good. It's just right now. It's just, dude. I was literally over on a few channels right now, and like I said, I really think that loss that just happened this week, it is affected more than the boxing world. Like people, they're doing so much sympathetic things for. It is sad. Like people want to send the nigga flowers now. I don't understand this. We have undisputed this week. All right, I think this is upcoming with Charlo and Castano. I think this is coming up this week, or it's coming up soon. Like we're about to forget this. And my goodness, all this over Canelo loss. I don't know what's going on. I didn't think that this loss was going to be that magnitude. So
yeah. I mean, I think when people. When they see Canelo, you got people calling him King Nello, God Nello. Like you got some people that's really out of touch with reality, and I think them seeing him lose like that, it just was such a shocker because they didn't expect it. You know what I'm saying? And they thought he had one. They thought Canelo had some food. And let's be honest, that dude don't really take fights. Him and his team feel like they can't win. I know they seen a kid with 19 fights thought they could exploit. You know what I mean? His inexperience, and I think it backfired. And he had that confidence after beating Kovalev, and I think that gave him some false confidence to think that he belonged at 75 to try to come and win again up there. But yeah, that's my point though, Tony. Like if Hagler, you said Hagler fought some big names. That you just made. That's the point I was making. If Triple G stayed at 60 and he was willing to fight the absolute best there, I don't think nobody have an issue with him staying there. You get what I'm saying? It's like Gary Russell. Like I don't mind him staying at 26. People say, "Oh, he should move up."
But
you gotta take
Gary Russell's different.
How small he is. He's not a big
Leo ducked him. Leo, when I can literally touch him physically, like Leo, you ducked him. Warrington ducked him. Like all the other names, like that's a whole different thing. Like with Triple G,
fighting everybody in that division. Yeah, Mayo, he's not gonna do that. I don't see him going back at 75 with BIVOL again. But like I said, I thought it would be entertaining to see if you feel more comfortable at 68. And I think BIVOL will go right down there and spoil his party and beat him again. I just think he got the style to upset him. And now that I've seen that he can sustain it through a 12-round period, I don't think Canelo, what he gonna do different? That's gonna really, that's just the way he been fighting. The way he trained is the way he fight, throwing all power punches. And it's funny. He got more skill than that. He just didn't show it. I can't believe in his 61st fight, he chose to just think he could plod forward and throw big shots and get this dude out of there. And that's why I say he fell in love with his power a little bit, and he becoming a victim of his own success. It's crazy. That's exactly what I seen Saturday. Teofimo overrated. Slightly, yeah, but he is skilled, he's very young. He's skilled. He turned a lot of people off after he won. You beat Loma and started acting like you did everything. You get what I'm saying? One solid win. This dude start talking about, I don't need these dudes.
I'll give him two. I'm gonna give him the Richard Comey win. I'll give him the IBF when you took the belt off of Richard Comey. I'll give him that.
Switched back 3 times already over. Yeah, TFM had to fight at some point. T20 was good, bro. Oh, you talking about him and Cambosis fight? Yeah, that was the Triller thing. Yeah, they handled that very poorly. You know what I'm saying? And I think some of that could be, everybody could take a little blame for that shit. Bob, T.
But notice, if you notice, even Triller, Mike Tyson and Roy Jones even said that Triller still didn't even pay him the money for their fight yet.
Yeah. See how Triller kind of like slid away from that whole situation with T.O.? They backed him out of there, and it backfired. Till he had something going on. He was going off for his personal life and social media. Yeah, and then not only did he do it in social media, he had a interview where I think he went off a little bit, and he was just talking too much about his personal situation. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm a real man. Like, I hate to hear like you for him to be spitting that out. He must don't feel like he had too many outlets. You know what I mean?
Trust me, we know what happened with his DM, the baby moms and everything. We feel bad, but it's like, dude, you got to keep that. Like, I know you got to keep that in house. You know what I mean?
He should have kept it to himself for sure. But I think he should have took some time off. I mean, but then again, I can't say that because like somebody just mentioned, T20, that fight, it kept getting pushed back. He had to fight, but it just was bad timing, and it was like the perfect storm.
I'll do it like this. At least I'd rather would have took time off than end up in like a Felix Verdejo situation, deal with the woman and the child. You know what I mean?
I think Tio, he definitely got potential. He was going through a lot, and I think it was the perfect storm for Kambosos. Kambosos had the right amount of like confidence. He had the right energy, like not for nothing. When that whole build up and all that, when Kambosos spoke on him, I believed him. I believed him. He was really gonna come in there. I believe he thought this dude was overlooking him. I believe he thought Tio was feeling himself. I believe he thought them belts was his curse, like him acting outside of himself. And I seen one particular exchange where Tio kind of had his shirt off and he got real mad. And it just was like, I was like, at that point, he got under your skin. And I don't think it's going to work out for you. Like, it's levels to it. It's like you can piss somebody off and they can deal with you the right way. But I felt like with all the other stuff going surrounding it, and then that little extra bit, him having like a mental edge over you already, got under your skin, had you mad. He had you approach the fight like you were a first round, a one-punch knockout artist, and you really went out there and tried to knock that man out in the first round, and you lost like terribly. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he got to get himself together. In my honest opinion, he got to add something to his trainer. He need another trainer.
Don't worry, he got a great.
Bring somebody in.
He got a great task coming up. He's fighting at 140 now. His next fight is against Arnold Barboza, former 2016 Olympic.
Yeah, they keep saying they throwing some names out there because I was hearing
he signed to fight Arnold Barboza, so that's going to be his next fight.
I made a video on that. I remember making a video on that. I thought he was going to fight. It's iffy because I keep hearing him throwing names around, but either way it's looking like it's going to be a test regardless. Like, it looked like the walls closing in. He going to have to fight somebody, yo. He going to have to. Somebody. He's going to have to. People might best and you want to see the best fight the best instead of fighting some average fan. Yeah, I think some of that too, like how these fighters move. Because I seen another content creator post about this, and I was saying this for a couple of weeks. I think people be trying to avoid becoming the next meme, yo. Like the way people get trolled after losing, I don't give a fuck what nobody trying to say. The easy thing is to say, well, stay off social media, have thick skin. Nah, bro. Like, you still human. And you gotta think a lot of these dudes be fucking kids. They're not grown ass people. They ain't old as I am. These motherfuckers be in their 20s. They young kids. Like, these dudes don't be wanting to be the next meme, yo. I really think that factors in how they approach and what fights they take.
But look how bad it is now. Let's think about a meme. We're talking about boxing. Let's think about basketball. You imagine nigga DeAndre Jordan when he dunked on Brandon Knight. That was a meme for. I mean, man,
I guess the biggest difference is you could play basketball. You can't play boxing. When somebody punched you in your face, knocked you out or something, it's different. It just hit different. You like, man. All right, it's fucking. You play a sport and somebody bust your ass. It can still be embarrassing, but then it's like the sport you can't play. Niggas just went in there and beat your ass, and then you make all kind of memes. And another thing, not just the memes. I think we need to start pushing the narratives that we support the fighters, win, lose, or draw. I really think that's important. Like, let motherfuckers know you really gonna rock with them, whether they win, lose, or draw. Long as they handle their business like a man. Of course, Maidana would have beat Canelo. I think Maidana. I think he lacked something defensively, and I think Canelo would be too big for him. Because weight jumping. You get what I'm saying?
Maidana started out at 40. He started up at junior welter.
Yeah.
So that's way too small.
I mean, I think I would want to see it though. He's crazy because Maidana was supposed to come back a few times. He just never did. What's your opinion on Conor Ben? UK promoters
Let's be
wrapping him
honest.
up.
I ain't coming back after you give me 1 or 2 Floyd paydays. That money hit different. That buffet hit different.
Yeah. My opinion on Conor Ben. See, I don't know how other people viewed him, but for me, I actually watched Conor Ben. I watched him like early on because his fights was televised early, because his father in the name, they was expecting big things. But early on, he was kind of shitty to me. He was overcompensating. He was trying to fight too much like his father. He was overly aggressive and just kind of wild. But then I seen progression. So like I always say, like maybe them first 12 fights, I didn't see all of them, but maybe that first 12, 13 fights or so, it was iffy. But he hit, toward the second half of those fights, because he got 21 fights. I say 10 to 12 fights in, it was and then after a while, you started seeing the progression. And I really seen him. You can tell, like, that's why I say if you've seen him early till now, you could see the progression. But I don't think if you've seen him early and you've seen him now, you might not have the same respect for him that I do. Because I know
they're trying to really build.
I know he had to put the work in to get better. Like, you get what I'm saying? I know, and you could tell, you could see it in the performance. I'm like, regardless of what people say, this dude is putting the work in. And for me, I could just respect that. When you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing as a fighter, you crossing your T's, dotting your I's, I'm gonna respect it. It's like, all right, cool. You doing what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I seen him get better. I seen it. I seen the maturation process to a certain degree. But
what level do you think he's? Do you think he's domestic level, international level, or world level?
I ain't saying definitely not world level, but he had to point. I don't domestic. That's just like he got to at least be able to be international, yo. At least
domestic level. He still got to fight the Josh Kelly.
Yeah.
He's still got to fight David Avenese.
I was just about. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say that. That I'm with that, but don't call out Broner. Don't entertain nothing with Amir Khan. Stop talking about people that's 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Fight somebody that want to fight you or that's willing to really step to the challenge. Because now you 20 fights in, you 21 fights in. You just had a first round knockout. You after at least your last 3 or 4 fights, you said they just not challenging you. He taking step up, but these dudes not challenge you. So that leads me to believe it's time for you to start fighting these other dudes. And if y'all know how I know, unless they changed them rankings, he was ranked number 5 in 3 of the major sanctioning bodies. There's no excuse for him to be fighting bullshit fights at this point. And his people they're in a position where they got to be careful being too careful with him. You know what I'm saying? You want to properly test him so he could develop and continue to grow as a fighter. You don't want to stagnate his growth, keep putting him in there with people he can knock out, and then he get lax, he get complacent, stop working, stop challenging himself, and then you get in there with somebody and he lose a fight he wouldn't have lost. But you get what I'm saying? Because y'all didn't challenge him properly. So don't stagnate his growth don't give him no more Chris Van Herten. This is what I'm saying. Give him a David Avenese or one of those dudes that is really going. Give him somebody that's going to fight.
David already knocked off Josh Kelly. He derailed that kid for 2 years. You want him to derail another one?
Yeah. I appreciate you for sliding through, bro. Yeah, man. So, yeah, man, you should watch Frank Martin. He trains with Errol Spence. Lightweight, he nice. Hey, man, you gotta know I know about Frank Martin now. You know I gotta know about the ghosts. I've got to be on him. I tell you somebody to look out for if you don't know about him, because we ain't able to see his fights on TV yet. Check out Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield, a young kid at 135. First thing you're gonna see is that he's a fucking gym rat. I'm willing to say this without even seeing this dude fight live, that I don't think there's too many fighters at that weight class that's working harder than he worked. Every time I see this dude, in the gym, and you can see his physique, you can tell that he working on himself every chance he get. And this dude, he looked like the goods, man. I did a video on him a couple days ago. Kid Austin, man. He got some skill.
I was on a few channels yesterday, just listening in and absorbing basically now ever since Canelo lost, they're saying all around hate for like any black fighter. So like people were talking about how Rayo Valenzuela, the lightweight prospect, I guess now he's over there at PBC, and they're talking about and there were some like Hispanic channels talking about, oh, they're gonna milk Rayo Valenzuela. They're not gonna give him a lightweight shot. They're gonna put him against all their other PBC prospects like Frank Martin and all the ones. I'm like, what the?
I was thinking they was gonna throw El Rayo in there with Pitbull, but I think that would be too much like my boy T, my boy Skinny, my boy Southern TV saying it'd be too much like right. And I maybe, but then I was hearing, Ryan Garcia coming back. What they said? Did they say July 16th, 17th, something like that? And they were saying he said we're gonna love his opponent, but we gotta take that with a grain of salt because he could just be, dragging us along. But if he's being sincere and he's saying like he confident enough to say we're gonna love his next opponent, it got to be somebody like Pitbull Cruz, because that dude Maxie Hughes, that UK dude Maxie Hughes that they was throwing out there, don't nobody want to see that. Don't nobody want to see that at all. So if
it's Ryan Garcia and he's still dealing with DAZN, can he give me Mitchell Rivera? Give me Mitchell Rivera. Michelle Rivera, that's his name.
Yeah.
Give me him, the one that looks like young Ali.
Michelle Rivera, I just heard something. I said something earlier about it that it's report that it's a possibility that Michelle Rivera may face Tank Davis sometime next year.
Yeah.
I think because of the ranking or the sanctioning body. I think he's up there in the ranking.
De La Hoya or Canelo. De La Hoya fought way more names, and he was a real fighter, regardless of how he is outside the ring.
I'll take De La Hoya at 54. De La Hoya at 54. Canelo beats him at 60. De La Hoya whooped him at 54 though.
De La Hoya was in his prime, in his day, he was a motherfucker. He could fight, I respect De La Hoya fight game. For sure,
he could box his ass off,
and he's what Canelo would be if he actually challenged himself. Because that's one thing you could say about Oscar. He would challenge himself. He ain't only fight. I know
Oscar's record. I know Oscar's record personally because he's the one who I threw out as my favorite Mexican fighter all time. He's 39.
I remember liking Oscar a lot. I remember
39 and
Oscar a lot.
39-6 is a great ass record, and if you look at out of all 45 fights, you only lost to who? Pacquiao, Shane, Floyd, B-Hop, and then what is it? Only one or two more people. But look at the other names who you bodied. You got who? Go ahead.
He got a couple gifts though.
Yeah, he did.
He got some gifts, but look at the overall resume. Fernando Vargas, Ricardo Mayorga,
I call Crush the balance, man. The OG balance. He gonna create some balance. He just gonna point it out. It's just to be balanced. But we in agreement. De La Hoya, he was a real fighter, And that was I liked him at one point. Like I rocked with him heavily. I think I stopped disliking him. I think around the time with the Floyd fight, I think I stopped liking him like that because I thought Floyd Pops was weird for training with De La Hoya. I was just confused. I was looking like, man, this shit is weird. It forced me not to like De La Hoya. Like, I can't. How your Pops training somebody to beat your son? I was just like, that ain't weird. I don't know what it is, but whatever. But yeah, man, De La Hoya, I respected his fight game for sure.
Remember, you got 70 million plus riding on both you fighters. Remember, I'm getting 50 million, Floyd's getting 20. Shit, I'll do whatever I can to keep this money for you. But that's a lot of money that was invested at that time for that fight. Remember. That was
fake Kid Austin. Yeah, he looked solid for that. He looked bigger than 135, and I attribute that because that dude is that kid. He's 19. That boy always in the gym, and I know it's not smoke and mirrors. I know it's not because you can look at his physique and see how hard he be working. I'm like, I respect the work ethic. Very rarely are you gonna see somebody that got skill. Like you obviously could see from some of them highlights and that footage, he got some skill. And you work that hard, like you gonna get somewhere just because of that. You can fight, and he work his ass off. It's like some of these young fighters, I got a lot of respect for them because they're so young, but they're locked the fuck in. And that's hard. Like what Floyd did, dedicating himself to that craft, that shit ain't easy. That's why when you see situations like you see how things play out, like some of the trouble Broner went through. I give him the benefit of the doubt. Don't get it wrong. When you do bullshit, you do dumb bullshit. But like just washing your hands with him, he needs help. He needs to do. He probably do. You gotta think if that was your family, would you be like, fuck him? So I don't look like that. I just like, it take a lot to fully dedicate yourself to this sport like this. And I know it's a lonely ass sport. They say it all the time. Just a lonely ass sport.
Broner admitted when he grew up from Cincinnati and out there, he was not used to seeing that much money, and then all of a sudden won a few world championships. Shit, you know what that money did to him? That's why his heart couldn't even touch back then. He can never touch lightweight.
So much success so early, and and I just think when that's the situation, you need people that really care about you around you. And I'm not saying he didn't have none, but I say it like you could see from when he was undefeated, like that entourage, into when he first lost, how that shit cut in half, if not more. Like you just certain people that you never really seen him hanging with again. That shit was weird. So it's like it's all good. Everybody love a winner, but then when you lose, it's like where these people at. And I think he was a victim of that. Having a big heart, looking out for people, having his own demons, making his own mistakes. It's his fault, but he, human as he is, it's like he's a product of that. So it's like I got a notification. I've been getting those lately. I think that might be my second or third one telling me about Broner training, and I seen him beating up on somebody a little bit in sparring, and it looked
he got to give him one last. He's gonna go for one last belt because they want to get him a belt at 140.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Just let his hands go, and I'd be fine with that. What's your opinion on Usyk Joshua rematch? I think Usyk stops. People are telling AJ to be more aggressive. This time that only creates more openness for Usyk. That's my thoughts exactly. But
you're not beating Usyk. That man just came back from war. That man was just getting shot at. You can't beat me when a Russian soldier's just shooting at me, and you just got hands and fists.
I think
you can't beat me. No way.
I think that, to be honest, I think the same thing that is going to put him in danger is the same thing that's going to give him the best chance at winning is being aggressive. I think on no day, 10 out of 10, he loses a boxing match with Usyk. He's almost in a situation Wilder was in with Fury, almost with AJ obviously having more technical and fundamental skill, obviously, but it's to the point where he's at a disadvantage. Like, you're never going to win a boxing match. Wilder possibly more than likely would not win a boxing match against Fury. He had to fight him. So that's what Anthony Joshua gonna have to do. We're gonna have to fight Fury. I mean, he's gonna have to fight Usyk. If he don't, and you try to box, you're gonna lose. And you could possibly get stopped because
it was coming close to that in that round 12. It was coming real close to
it. Abduction. Got a damn Amber Alert. Man, people get on my nerves, Joe. If I ever please let me see that one day, man. God, leave people crazy with these kids, man. But yeah, man. A boxing match here it's just like Wilder. It always been real. I always said Fury was the better boxer. Wilder was the better fighter. For Wilder to win that fight, he would have to fight Fury. You can't box him. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, you got to get in there and fight his ass. You can't sit there and try to be on the outside and box. You just gotta try to hurt him, and that's what Joshua got to do to Usyk. If he don't, he in trouble. I would rather go out on my shield.
I mean, you got to. That's the more man thing to do, is to go out on your shield. That's what That's what the sport entails, or what we think.
Cops outside my damn door. What the hell? Damn Amber Alert. What the damn cop doing right here, man? Man, man, I think Joshua, he gotta go for his in that one. If he don't, he in trouble. I think he in trouble either way, but he gotta be real smart in that fight, because his gas tank, he come in with a quarter tank of gas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I heard somebody say that, but he always said that his gas tank is questionable. But and the longer the fight goes, the better it is for Usyk, and the worse it is for him.
Dude, Joshua comes into the fights at around 240, so you got to think you're 6'5", 6'6", 240. So how much oxygen has to run through all those muscles, and you're already a muscle down kind of person. So,
that's why I thought it was kind of smart when he slimmed down against Ruiz. I thought that was intelligent to come in a little smaller, because you kind of starting to get it, bro. Drop some of the muscles. We don't care if you look like you eat the weights when you go in the gym, bro. That's not gonna win you the fight. You gotta slim your ass down so you could, you know what I mean, have a gas tank to be hanging around if you ain't able to knock somebody out early. So his approach got to be different.
How can you come into a Usyk fight now when you hear Usyk saying that, oh, I could fight Canelo right now at 201?
Yeah.
201, nigga, you can make cruiserweight status again?
Yeah.
You in that shape again?
Usyk is definitely undersized heavyweight, in my opinion. I don't care how he making the weight. I just feel like he's an undersized dude, and I respect him for doing it. He a hell of a fighter. You said Broner couldn't beat any big names. He trash. I wouldn't say trash, bro.
He beat
just look at it like this. I got a better perspective for you. Who did Broner lose to that was trash? You see what I'm saying? That's a better question.
He beat Antonio DeMarco for the belt. What the hell?
And I know a lot of people ain't gonna give him that credit down there, but that's the better question I asked. You've never seen Broner lose to a bum ever. He lost to Maidana. That caught him slipping, and you know that's a fight I honestly don't think he should have took.
Didn't DeMarco beat Marco Antonio Barrera?
Yeah. I mean, man, AB, he had a lot of success early. Like I say, he lost to Maidana. It was Sean Porter. Then it was Mikey Garcia, and then Pacquiao. Like you gotta think, you look at those names, like none of those dudes was bums. You know what I'm saying? Maidana wasn't undefeated, but under Robert Garcia, he was together as like a pair. He caught Maidana while he was hot. You see what I'm saying? And
remember, Maidana lost to Batista at 140. So come on, he already had losses at 140. Come on.
What's the name? Who was it? Porter. Porter had the one loss, I believe. After that, he had the one loss. I think when he beat Broner, and he just is the same thing. And again, Broner fights are lost because he get outworked, not because he's not the better fighter or he's losing to better skilled fighters. He just don't let his hands go enough, and people got the tape is out on him. Outwork him, and you give yourself a substantial chance at beating him just by outworking him, and that's just what it is. And when you factor in that Maidana fight and the fact that the gloves that they used in that fight is the same ones they tried to use against Floyd, and the fact that Floyd didn't let him use them gloves, and then when you pair that up with the way Broner's face looked and how you never seen him in that position in any other fight after that point, I just got some questions. But I think that fight took fights off his career. I don't care what nobody say, and he kept it real. He kind of got like PTSD kind of from that shit happening. He said, when he fell out, when he was fighting when he was fighting Maidana, said he had to do that. He was faking. He said he would do that, he would have probably got knocked out. When he did all that falling all over the ground shit, he said he had to buy some time. Tony, if you ain't see it, check out AB Vlad interview, bro. Check out that Vlad interview. You'll have a different respect for AB. I guarantee you probably don't walk away from that interview thinking he trash, bro. I'm telling you. And he's just keeping it real. Appreciate you, my bro, for sliding back through. But yeah, man,
you can't say AB's trash. 4 division champion.
Yeah, AB. I think that ruined AB career. And then you think I was in the building at the Barclays when he fought Malignaggi. You don't go from a feather-fisted Malignaggi with 6 knockouts to Marcos Maidana, man. It's just not intelligent. And the real thing is AB is not a 47-pounder. He's talented enough to fight in that division, but physically, he would have always been at a disadvantage. He's just short dude with no fucking neck. You get what I'm saying? All them dudes at 47 was bigger than him. He's just not a big dude. Maidana, he shouldn't have fought that fight. That wasn't intelligent. I mean, Sean Porter.
He got pimped into that, bro.
Yeah, word. And I think they knew what they did. I think they, motherfuckers, they weren't supposed to throw him in here with him because nobody in the world was asking for that. That's my thing. I could see if somebody was asking for it. It's like, bro, what's my
and then you have to prep in the right way. You don't skip a whole fucking weight class.
That's what I'm trying to say. People factor.
But here's the thing, and like within a year or two, who was about to be who was there at 135, I believe a man named Terrence Bud Crawford was about to be fighting a man named
someone. Yeah, I'm with you, Ghost.
You could have Terrence Crawford and him and Michael Garcia at 135.
2 hours ago.
Beat both of the asses at 135.
Start going. Yeah,
that's true. 135 could have been a little fire division if you could have kept Gamboa. Maybe had Gamboa there.
And how I feel about Shakur. That's my guy.
As long as that dude was the problem, nobody was fucking with him. And Bud could have got that smoke before that man went up there and fought Maidana.
Mm-hmm.
True.
When he was the problem, he was not to be fucked with. He started being fucked with when he was about billions. That's facts.
True. But this is the history that a lot of people don't even know about Broner though. They just look at him now, but they don't look at how he was when he first came up, when he first won the 126 or the 130 titles and anything.
Again, that's what we here for. We here to, like, you know, not so much change your opinion, but provoke thought and challenge you to, like, you know, second guess what you think about Broner. Like, go check it out, man. I'm just being real. He never lost to a bum, and I always said that. If you notice, he never even lost 2 fights in a row. Like, it's certain little things where I could see that. I get it. He is who he is. He's not going to start all of a sudden throwing a whole bunch of punches. I don't think so. But I'm going to always root for that dude personally. It's just what it is. It's like, I believe he had a lot of success early. And because of it, you could never say he trash. You know what I'm saying? It's what it is. When you see that shit that happened to him in that Maidana fight, I got questions, man. Why was his jaw looking like that? I get it. You took some punishment. I get it. But why was your shit looking like that? You fought Pacquiao, he pretty heavy-handed too. Your shit wasn't looking like that, bro. So it's like, I got some questions. And then when you trying to, you know what I mean? When you try that same shit on Floyd, and come on, if nothing was wrong with those gloves, Floyd would have allowed you to wear them. I really got questions. That man's face ain't never looked like that. That was the issue I had. I made peace with the loss. I felt like shit when he lost, but I felt like more shit seeing him exit the fucking, you know, the arena with the security like helping him with his jaw.
The security had to hold both of his arms. He was looking bad.
He was helpless. I hated seeing that, bro. That shit had me mad. I was like, yo, fuck Maidana and Robert Garcia, because they know what they did. They some bitch ass niggas. That's why they admitted it. They admitted the Floyd fight, and then Floyd had to pay $1.5 million just again, like, I challenge anybody, and I don't want to change your opinion. I respect your opinion, but go watch that fight again with Vargas, and you know how you determine that fight. It was close because he allowed it to be, but look who did more damage when Broner started stepping forward and fighting. Look who. Remember, that's the first time when Broner was saying, "Man, look at your face. I fucked you up." Like, I agree.
Yeah, look at the post interview. Look at the post interview. The post interview shows like Sammy Vargas' face was messed up, and then he was talking about, "You want to run it back?" And he's like, "Let's run it back." And they shook hands.
They don't always tell the story, but in that case, Broner did more damage, and I'm just like, yo, he was right that time. He was on his ass.
That's like somebody telling me Tyson Fury beat Otto Waller.
I usually rock with you, but get your ass out of here with that. Try to get my man beat up. You try to get my man beat up, bro. Try to get beat up. Yeah,
we can't put gay ass on.
Who did AB fight? Even Mayweather said he trashed Mayweather, man. Listen, as much as I liked him in the ring, it's a little different outside the ring. I question him outside the ring, like the moves he make, the things he say, and some of the shit you see him do is questionable. That's how if he really felt that way about AB, then he was never his brother. You see what I'm saying? AB ain't trash until he start losing the trash. I'm trying to tell you, I really believe that man had a lot of success early. He had the wrong people in place, as is the case with many other successful young black rich people, you know what I mean, or with money, wealthy, however you want to look at it. And he had nobody telling him no, nobody pulling him back from himself. Because if he did, people realistically, just being realistic, at least let yourself acclimate to 147. You already not a natural 47 pounder, but you're playing. You jumped the whole weight class.
Remember,
your fight with Malignaggi, I was in the building. It was close. It was closer than it needed to be, but not from a skill standpoint, from a punch output standpoint. He don't throw a whole lot of punches. And what Broner didn't change is the shit that worked at the smaller weight classes did not work at 47. Being able to walk forward and pick single shots and hurt these dudes and keep them honest with your power, that shit didn't exist at 47. And that's also where he kind of went wrong. Not changing the way he approached some of these fights. Them dudes at 47, you don't hit that hard at 47 you get what I'm trying to say? Walk these dudes down the way you did at the lighter weights. That shit worked at the lighter weights, but it just wouldn't work at 47. You know what I'm saying? I believe he beat Jesse Vargas too, if I ain't say that. Yeah. I believe he just did more damage to him. That's all. I believe he edged it out. Yeah, I get you with that one. What's this? You guys just said Maidana was small. Broner was not an elite or a great fighter. Maidana was small. I ain't say Maidana was small.
Well, I only said he's small because he started out, his career was at 140.
I mean,
he started off at junior welterweight. He started at the same weight class as Andy Garcia.
Let me say this, man. What Broner accomplished in the time that he accomplished it was great. Whether or not overall you want to look at his career and say he wasn't a great fighter, I just think Broner was a hell of a fighter, bro. That's what I believe. I believe he kind of sabotaged his own career by, taking a fight necessary. And I believe Maidana had some faulty gloves in that fight. It's something that people don't want to talk about, but just the facts are there. Look at that man's face. You ain't never seen him like that again. He got the same. Look at the way he got battered with some gloves. He was fortunate to come back and have continue his career. But for Broner, that shit always in the back of his mind. He said in that Vlad interview. So I think what people think makes him trash, don't you tell me what fight that he lose because he's not the better fighter. He gonna lose because he's not.
For somebody to we gotta stop. I gotta say this to stop with the disrespect of Adrian Broner. He's a quarter.
I'm a big AB fan.
Tony Kidd. Tony Kidd. Do you know that he took the belt off the champion? So I mean, as much as you say he's a bum.
I let him say what he say, but I just, for me, I feel like I got a responsibility if I can, because he being peaceful in here, so it ain't bother me. That's his opinion, but I just challenge you to just factor some more things in when you think about AB, yo, because I'm telling you, man, he did some amazing shit in his career, man, and he did it early. He had a lot of success early. You heard Teofimo's in talks with fighting undisputed champ. Yeah, I hear that. I hear the Arnold Barboza name being thrown around.
Well, he been talking about that fucking undisputed. He ain't say shit about Barboza. Since he came out last week, he started running his mouth about this Josh Taylor shit. That's what been going on. And I already said enough about that, bro.
Then you hear Josh Taylor and Amanda Stanionis' name being mentioned as being the names that are going to disrupt the 147 bout with ERROL.
Facts, Ghost. We wouldn't have. We damn sure wouldn't have, because AB was a motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, see, when you hear me bring up Paulie, that's you making my point for me. How good was Paulie? And you don't go from that guy to Marcos Maidana, and I'm talking about punching power. Like you was still filling out that weight class. You just skipped over a weight class. You get what I'm saying? He wilded out. That shit pissed me off bad. Like, I couldn't believe he did that.
He was a two-weight division champion, 140 and 147. Paulie was a two-weight division, 140, 147.
Yeah, he was at least a champion. I think, I don't know, man. Like, that's why I say to each his own, how you rate a fighter. I try my damnedest not to say bum. It's easy to throw that around. I think that's why we call him Broner trash. You got to think, man, it's people with 10 losses. Like, he got 4, and it's to respectable opponents each time. This is what I'm saying. He lost to Pacquiao, no fucking shame there. You lost to Maidana when he was fucking people up, no shame there. You lost to Sean Porter, you got fucking outworked. You could be mad at that one, because it's just those are fights he could have won. It wasn't like Maidana just completely got out of there unscathed. He fucked him up too. That's why they ain't want to fight again. Broner is better than what some people won't tell you how good he is because of who he lost to, but they know Broner's better fighter than them. It's a lot of fighters that if Broner ain't fight that bullshit fight with Maidana, it's a lot of dudes that he would have probably beat their ass more than likely. Bro.
Did you hear the interview that Maidana gave? Did you hear the interview that Maidana gave a few years ago? He said that the hardest punch he ever took was from Broner. So, I mean, if you said that he got the problem Maidana admitted it.
We got to kill this. If you ain't boxed, you wouldn't know bullshit, man. Everybody got punched in their face up here. I'm just going to say that. Everybody had a fight. I get it. But I don't think that's why his face was looking like that. That could be, all right, I say that's a factor why his face was looking like that. But let's be honest.
That's like me telling him he shouldn't have a Miami Dolphins. He shouldn't have a Miami Dolphins logo. If you don't play football.
He brought them same gloves to Floyd, and what did Floyd say? Hell no. Put them in the same shit as me. These gloves ain't got no fucking padding in them. That's why his face was like that. And they didn't want to fight Broner. If they were so confident, they would have fought him again. They didn't want that again.
If you never played for the Miami Dolphins, you shouldn't be using their logo.
The reason why that kind of annoyed me with that, if you never box, I know you just saying that shit, because you got to think people be pushing narratives because us content creators ain't boxing. I ain't gonna say T got some experience boxing, but everybody don't. Like, get what I'm saying? They make it seem like because we didn't box or we ain't box professionally, we don't know what we talking about. That's why I'm too realistic, logical, and reasonable to ever be one of those people. I agree with you to a certain degree, but I believe the gloves factored in. Why I say that? Because Robert Garcia said those are the same gloves we use for Broner, which Floyd just repeatedly said, yo, they ain't got no fucking pad in them. Fuck them cheating ass motherfuckers. That's why Floyd avenged the loss for me, man. He got his get back for AB, man. He got his get back. Danny Garcia versus Broner. I said that should have happened a couple years ago because of output. Danny don't throw a whole lot of punches, and I think that's a fight from a, activity standpoint.
Hold on. Broner wasn't there at 140 when Danny was there. Broner skipped 140.
Nah, he just asking a question like Danny versus Broner. They both came up from 140. Yeah, I think.
No. Broner didn't. Broner came up from 135 to 147. He didn't come up from 140 to 140.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I mean, he had skipped the weight class. Broner shot himself in the foot with that, yo.
You gotta rephrase that, James.
People do push them narratives because we don't box. We can't come up here and know what we're talking about.
So just do boxing and just do boxing. This is why I wanted to jump on the panel because I was talking about I'm trying to dare to be great. Yeah. So we could not say that Broner didn't dare to be great, jumping 2 weight classes and taking the belt from a champion up there.
Yeah,
that would have been he dared to be great and did it right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, man. I just feel like, Broner, I think he got in his own way. A lot of success early. He made some emotional decisions and shit like that. How it was Pac-Man when he beat Broner. I'm trying to. I don't even know why you asked that question. I don't know. I just know he was.
Only because I was using that daring to be great narrative because how people are fans are saying Canelo was daring to be great to go up.
Bro, what's good with you? Yeah, I mean, and again, that fight, maybe people might disagree, but that's another fight that when I watch it, I'd be mad because I've seen so many opportunities where Broner could have just thrown punches and he just didn't. Like, that wasn't even the best version of Pac-Man. But that doesn't, you got to understand trash from inactivity. Broner's inactivity causes him to lose fights. And I ain't saying outside of the ring. I'm talking about a low punch output is the reason he loses fights. Not because he is trash. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got to convince you that. Like, you see him lose fights because he get outworked. Name a fighter that beat him that you really, truly felt like had a better skill set. It wasn't Maidana. It fucking damn sure ain't Sean Porter. Mikey Garcia is not a better fighter. All these dudes beat him the same way. Name every loss he get outworked. That's why Broner loses. He don't lose because dudes are better than him. So when somebody keeps saying like he trash, I mean, that's your opinion. But when you use the facts, he hasn't lost to a trash fighter to be trash. You got to at least lose the trash to be trash, bro. Like, say a certain level of fighter. You don't think he elite? That's fine. That's cool. I don't have no problem with that. But AB ain't trash, man. I think we got to start giving fighters more credit after they lose, man. He just lost to the better man. A dude that threw more punches. I don't think none of those dudes skillfully are better than Broner. And that's not me being a fan. It's me being realistic. Sean Porter not. Fucking Maidana, no, he not. That's why they ain't want that rematch. They ain't want that. They ain't want it at all. Who else? You got Mikey Garcia. Get the fuck out of here. He's definitely not better. He just allowed Mikey Garcia to get off and not throw punches. That's why when he loses, it's frustrating. Pacquiao, same deal. And he could have beat that version of Pacquiao. He just didn't. When you in there not throwing punches, you can't
win. That version did a little bit better than Thurman, I would say.
A little bit better. Yo, I watched my girl break somebody's jaw without their mouth being open, bro. Your jaw get broke with it being open or not. We all know Ali got his jaw broke because he used to talk in the ring. I watched my girl break somebody's jaw with their mouth closed. See what I'm saying?
You can just break that jaw hinge. Just break the jaw.
Box for 11 years. I get all of that, but what I'm telling you is, you don't have to box and know certain shit. Everybody had a fight before, man. You get what I'm saying? And we it's just certain shit is common sense. Like we're not a fool. You holding your mouth open, not cracking your shit. You don't think I can break it? I know that, but I've seen people get their jaws broke with their mouth closed too. You see what I'm saying? And I don't think that's it. All right. Let me just focus on what you're saying. You're saying his jaw's like that because he fight with his mouth open, right? So why is that the only fight that it happened in? Because he fight with his mouth open in every fight. So why? And he lost more than just the one time. You get what I'm saying? Sean Porter was all over him. Mikey Garcia was cracking him with some shit. Pacquiao was hitting him with some shit. Why ain't none of them dudes even come close to causing that kind of damage? If you think that's why his mouth really got like that, because he was talking with his mouth open. Nah, I really think it was the gloves, bro. I think they pulled some slick shit. I think he young, flashy. He was just feeling himself, and he didn't have nobody to pull him back from himself. And the minute he called Maidana Matisse, I felt personally as a fan, that's where he was going to lose. He said that. They asked him who he fighting. I could have swore he said the two names, Maidana Matisse, the kid that knocked everybody out. I said he going to lose. That's what I said out of my mouth when I seen him do that, because he was bullshit. So again, man, Broner
at 140 was fucking shit up. Matisse at 140
better boxers than AB. Yeah, facts. OTB. I just know what it is. Broner, Wild, Canelo.
People sleep. Hey, watch this. I'm gonna give y'all one even better. People give Lomachenko all their praise for his amateur record. I got 2 cookies for anybody in here that can tell me Adrian Broner amateur record. Bet you'd be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Good one.
Y'all got my bro up there, man. Name.
Hey, yo, I'm not Broner, Wilder, Canelo, Tio Haney, all overrated. No, man. Yo, you know what's frustrating to me? What makes Devin Haney? I'm gonna just break this down. What makes Devin Haney overrated?
Earl Spence said he the face of boxing.
He is too. Big Fish, Moby Dick.
Y'all can't tell me them folks don't be listening to us, dog.
Yeah, and we pushing it. Broner, Wilder, Canelo, Tio Haney. All overrated? I don't think so, yo. I just want to know. We could talk this shit because I ain't going nowhere. And I just rolled up, man. What you say? What make Haney overrated? I was just enlightening somebody on Haney because he said Haney the cornball, Devin the cornball Haney. That's what he said. I said, so you telling me a man that all he do is stay in the gym, he dedicated himself to the craft. This kid is 23 years old. He took a slave deal contract. He did everything he said he was going to do. He going over there daring to be great, and he a cornball because of that. Fill me in. How that make you a cornball? How? Overrated? He's not overrated. People are rating him because motherfuckers ain't beating him. I don't care about nobody winning 2 or 3 rounds. Can you beat him? And I ain't saying he unbeatable because, you know, that's a different conversation, but I'm just different. I'm not overly critical of these fighters. That shit that they get in the ring to do is not easy. I try not to be anyway. So just easily call. What Wilder started? Do you know when he started boxing? Ain't nothing overrated about him. He won an Olympic bronze medals as a grown ass man. He basically picked up boxing as a grown man, damn near. You know, you get what I'm saying? A grown man. Ain't nothing overrated about Wilder. Did you see how he knocked everybody out? Did you see how bad y'all say Wilder is? All of that, no skill. He got a bronze medal, knocked all these people out. Tell me why he only lost to one person his whole entire career. If he's that bad, he would have took a lot more losses. Y'all just don't give credit where he did, because
he did beat the champ. He beat the champion Stavern.
Too busy listening to like bullshit. I'm not one of them. I've been seeing what's going on. It's like, damn, everybody trash. Like, how we gonna talk boxing if everybody trash? I don't understand.
So who's great on Fury's record that makes him so great? Because if it's outside Fury, of Wilder and
my boy,
you can say Wilder and Klitschko. Who else?
The chain is beating who? Deontay Wilder. When that man retire, he could fight Anthony Joshua or Usyk tomorrow. When he retire, his biggest win on his resume is going to be beating who? Deontay Wilder, the dude that y'all said don't have no skill, that took him life and death, that he had to cheat to beat him. I hate, yo, man. Ain't nothing.
Klitschko already had losses to Chris Bird and Lamont Bruce.
Cheater. T.O., the jury's still out on him, and Haney a real dog, man. Ain't nothing not to like about Haney. You could say he can't punch. You could say that ain't your favorite fighter. You don't like his style, but nothing about how he moves says cornball or says overrated. He's rated because motherfuckers not beating him, and they don't want to fight him. I don't think he overrated. I just don't. Who's overrating him? What you mean? Where do we stand up at?
Just do that trolls shit crazy.
He ain't at the top of his division. You get what I'm saying? Overrated is. Let me see. You probably like Lomachenko, don't you? You probably like Lomachenko. That's overrated. That's
damn man. You kicking it over here until Just Do shut down. When he shut down, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you're not gonna win no fight if you're standing there taking punches. Yeah, that's a fact. Overrated and he ain't lost to nobody, not a Hall of Fame. That's all I'm saying. Like, we have to be a little more fair with this, man. 310 or some shit. Yeah, that's crazy. OTB. Andrew got 300 wins. Now, do that sound like a motherfucker that's trash? That's all I'm saying.
And I think he's a four-time national champ too. I think Broner was a four-time.
None of them want to even fight him. It's a fact, bro. They don't want to fight him. That's why I don't get it. Haney's fights are boring. All right, now again, if you feel like they're boring,
they're not fighting great boxers,
but they're not beating.
Linares and Gamboa are potential Hall of Famers.
Boring.
What the hell?
Boring doesn't mean overrated. You get what I'm saying? Because you think he boring. Like, I've criticized Devin Haney for some of his fights too. I have. I would be a lie if if I didn't keep it real. But I'm not trying to fall into that gap of people who just either overrate or underrate every boxer, or I'm just Duke. So just put it that way. That's what I'm gonna have in mind every time I speak about a fighter. That's where I'm coming from with it. So our perspectives are just different. I gotta give people their credit over here. You got to. And I try to do it for everybody. I give it to Canelo. If he do something he's supposed to do, we give him his credit. I mean, he fought BIVOL. He got some credit for getting in there, daring to be great. Videos, bro. You gotta, facts. Just go watch some of these videos, bro. I think what we allow, and I'm trying to tell. I was saying this before. In boxing, you got to have a mind of your own, yo. Because if you don't, they will form your opinion for you. The only people I see calling him that is them old media motherfuckers, are the niggas that just not in line with Devin Haney, just hating. That's a myth. I mean, it's hit and not get hit. They try to convince us Floyd was born. You get what I'm trying to say? Wilder knocking everybody out, they called him a bum, but they want knockouts. That shit blows me. It's like, y'all don't know which way y'all want it. Oh, he just knocked everybody out. Oh, he only got a bronze medal because he knocked everybody out. Mind you, that's coming from a person that ain't seen one fucking amateur fight, one Olympic fight from Wilder, saying that. Nah, man, you just gotta give people more credit. Stop listening to old media. And I don't even say that, I don't overuse that, but those are the ones discrediting the fighters and trying to form your opinion for you. Don't let them form your opinion. Haney is a hell of a fighter, yo. Whether with or without power. He dedicated to his craft. He shows up under the lights. You ain't seen him lose more than 3 rounds in any fight. I mean, it's not. How is he overrated? He beating these dudes handily. The fights don't even be close. The more people don't like Haney, the more I'm gonna like him. Like, it's just how it go. That's just how it go for me. Like I don't see where people have this issue with his fight game. I don't have that issue. Do you think? Just think for a second. Let's be real. With that man's skill set, if he had one punch knockout power, it'd be like cheating, man. Call it what it is. It'd be fucking cheating. That skill set he'd be beating the shit out of people, bro. He'd be beating the absolute dog shit out of people because they don't even be able to hit him sometimes. He'd be fucking people up. And then, if I'm being fair, because I criticize, not even criticize, I'm just real. If you're getting hit with the same punch over and over, if I see that happen to any fighter that's in or around Tank weight, I think if that's Tank on the other side of you, you might be sleep. That's Tank though. The average fighter can't do that. So you think with his skill set, you give him Tank one punch knockout power, not even just give him Tank power. It would be very unfair, bro. He would be beating the absolute dog shit out of people. He already doing it without all of this power that people feel like he gotta have. And again, he don't have power. Kambosa's got even less power. That's all I'm saying. He got 10 knockouts. Haney got 15. He got more power, if you ask me. Nico Ali fight this.
Read what Tony said. Read what Tony. This is a real
case stupid, yo. I like Lomachenko, but Devin not overrated. He gets a lot of hate, though. Yeah, he just tried to box smart, and they call it boring. They try to force us to think like that with Floyd. And what did he show you now? The joke is on who? It's hit and not get hit, man. Not see how hard I could get punched in my face before I become concussed. No, what the hell wrong with you? But yo, Devin Haney ain't trying to go to sleep for none of y'all. Fuck y'all talking about. Imagine what y'all gonna say if he go in there trying to do something outside himself and get slept. You think one person gonna be like, well, I respect he tried. No, they're gonna be like, I told y'all he was overrated. Nah, like keep beating people ass, keep having defensive in your mind first, man. You end up like Shakur Nakathila. Nakathila got that good ass right in there, and then all of a sudden, oh, look at a runner! It's a track star. He's running he's on his bike the whole time. I hear that. I have issues with that because I just personally, I don't feel like one punch would have kept him that honest.
Yeah, he trolling. He said Haney last fight was bad for boxing. Yeah, he trolling.
He rock a DP salute, my bro. It boring though because he used to showcase his defense, not get hit, not get hit. Haney get hit. Yeah, you tripping.
He's trolling now.
Yeah. I don't know. Haney last fight was bad for boxing in his career. No one wants to watch his fights.
He's Canelo fan, y'all.
Yeah,
his last fight was against JoJo. That was a shutout.
You might say bad for boxing, bro. That's a Canelo.
So his last fight against JoJo Diaz.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna give you a rundown again. A kid, a 23-year-old, soon to probably be 24, a 23-year-old kid, right? Dedicates himself to his craft. He spoke up, you know what I mean? He said he would take a deal. They heard it and they drew up the worst possible contract they could possibly put together. Not only that, they made the contract. Why did Devin Haney sign it first? Nothing about Devin Haney is bad for boxing. He's actually great for boxing. There's nothing about him. You call him born? Did I make him bad for boxing? Nah, but look how he carry himself. It's more to
Devin Haney is from Oakland. Well, hold on. Devin Haney's from Oakland. He's not from San Francisco. Get it right and ask his father, Bill Haney. They actually reported. This is where you know Tony control.
Yeah, man. I don't know who you trolling at this point. I was with you, but like Ryan Garcia hate, I kind of get, but Devin Haney, come on now. And this is what I'm saying. Don't let old media form your opinion of Devin Haney based off if you think his fights are boring. That doesn't make him bad for boxing. Do you see how he carries himself outside of boxing? Do you see Devin Haney getting in trouble? Don't you see him representing the sport the right way? Don't you see him and his father moving like real men? They're great for boxing. You need more people. You need more fathers that supporting their son the way Bill Haney do for Devin. That's why people rock with him, because you could connect with that. And then a lot of people are actually fathers themselves. So it's easy for us to connect with Bill Haney and see what he's doing with his son. That dude is great for boxing, man. He's the epitome of hard work, man. I'm telling you, hard work and dedication. He took that shit Floyd been saying all these years and he applied. You got a handful of those type of dudes in boxing. Devin Haney is one of them. That's one of the initial reasons that like brought Devin Haney to my attention. I'm like, damn, this dude always in the fucking gym. I'm like, nah, it's just not much to not like, yo. You could say, he wish he hit a little bit harder, but he beat people's ass.
They're about to get you in the chat room, Tony.
Act like I had Mexican. What race have to do with it?
He exposed it. That's what he is. That's what Tony is. So now we see that part.
Yes, he's deeply a fool, man. But yeah, that's all. Like, I respect the opinions, but just Ryan Garcia overrated. Yeah, Ryan Garcia is overrated because he's not putting the work in. He ain't testing positive. That's a fact. Ryan Garcia is overrated because he's not putting the work in, not because he's not talented. I could explain to you why he would be underrated. He's more popular than he is skilled. You understand what I'm saying? His social media popularity outweighs his superstardom in boxing. See what I'm saying? But respect to him, he did put some people in seats to fight that Emmanuel to-go guy or whatever his name was. So, I mean, when he put the work in,
it makes you wonder though, how are you an Olympic gold medalist in Luke Campbell and you got knocked out by him? Like, how strong was your career, Luke Campbell? You see what I mean?
Campbell's is gonna break Campbell's eye. Yeah, right. Fuck that. All us in the States, we coming for eyes, man. You know what I mean? Rolly is the GOAT. Yo, for real, I'm telling you. But yeah, man, I'm just different, man. I think like when you start trying to put yourself in these dudes' shoes just a little bit, and you see like what you a matter of fact, you a boxer. Ain't this the dude that was telling me he a boxer? Ain't this the same dude that was telling me he a boxer? So you a boxer and you don't see how Haney is great for boxing, dude? That's weird as hell, man. What kind of boxer are you, yo? Don't y'all don't real recognize real? Like, why wouldn't a gym rat, you know what I mean, or a motherfucker that's dedicated to the sport not respect another dude that's dedicated to the sport? You sound more like media than like an actual fighter. Because the only fighter right off top that you could get to say some bullshit about Devin Haney is Rolly retarded ass. Even if you don't like the way the man fights, he's great for the sport. The way he's disciplined, all that shit, man. Haney, you need more Haneys in the sport, bro. You do. Yeah, y'all might not agree with something he said, or he might call somebody out and y'all get mad. Like, there's times I ain't got annoyed with shit they said, but these dudes is fighters. At least when it's time to fight, he's fighting. You know what I'm saying?
It's because, to be honest with you, they just dislike him because they don't have an answer to
Rolly retarded.
they say that he's hard,
he trolling.
but I'm like,
Rolly ain't the best. Retarded strong. Haney definitely going to beat Cambosa's 12-round decision. Yes, he is. But he's also great for boxing. Tony, you supposed to know that because you box. You supposed to know. You got a first-hand experience of how hard it is to do what Haney doing. You see what I'm saying? So you should know how hard it is. He about to go into somebody else's backyard, bullshit contract with a one-sided rematch clause. There's nothing about that says it's bad for boxing. That's great. Like you need that in the sport. And I hope people take a page out of his book and he set the bar high. Is now going for eyes only. Okay.
We're trying to give everybody that British European eye now.
Besides, she don't like the word. You don't like the word. We men over here. We kind of, you know. Roby he got that foolish strength. You wanted to say that? Roby is that dude 10 degrees and he rocks sheep. You was a fool, yo. But yeah, man, we gotta stand tall for the boxers that move like men inside of the sport, man. And that's what it is. You said baby sheep, not a goat. You a fool. Roby, baby sheep. He ain't even that shit. More Haney boxing falling off than no real money fights. I really don't like his style of fighting. Again, bro, there's nothing wrong like with you not liking his style of fighting. That's cool. But I'm saying what he represents is more than just fighting. You get what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not understanding
about Floyd inside the ring, outside the ring. He's a nerd to me. I don't care who here. I'll never probably meet that dude in my life outside the ring. He does some real questionable shit to me that'll leave me scratching my head. But inside the ring, he never let me down. You know what I'm saying? And you had people saying he was bad for boxing. So it's like he was the kind of the villain. And I feel like they created that monster anyway. After so long and not getting his just due, he just said, fuck it. Like it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. You supposed to understand like kind of more what Haney got to do to be great. You know what I'm saying? And think about that. You got people saying he bad for boxing because his style. What, hit and not get hit? What kind of style is he supposed to have? That's what I'm saying. Get beat the fuck up so he could be concussed at the end of his career. Like I don't know, or just be slow and fucked up. Nah, bro.
So Devin Haney's bad for boxing, but like a Clayton Selden, a Canelo, all these other people tested positive for drugs. They're not bad for boxing.
Yeah, Tank gonna finish him and all of that, but I'm just not a big fan of calling people trash. And you a boxer, ain't you? What's your record? Because you calling a lot of people trash, bro. Like I try not to do that. I try not to. I know sometimes it's gonna slip, but I try to be transparent with that. I try not to, because this is what I'm saying. Like this is just how my mind works. After a while, if you keep calling somebody, all right, the first 2 times I heard you, he trash. If you said again, he trash. All right. Now after the next time, it's like, so all right, he trash. Now if you was to get in there with him, what will happen right now? You see what I'm saying? That's how my mind start working. It's like after keep calling somebody over and over and over, it's like, all right, bro, is he trash to the point where you could whoop his ass, or all right, just when amongst his peers, he's not that high level. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know. That's stupid. You better just put some respect. I know, but don't say I'm a troll and question my boxing if I'm not No, what you are disrespecting is other fighters in the sport, though. You can say your opinion and who you don't like, but then when you trying to say somebody's bad for boxing this because you don't like their style, you don't like it. Somebody likes it. You get what I'm trying to say? And if you're a real boxer, you should know how hard it is to do what Devin Haney is doing. That's what I'm saying. So by you even saying that, you can miss me with that. You being disrespectful to Devin Haney. Look at the fighters you just named and call all them dudes overrated. And if you are an actual boxer, where do you rate yourself since Wilder and all these dudes overrated? This ain't no disrespect. This real shit. You coming up here, you keep typing and typing. You talking about all these different fighters. Where you rank yourself at? Where is your fighting skills at? What's your record? What's your amateur record? I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. You keep calling fighters overrated. Now think about it. You're a real fighter. So again, I'm surprised that you have this stance. If these dudes are overrated, right? And they all reach, where are you at in all of this? If they're overrated, where do you rate yourself, dude?
No amateur career. You're an amateur guy. You're an amateur guy.
So you're an amateur. You 44 and 3 losses and retired at 17 with nerve in your neck.
So your amateur career overrated.
So exactly. Now, what you being said respectfully, because I don't disrespect or diss nobody. I respect everybody. That amateur record, that is cool. But you retired at 17 for a nerve in your neck, right? So that right there should tell you how hard it is to do what Devin Haney is doing. Because that wasn't your fault. That's an unfortunate situation, a nerve in your neck. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think you as a fighter or a retired fighter, if that's what you want to call yourself, you need to have more respect for your sport, dude. You do. You calling dudes that reach the level that, according to you, because you're retired, you will never reach. So how are they bad for boxing? How are they overrated? What were you? That's why I want to know. That you got to think about that. Start cutting these, not even cut these dudes, they break, give them they just do. You ain't gotta give them nothing else. If you don't give them nothing else, just give them they just do. That's all I'm saying, dude.
Who your favorite boxer, Tony? Who your favorite boxer?
For real. Would you rather watch Spence or Haney?
Asking who his favorite.
I support both. Who I would rather watch, I watch them both. I get what you're getting at, but your preference doesn't give you the right to kind of be overly critical because you have a preference. You get what I'm trying to say? You retire at 17, Devin Haney 23. Just do the math. Just think about how hard it is to continue to dedicate yourself to a craft like that before you call somebody overrated. The man ain't even lost yet and you're calling him overrated. You get what I'm trying to say? You gotta at least let them know these young boys, Teal, Shakur, Devin, Tank, and Keyshawn will be the future. Yeah, they all got potential. Yeah. Fact. That's all I'm saying. I'm just asking you to rethink your assessment on these fighters, being that you actually were one. I'm surprised that that's your take on these dudes. You like, yo, you should be able to look and be like, damn, I was doing this before I had to retire. That shit was hard. See what I'm saying? It's like you gotta. And that's what annoyed me earlier when you said that if you never boxed, then you wouldn't know. You see, but the thing is, my issue with comments like that, you had boxing. Look how ignorant your comments are. You calling all these dudes overrated that achieve shit that you never gonna achieve. But these are the guys that's overrated. That's not giving somebody they just do, bro. And you box, so you should look at it a lot differently than that. You had a bird's eye view to see how hard it was to get to where they at. See what I'm saying?
Who else is bad for boxing outside of the fighters that you name?
Mike Tyson, Mayweather, and Sugar Ray Leonard, boxers like now, Tank, Shakur, Spence, and Crawford. Yeah, I mean, but again, that's styles, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with liking those styles and your preference. You're entitled to your preference. But I'm just asking you to have a more realistic scope and perspective on these fighters.
If you say Devin Haney bad for boxing because of his style, Shakur should be bad for boxing because of his style.
Get him, Southern T. I was about to say that they have a similar style. One to Southpaw, one's orthodox.
Because they got Shakur should be bad for boxing too. You know what I mean? If we go about it.
Y'all need to quit going back and forth with these dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? You can tell they just right. Just quit going back and forth with them. I mean, he said his comment. What's happening? What's happening, brother? Salute to y'all. You know, just quit going back and forth. Let him either jump on the panel, explain himself.
He's free to click a link, but my thing is, I think, like I was saying earlier, man, I like for people, long as it's respectful, I get it. But then it's like, if you're gonna say that, we're gonna have a conversation because maybe we could help educate this dude or help open his mind a little bit more because he's seeing a little closed-minded. Like you it's like being the dude that didn't make it from the sideline, calling people overrated, telling niggas they ass that competed in the same sport as you. You get what I'm saying? You need to change the way you actually think about other fighters and the things that you spewing out about them. There's nothing about these dudes that's overrated. What they doing is fucking hard, man. That shit is hard. And like I said, with you having a career-ending injury, what it sounds like, and that's unfortunate. Like I said, that's no shade to you. You should know firsthand how hard it is to do it. What these kids are doing.
But some of these dudes are overrated. Let's just keep it real. Now, what he's saying,
some of them, but I just didn't like the whole Wilder, Canelo, Devin Haney. Like, come on, bro. Like, nah. You talk
like
about
when he said Broner, when he said Broner, I what up, DP? This is me, Terry. When he said Broner, I had a problem. The 4-division champion, that's overrated now.
Yo, Broner really reached heights, a lot of success fast. I really think that factored in, and like I said, it just take a lot. That's all. So when DP, when you hear me like kind of going back and forth, it's more so to kind of give them a different perspective. And then once you see that there's no hope for them, it's like, all right, bro, I can ignore it now. Because you can have your own opinion, but just be realistic. Haney, you need motherfuckers that'll dedicate themselves to the sport like that. You really need that shit. You need a motherfucker that'll dare to be great and actually do it. You need people like Spence that move and do what they say they're gonna do. That's what boxing need. You need a motherfucker like Wilder that stand for more than boxing. Those dudes is great for boxing, but Canelo, you got me there. I don't have it. I'm not making no case for Canelo. Is Canelo overrated?
We're not making the case. Why would you mention that when he was going so hard?
I'm gonna say this, Canelo. When you call him the face of boxing, that's when you overrate him. It depends on what's being said about him if you overrate him. It depends on who it's coming from. You get what I'm saying? For me, do I think he overrated? Only when somebody say face of boxing, they lose me a little bit with that because I expect the face of boxing to move differently. But outside of that, Canelo beat a lot of ass. I know he had a lot of advantages. I get all of that, but he beat a lot of ass, man. He beat a lot of ass. So, in that term, it's just very hard to do what these dudes is doing. And that's why I try to have that perspective going into talking about somebody. Sometimes I could be, I'd be on my shit and be, but for the most part, man, I try to call it straight down the line, man. And Canelo is a hell of a fighter, but it's some shit. We got questions because he's not properly challenging himself. And that's where us as people have a problem because you can't pick who you want to fight and then tell people they got to accept it and pay for it. That's the thing. So if you're going to handpick, that's cool. Do that. But you just understand what come with it and don't be mad when people don't want to support it. You get what I'm saying? That's what Canelo was doing. And I believe a lot of these fights are like 50-50 fights. He just don't want to challenge himself. So that I can't respect because he's not moving like a champion. You see what I'm saying? You see Devin Haney and, these guys just ducking and jumping around and being scared to fight. I just don't see that out of them. You know what I'm saying? And I think he's setting the bar, like I said. So I hope people take a page out of his book, man. You said great because they think he can't start this weekend. Yeah, see, and that's what you all got to see how she put it in the context. Is people feel like he can't be beat, and then when it happens, it's like motherfuckers be surprised, slide under the radar, getting fights with most of the people that can't. Yeah, he be hand picking who he wants to fight rather than who wants to fight him. Yes, you know it. He ain't the face of boxing. He picks and chooses every opponent and uses PEDs. That's cool. Yeah, that he ain't the face of boxing, but I said it depends on who you asking. I said when people call him the face of boxing, that's what would trigger that or provoke that kind of thought. Like Canelo.
Max Kellerman, ESPN.
When you hear them say Triple G was the best middleweight of the last 25 years, that's when overrated pop into my mind. It's all how you say it, like how you can give people I'm all about giving people they just do, but you're not gonna force feed me no shit. Like when they say Manny
Pacquiao's the greatest generational boxer of this day. Over Floyd who beat him?
Yo, man, if you think that's something wrong, Canelo, based off his stats, is pound for P low key, but realistically, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. See, you get it. Like when it depends on which context you putting it in when you speaking on Canelo. If we're talking to the people that call, if you're saying face of boxing to me, I'm thinking overrated. Now, if you I don't know, you come up with another argument, maybe I don't think the same thing, but I'm not stupid enough to not be able to recognize the shit that he did that was solid. I mean, but a big part of his career just got some question marks. It's because he's not fighting the absolute toughest opponents, and you can't be mad when people don't want to see that shit. A great chess player. Yeah, be a good chess player, but he got what's the shit? Checkmated last Saturday. Nah, he ain't the face of boxing for sure. Canelo's still using PEDs, but they're trying to make him the face of boxing so he get away with it. That's trash. Also, look what they did to Barry Bonds. Yeah, but that's my whole point. Like when people say Canelo, like they throw that name out. I'm not a hater of Canelo, but I'm realistic when it comes to that dude. I see what he's doing.
I gotta speak up on the Barry Bonds thing. Barry Bonds, Barry Bonds. What happened was he was testing. He didn't test positive. He actually admitted in 2003 in court to admitting to use, but he never tested positive. He admitted in court to using it. He never failed for a test. But because of that congressional hearing, that's why his name is in the Mitchell report.
Yeah,
he never failed a drug test.
It was somebody else too. It's a boxer that we be putting up that we be saying took something.
It was Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley was the other. Shane Mosley was the other one. He got caught with EPO and had to go in front of Congress. Shane Mosley was the other one.
It might have been. You might be right, bro. Canelo can't be the face of boxing. Canelo's playing chess with his entire career. He trying. He just handpicked chess. I think is too. That's giving him too much credit. But in a sense, yeah, it's a chess move and it's more business oriented. Like he thinking more so money first. And like I don't know. I don't know if I could fully blame him. But my thing is just keep it real with the people. That's what it is. Don't talk legacy and you about your money, bro. And then you only about that money when that opponent, the opponent get too dangerous. You ain't about the money no more. So we seen that which way you chose to go. And I think we just seeing some of his moves back.
I fight Jamal Charlo. 45 million is a lot. That's a lot of dangerous money. I'll take that. You know what you do with 45 million?
They took that by instead. Yeah. I mean, if you want to be honest, shit. What did they do anything to Mark McGuire? No, right?
No. It was Mark Barry Bonds. His stats, they're not recognized. They're on the books, but they're not going to be recognized.
Yeah.
A lot of people like now Robinson, Cano, a few others like Rafael Palmeiro is another one. Mark Canseco. A lot of their stats, they're in there, but they're not going to be recognized for like.
Yeah, I'm with you with the Canelo shit. Like, we don't, one thing over here, like Southern T, Yoda Wise, Crush, and Just Do, we don't rock with people that steroid abusers, or we call that shit straight down the middle. So if you juiced, you ain't making no type of list over here, and we gonna always hold that over you because it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
But with baseball, that was a different time. Remember, that was when we wanted to see home runs. Remember, 60, 70 home runs a season. That was, and they were looking like super. They were looking like come on, G.I. Joe.
To a certain degree, he is, and like I said, it all depends on who's like what's being said. Like, you get what I'm saying? Certain shit said about him will provoke thought and make me feel like they underrated Andre Ward. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, man, like they know what it is with Ward, man. They know what it is with him. Like, he was a hell of a fighter. You know what I'm saying? They know what it is. Mark not recognized. Yeah, Mark not recognized. Yeah. And I'm like, I said his name because I wasn't he a juicer too? Wasn't he? Big Mama, all the motherfuckers was cheating. All the motherfuckers was cheating, bro. Cheating their asses off. Cheating that Andre Ward's pound for pound just messed up. He don't get the real credit for really picking his opponents apart. Yeah, I mean, Tony, yeah, for that, it's like it all depends on who you talking to. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's one thing I try not to push any false narratives ever, and I always say we control the narrative. Like, we could push that Andre Ward was a pound for pound great because we don't need their opinion. You get what I'm saying? We got our own. We don't care what they think. We care what we think. You get what I'm saying? So we the people, like we could form our opinion on these fighters just as well as them. I always thought that was crazy about sports. Why the fuck am I gonna go check for a list that I don't even know who put that together and it's all based off their opinion? How is their opinion more valid than mine? At the end of the day, no opinion is more right than the other. So when you factor that in, I said we make our own list and fuck them because they can't. Like I said, in boxing specifically, because you can't play it, combat type of sport. You don't have your own mind. They definitely they're gonna make up your mind for you. I can't stress that enough. Like, if you fucking watch a fight and you slightly indecisive about what you watching because you allowing them to filter what you seeing, like you get what I'm saying. If you one of them, you're gonna be in trouble because they're gonna damn sure tell you who won. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna tell you who won, what was a good fight. They're gonna tell you what's a good fighter, what's a bad fighter. They're gonna tell you what's great and what's not great, even if it's a double standard. Anything that pushes their narrative forward, that's what people do. So one thing I realized is not to let nobody form no opinion for me, man. And at the very least, a person really appear to respect you for having a mind of your own. So, like, their list, depending on who you asking. And it's like, yeah, they pound for pound is always shitty anyway. Like I said, they had Monster anyway over Spence. I stopped right there. Canelo was what, 1 or 2, and then they had Monster anyway. I said, yeah, I'm good right there. I don't even need to see who you got on there. I just know y'all bugging. Shit, because they sure got a lot of home runs getting hit now. Oh yeah, they might be juicing against. I think baseball, they always been doing that shit. Andre Ward would have made Canelo look slow. Outbox him. Yes, he would have. Them dudes, he don't want nothing, but they ain't want nothing to do with him. Change the ball so they get more home runs. Yeah, I knew it had to be something for entertainment purposes. You know what I'm saying? I stopped. I never really watched baseball that heavily, but I did more when that home run era was around. I used to catch more games. I never really got into that shit. Word. Man, damn, man, I'm almost at 5. I don't know how this happened, y'all. I remember the first time I said I was stopping, that shit was at like 130, 124. Now you fuck, I get the 5. GGG could have gave Andre Ward a good fight. Yeah. GGG could have gave Andre Ward a good fight. Oh no, I think Andre Ward would have beat him up. Still could have been a good fight, but I think Andre Ward would have beat him up. And I think he knew that. He said, I don't know if you ever seen that clip where they asked him about Andre Ward. He's like, nah, Andre Ward too much. He too much. So that boy said Ward was too much. And I ain't want that, man. And again, it's the same thing, like how some people complain about Andre Ward style, but you got to think. I feel like people do that when you're not just there for them to beat you up. See what I'm saying? They complain about Floyd style. You know what I'm saying? But it's some people that they brainwash into believing that, or almost thinking that, or not knowing that pretty boy phase actually existed, bro. He's fucking shit up. And like they just, you know what I mean? You got people that talk about how he fight. Nah, man, you got to think as you're getting older, it makes sense for you to go off of your smarts than your physical, you know what I mean? Ability, because you know everybody get older. And if you can't adjust with the times, then you're gonna fall behind. And that's why Floyd was able to stay on top. Because he had that shit figured out. The less I get hit, the longer I last. I don't give a fuck who boo. I don't care what you want to see me lose, it don't matter. You're gonna come and pay, and I'm gonna beat this dude up my way. I'm gonna do it my way. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. And that's just what it is, man. Yeah, them cookies will keep. Yeah, Manny Pacquiao versus Canelo at welterweight. He's young, good fight, low key. Oh, if they would have fought there, that'd be interesting. See, Canelo fight somebody that throw a whole lot of punches and shit like that. That's just why I don't think he want to fight Benavidez, and you know why? You know a reason why I don't think he's scared. But I think he either must know his physical limitations. And something that was a little telling on Saturday, did y'all notice that string of combinations that BIVOL was able to rip off, like on Canelo, where he just had him like leaning, trying to get out the way? I was like, damn, I could really see Benavidez doing that. I could see him doing that same shit to him and having him like, you know, keeping him honest that way. Like I just seen him lose, I just know the possibilities. It's possible for
Benavidez don't box as good as BIVOL, but I get what you're saying. Like he don't get out the way as good as BIVOL do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So what the hell? Andre Ward and Floyd throw combos and look good with their defense. Haney doesn't really have.
Canelo like to go to that hat guard and tuck his chin, lean his head forward. I can see Charlo. I can see Charlo opening up on his ass with them hooks, them uppercuts, them straights, just like BIVOL. Charlo got footwork and shit too, you know what I mean? And he got the power he got more power than Benavidez, if you ask me. He got more power than Benavidez, or just as much, right? And he got footwork as good as BIVOL, if not better than BIVOL type shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that dude all wrong for Canelo.
Yeah.
Andrade all wrong for him.
Yeah, after seeing that, I'm more than convinced that he really has some real issues with him. Because that's the whole just Canelo problem. When you're not there to be punched in your face, he got an issue with that. He got an issue. Now, I get what you're saying about the difference with Floyd and all of them. Haney, but I think what people got to keep in mind, too, Haney is still 23 years old. You get what I'm saying? Just give him some time. See what he looking like in a couple years. We'll see. Still young as hell. Pac-Man knocking him out. Knocking who out? Canelo? I think Canelo would be kind of big for him. Respectfully, he might be able to knock Manny the fuck out. Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Because Manny ain't got no defense. His offense is his defense. And Canelo definitely close the gap on his ass or catch him jumping in or something, maybe one of them shots and clean his fucking clock. Nico Ali said, fuck all y'all, I'm coming. Canelo would break down Benavidez's arms. That's how Canelo wins. He wears out the arms. Charlo and Canelo would be better. I don't think. I think that would be a strategy for him, but like we just seen him do it with BIVOL, and it didn't work. You know what I'm saying? I know it was bothering BIVOL because I don't give a fuck who you are. Somebody punching you in your arm over and over like that bitch gonna hurt. But I don't think it was enough to really. It didn't produce the desired effect that he was looking to get by punching him all in his arms like that. He was hoping he was going to neutralize him and slow him down and stop him from being able to mount his offense, but he wasn't able to do that. He still got his ass beat.
Because when he was punching his arms, BIVOL was punching him in the face. That's
with the other arm, right? The free hand, yeah.
He hit his ass in the face.
When he
could punch BIVOL arm, BIVOL hit him with a hook.
So you peeped that too. Anyway, I think you pointed that shit out to me. Matter of fact, you pointed it out.
With the other hand. With the other hand. He throw the hook with the other hand.
And he was shaking his arms out a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. Like I know he was feeling that a little bit, but it just wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. Yeah, so I think Benavidez has posed some real problems for him. You know what I'm saying? Especially if he could take his punch. That's the question right there. That's one of the main questions. How would Benavidez deal with him getting punched in the face by Canelo? Pac, it was at welter. He seemed like he ain't won it. Oh yeah. Because you know Canelo don't take fights he feel like he can't win. Especially after losing to BIVOL, we might not never see him against these other dudes. Yeah, but look at all the Canelo other fights. He punches everyone hard to slow them down. BIVOL was solid. It didn't affect him. Yeah, it didn't affect him to the degree where Canelo could be successful any more than what he was going to be. You get what I'm saying? It's like I understand the strategy, and it's kind of smart. You got to think it's like Spence punching people on the hips. See what I'm saying? Like hit whatever you need to hit, break a motherfucker down. So I'm cool with it, but it just backfired. He didn't get the desired result from it. So I guess it was like ineffective. It was all for nothing at the end of the day because it just wasn't enough to alter how fucking BIVOL was gonna fight. His approach stayed the same. He had a game plan. He went in there and executed it to perfection. I mean, the only better possible fight he could have had, like, I don't know, winning every single round. That's the only difference because his face was fucking clean. He didn't even have a glove burn. I thought that was crazy. That dude come into the ring looking like he got punched a couple times in the locker room with them bags under his eyes. Yeah, I swear, BIVOL come in there looking like somebody checked him a couple times and shit with some clean ones. And then he just went to the ring. That motherfucker got out of there cool, calm, cool, and collect. The only thing I seen on BIVOL was a bruise on his arm. That's it. Just a bruise on his, I think it was his left arm he showed on the camera. That's it. And I had worse bruises like that bumping into shit. So BIVOL used to hard punches, so his endurance different. That is possible though. And what it was like I said, I can't stress it enough. The circumstances, that's why I always say factor in all the circumstances surrounding. Like, don't just say Kovalev fought him and got knocked out. Cool. But say he was on a fast turnaround. Say, he probably more than likely didn't recover from the last fight he had. But it's still his fault. But let's just put those things in perspective. Canelo knew what he was doing. He wanted him on a quick turnaround. He didn't want to give him a full count. He wanted the unfair advantage. And he still was losing in that bitch and end up getting a stoppage, and I think that created the false confidence and made him believe that he could have the same success against an inexperienced BIVOL, and I think they just miscalculated that one. They thought he was easy pickings, and he wasn't.
He tried to pick the easiest guy at 175 in the backfire. The guy he thought was the easiest guy, he tried to pick him. Whoop in his face. He really picked the easiest guy he thought between 175 and 168. People was trying to sell it as, he fighting the best fighter he could have fought.
That's what they said.
He really was trying to pick the easiest guy.
He tried to pick the safest of the most dangerous fights. That's what I said. Out of the day, he tried to pick the safest, and it's tricky because he's fighting guys that are undefeated champions. So it's like, well, what you talking about? It's an undefeated. You get what I'm saying? He leaving us with that, and it kind of, those fans of his, they like, they try to hang on to that. So it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna just say it this way. In their mind, the way they seen it, they thought they had the advantages. They thought that man was inexperienced with them 19 joints, and they was gonna get in there and punch on boy, and boy wasn't going for it. I'm glad they lost. Thinking about, yeah, sorry for my dad's side. I'm glad he lost too. Not like as on some hating shit, but like it backfired. All right, now go fight the people we want to see you fight. You already lost fighting somebody we didn't want to see you fight. And I don't think that give you the right away to just say, fuck it, I need a bullshit fight now. Nah, bro. Mr. Face of Boxing. Thurman versus Conor Ben. Yeah, I think I did a live on that, yo. A couple, like last week or something like that. Yeah, I did, matter of fact. I was talking about that. Thurman and Conor Ben, because Conor Ben told his team that his number one, on his list is Thurman. Keep Thurman. Billy Joe Ho. They were trying to say Canelo versus Usyk. He would have killed him. Yeah, Usyk would have beat the absolute dog shit out of him. I don't even know. They just be doing too much. Canelo, man, respectfully, yo, if we being honest, a lot of these people that speak on that dude, maybe they got narratives and agendas to push because people are in their pocket or whatever, however it go. But if we being 100% honest, yo, the only thing he got better at and improved at, in my honest opinion, as a fighter, after fighting Floyd, was his upper body and head movement, yo. Outside of that, he didn't improve no fucking where. Nowhere. Like, I'm sorry. And that's one thing, like, about sports that you gotta be smart enough to see too, man. You gotta be smart enough to call bullshit. They sit here and keep telling you, like, he made all these improvements, but you won't be able to see none of it. He won't fight the opponents with the kind of styles that's going to dictate to you as the spectator, as the fan, that he improved there. But in any of his fights, you can see the upper body movement and the head movement. And then you heard BIVOL. He said he knew going in Canelo had good defense and upper body movement, but he said he was even better than what he thought. So even he gave him credit. So I think that's where he made his improvements at. And I think that slight improvement in those areas made him a tougher target for a lot of these dudes. But then there's still people that is a complete enough fighter to handle his ass. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he would have got smashed by Usyk. Better be able to. He'd have knocked him out. Better be able to knock him out because he a mauler. He'd have been all over him. He'd have knocked him out. I'm trying to make that fight too. Yeah, I doubt if he even think he gonna fight Better Be at now. He lost on the perfect day. I'm so glad. Yeah. I'm happy for BIVOL, yo. He still fights exactly. Yeah, lazy. It's a lazy approach. Yeah.
Canelo gonna never fight BIVOL.
Yeah. After Floyd popped his cherry, he didn't get much better. Nope. And like I said, he just due respect to him, right? He deserves credit for that improvement, but he didn't continue. Facts, OTB. And then see, when I give him that credit, that's just me trying to give him his just due. I see it. Seen your upper body movement, because I've seen in several fights where his head movement here really make dudes miss combinations. Like, even though they don't be looking to for sure when they throwing them, it's still here make you miss like a motherfucker. I'm like, yo, he could move his head, yo, when he want to, in his upper body. But outside of that shit, BIVOL ain't really had nothing to really give him no credit on. He said he's strong at first. Yeah. Said at first he didn't get better with power because he had KO before. Yeah, man. That's why I used to think that it was a point where they was overrating his power. Respectfully, I used to think they was overrating his power. Word up, but shit, man. I'm on 5 hours, man. Shit, I'm about to shut this thing on down. My damn neck hurt. That shit been burning for about 2 hours straight. That shit, I've been rubbing that shit like, God damn, what the hell going on? About to go stretch this shit out. Tell you. But he say, no Better Be able to get countered. It's not an orchestrated pressure from Better Be able. Yeah. He could be a little messy too. And I've seen some vulnerability in that Marcus Brown fight, yo. I really do. But I think after that hiding that Canelo took, I don't think he willing to explore that as an option no more. If he ever was serious from Cali, but go for the Dolphins. Okay. I'm a Cowboy fan in Jersey, but I think I might take next year off. I don't give a damn. My mental health is important. The Dallas Cowboys need to understand that. Them and their organization, they need to understand that my mental health is very important to me. Imagine me getting up here trying to make a video after the Cowboys just blew a game in the fourth quarter. Have a whole attitude up here like a damn fool. Be this motherfucker mad as hell. Like, man, stupid ass Dallas, man. motherfuckers, man. They be pissing me off, man. Gone for the day, but yeah, man. Shit, man. I hit over the 5-hour mark, man. Appreciate my brothers T and Crush kicking it with me through this whole joint. OTB, Tony the Kid, K Savoy, Jose, Fate. Appreciate all y'all for sliding through, man. Kicking it with your boy, man. It's over 5 hours. I'm gonna go find something else to do a video on. Me catch up on the shit I've been missing. T, you jumping on in a few?
Yeah, you know the games come on. Actually I am though. The games come on at 5. So, yeah, actually when I leave here, probably.
I bet. Well, shit, I'll catch you over there. Appreciate y'all brothers for kicking it with me. Appreciate everybody on the chat. Y'all didn't hit the like button. Hit the like button for your boy on the way out. I don't ever say that shit. I'm just hopefully people will do that shit, even though they won't.
Hit that like button. Hit that motherfucking like button. Let YouTube know. Let YouTube know y'all like what the hell going on over here.
You know what I'm saying? I start.
My nigga need 20. My nigga need 20 likes every stream. Every time my nigga go live.
Facts.
Y'all get my
at least 20.
We at 20 right now.
Facts.
Get my boy 20 likes. It'd be more than 20 y'all come through here anyway. Let's hit that motherfucking like button for these content creators, man. You know, YouTube, y'all hit the like button. Y'all hitting the like button, let YouTube know that y'all like what y'all looking at. It keep it in your algorithm when you hit the like button. It put it in other people's algorithm when you hit that button.
And I appreciate all the support because one thing we're gonna do over here, we're gonna stay consistent.
Let YouTube know that my brother Just doing a good job over here when y'all come through here. Don't be like
feel me.
Hit that like button. Always, it's free.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but no,
and that's why I like the I like YouTube because they got multiple ways to support, and then you got to like, you got to share, you can watch a video, them 3 free ways right there. And, as a creator, I'm always appreciate it because should make the grind worth it. Yes, sir. G5, appreciate you, bro. Yep, I'm at 25. That's good. Appreciate my brothers holding me down, man. We're gonna let y'all boys get out of here.
We need that on the regular.
On the regular. Facts. Dude sound just like Mo 3. Who that? My boy T. Or is that? Do I sound like Mo 3? Who sound like Mo 3?
You must be talking about you.
Shit, do I? I don't know about you.
I don't think I sound like Mo 3.
Yeah. Oh shit. I don't know if you ever listen to your joints live. I do. I'll be like, man, turn that off. I'll be coming to hear my girl be having watch shit, lay down, go to sleep to old live. I'm like, yo, shit, like, oh, you don't want to hear yourself? Hell no. Say, listening to myself, I ain't a fan of myself like that. Like, damn. Who sound like Mo 3? Tony, me? God damn.
He said,
starting my show this week too. Facts, I'm with you. Soon when you started AB, my brother, salute, hit me AB so I could get you right. I don't know if you might have missed me. I said that in the chat, yo. I've been meaning it to, trying to tell you that. Yeah, but man, appreciate all y'all, man. We're gonna keep rocking out, man. I support all my brothers. So whenever you do go live, I'm there. Oh shit, me? Oh shit, long live 3. I sound like Mo 3. God damn, I ain't never heard that before. Shit, fresh off the cock. I was tuning in the whole time. Yeah, I know you was. Appreciate you. I was in your chat too today because it's like as soon as I try to get up there and talk, motherfuckers start texting me. People popping up at my house. I got motherfucking cops walking around by my window with their walkie-talkies and shit. I'm like, man, what the fuck be going on out here in this quiet town that I live in? 1 second, hit that like button. Appreciate all y'all. Oh, the other dude. You talking about? Maybe you talking about who you talking about? Fucking it's Terry. What's he saying?
Yeah. Talk about T.
That AB, you a cool ass dude, bro. He got to be one of the most laid back niggas in the world. He'll be giving a fuck. Like, oh, good, man. Oh, man. But, I just got to, make sure, you hit my, so we could figure that out. Shit, let me, Shit, yeah, but your morning chats, my bro, make the day fly by. Yeah, that's why I was trying to stay like, you know, in that time slot, and if it just you know, I'm gonna try to stay in this time slot for y'all. So we're gonna see how that work out. I'm gonna let my bros get up out of here. You already know T. I'll catch you over at the tree house in a few. Salute to everybody that came through, man, and I'll see y'all on the next one, man.
What's up, Pep?
All right. Peace to my G Fizzle. This your backup page? Oh, G. Okay. You want me to follow that joint too? Backup. If so, I'll tap into your new joint. All right, I'm out.